Chapter 1. Threading Weather. The lantern came up out of the dark like a city at the end of a long night drive. First a smear of light too low to be a star, then a glow with edges, and then all at once and bigger than the mind had budgeted for, the whole vast machine of it. Captain Daniel Cross stood at the rail of his command chair with a mug going cold in his hand and let the Lodestar carry him into it. Cross had seen the lantern twice before, both times from a distance and once through cloud, and neither viewing had spent the wonder down to nothing. Nothing did. The lantern was the busiest crossing on the frontier, and it was beautiful the way working things are beautiful. Not for being still, but for being in motion, for doing the impossible so steadily that the impossible turned ordinary in front of you, and you had to remind yourself, deliberately, with effort, that you were looking at a miracle. It hung at the mouth of a fold-junction half a light-year wide, a cathedral of vanes 1,000 meters on the long axis, hundreds of arched spars reaching out from a lit core to hold a hole in space open and aligned and navigable. Through the middle of all that machinery ran a corridor of light, the threading lane, a long throat of steadied seam glow. And down that throat, one at a time, ships were folding through. That was the part Cross never tired of. Ships from a dozen colonies, queued in a slow, patient ribbon that ran back past Lanehead's docks and out into the dark, each one lining up on the lit corridor, holding, and then, at a beat no eye could quite catch, gone, folded clean through the junction to come out the far side half a region away. Grain ships and ore tenders and migrant haulers and a combine cutter with its running lights too bright. A tiny pilgrim sloop no bigger than the Lodestar's launch, threading through to a colony its passengers would die on by choice. One after another, the busiest door humanity owned, and it was open, and it was holding. "There she is," Cross said, to no one and to all of them. "There she is," said Hartley, from the open engineering channel, in the flat Mancunian register that meant she was looking at the same view he was and would die before admitting she'd come up to the bridge feed to do it. "Pretty. Drawing power like she's got a grudge against the dock." "Is that a problem, Chief?" "It's a junction, Captain. It's always drawing. I'm only saying she's busy." A pause down the channel. The far-off note of the Lodestar's own drive folded under it. "Are like busy. Busy means somebody's getting fed." On the forward display, the status board stood up in clean amber along the corridor's edge, identical to the one at every lit junction in human space, and Cross read it without thinking, as he read weather. 3 lines. Holds, the junction's solution, the fold steadied and aligned. The line that said the door was a door and not a wall. Window, the width of each threading slot, how much room a ship had to be wrong by and live. Margin, the buffer under all of it, the slack the lantern's people kept in hand against a bad transit. 3 numbers and a color. Hold steady, window wide, margin green. Healthy. The board said, "Come ahead," and 1,000 ships a day did. "Operations," Cross said. "Tell me where we stand in the queue." "We are not in the queue, Captain." Imeth had the operations board and the lantern's traffic feed both, and she laid the answer down with her usual care, each word set where she wanted it. "We are an escort, not a transit. The lantern's control has us flagged as standing patrol. We hold off the lane, we do not thread. They have given us a station 200 kilometers up corridor of the inbound queue, clear of the threading approach." A held beat, the small silence she put before anything she thought worth wait. "It is a courteous station. They have put us where we can see everything and obstruct nothing. Their controller has done this before." "Good. Cross drank the cold coffee anyway, because pouring it out felt like a verdict on the galley. I'd rather watch professionals work than make them watch us. They are professionals. Emeth's hands rested flat on her console. There is a great deal of traffic, and they are not hurrying. That is the mark of it. Salazar snorted from the flight station without opening his eyes. That's the mark of them being bored, is what it is. The lieutenant had his chair tipped back and his boots not quite up, the posture of a man advertising how little he was needed. Look at it. 1,100 kilometers of the prettiest machine ever built. And what does anybody get to do with it? Line up. Wait your turn. Hold steady. Fold. It's a queue at the world's nicest bank. He tipped his head toward the display without looking. I could thread that corridor in my sleep. I could thread it in somebody else's sleep. No one's asking you to thread it, Lieutenant. That's my whole point, Captain. Nobody's asking. A grin he aimed at the ceiling. 20 years they spend learning to hold a hole in space open so a grain barge can take the easy way to dinner, and the reward for getting it perfect is that nothing interesting ever happens. The better it works, the more boring it gets. It's tragic, honestly. Greatest pilots in the galaxy, and they fly a queue. They hold the door, Marco, Finter said, from the relief board at helm. Quiet. And then, caught by his own voice, as he still got caught, went on into it anyway, because the ensign had decided somewhere in the last few months that he was allowed to mean things out loud. That's the flying, holding it open while everybody else goes through. That's the hard part. Anyone can go through a door. He colored and steadied and finished it. Sir. Salazar opened one eye and considered him. Listen to the Bergen boy. He's right, Cross said. He's right, Salazar agreed, and shut the eye again, and there was no sting in it, only the easy warmth of a bridge that had done a long, quiet run together and liked the company. Doesn't make it less of a queue. Captain, permission to be bored on the record. Permission denied. Be bored off the record like everyone else. That got the bridge a low ripple of it. Ackerman's near-silent exhale at the contingency board that from the XO counted as helpless laughter. Vinter, ducking his head over his console to hide the grin. Emeth's mouth doing the precise small thing it did instead of smiling. Cross let it run. He had learned across a long career and one very bad month last year that a bridge was a living thing and you fed it or it starved, and that the cheapest meal in the galaxy was letting your people like each other where you could see it. This crew liked each other. After Pell, after the worst fortnight the corridor had ever given him, he had stopped taking that for granted, and what was left was a small private ache he carried up to the chair every watch and set down again when the work started. 2 decades into the golden age, into the boom, into the brightest stretch of road the species had ever walked, and this was what it looked like from the inside. 1,000 ships threading one bright door, a crew ribbing each other gently 200 kilometers up corridor, and a captain at the rail of his chair who believed, actually believed, as his mother had taught him to believe, with his whole chest, that going further was how a species earned its future, and that the proof of it was right there on the forward display, holding. His mother had gone from a drowned coast to a colony berth on the strength of doors like this one. They built a way through, she used to say, and the way through was the gift. Cross had been raised to treat the reach as a moral good, near to a faith, and standing here watching the lantern hold its window wide and green, he could not for the life of him see the lie in it. Captain, Emeth's hands had not moved, but her head had come up. Operations. A transit barge in the inbound queue. Her voice had not changed, and that was how he knew. Saltire Registry. A Far-Side hauler family suboard by the manifest. She is 2 from the threading window, and she is, the smallest pause, a measurement being taken twice before it was spoken, drifting off her approach line, Slowly, the controller has flagged her. Cross was off the rail. Show me. The display threw it up. The cue's slow ribbon, and near the head of it a fat, ungainly hauler, a far-side barge, the kind a colony built to last 40 years and pretty be damned, easing, by degrees too gentle to see in real time and obvious the instant the plot drew her track, out of the center of the inbound lane. Not fast, not yet dangerous, but the threading corridor was a throat with walls you couldn't see and survive, and she was wandering toward one of them with 100 families in her belly and a window opening ahead of her that would close whether she was on her line or not. Salazar. The lays had already gone out of the lieutenant. His chair came forward, his boots came under him, and his hands were on the board before Cross finished the maim, and the running commentary came with them, as it always did when Salazar was loose and certain and pleased with the world. "Saltire barge, yeah, I've got her. Old reaction mass tub, no in-haul assist, flying her like it's 40 years ago, because it is. Look at that, she's hunting her own line and not finding it. Okay, she's got a stuck attitude jet or a tired pilot. Either way, she's walking left and she's not walking back." His fingers moved. "I can be on her in 90 seconds. I get under her, I match, I give her a nudge off our port lifters, soft, just a shoulder, just enough to walk her back to center before the window. Lieutenant," Cross's voice came down on it once, level. "Inside, not narrating." The commentary stopped like a cut wire. Salazar's mouth shut, and his hands kept moving, and what came out of him next was clean and short and aimed at the work. "Aye, Captain. Inside." "Imeth, the controller. I'm not flying into the Lantern's approach without their lane and their window. Tell them what I want and ask them for it. Don't tell them I'm coming." Cross crossed to the rail and set the cold mug in its shelf with a care that had nothing to do with the mug. Ackerman. Plotting it. The XO had it already, of course. She had been plotting it since the word drifting, because that was what she was for. If we go where the lieutenant wants to go, we are inside the Lantern's outer approach with 100 meters of slop and a window on a clock we don't control. I've got you an abort. It's an ugly burn, and it spends margin I'd rather keep this far from a yard, but it's there, and it's once. You'll not get it twice. A flat beat. And we are about to put a warship in among a civilian queue, which the controller is going to love. The controller's going to love it more than a barge full of families folding into a wall, Cross said. Emeth? The controller is... Emeth's head tilted, listening down the channel. The controller is fast, Captain. She has heard the same thing we have. She says the Saltire barge is hers to lose and ours to save, and she would rather not lose her. She is giving us a lane. She is... The held beat. She is asking us, in the politest possible terms, not to make her regret it. Tell her she won't. Cross dropped his hand to the rail and tapped it once, twice, and old Tell the XO read before anyone. Tell her we'll be off her approach inside 3 minutes, and her queue will never know we were there. Salazar, the controller gives you the window. She owns the timing. You own the barge. You don't touch that hull until Lanehead Control says the slot is yours. Clear? Clear. And the swagger was gone. All of it. Drained down to the eerie quiet that meant it was real now. The inverse of the man who had been narrating his own brilliance 90 seconds ago. Salazar took the Lodestar off station and down toward the lane, and the deck gave nothing under it, the drive and all smooth, and the inertials eating the burn, so that the only sign a fast cruiser had just thrown herself toward the busiest door in human space was the queue swelling huge across the forward view, and the status board sliding up the display to sit beside the closing window like a clock at a hospital bed. Hold steady. Window. And there it was. The number Cross flew by now. The slot the barge was sliding toward, opening. Margin green. And Cross watched it as Hartley would, because the margin bought a second chance, and the margin was not theirs to spend. Windows opening on the barge's slot, Controller has the Saltire crew on the line. They know she's wandering. They're fighting her. They can't find the line." Her hands were flat and still. "They are frightened, Captain. There are children's names on that manifest. The pilot keeps saying she has it. She does not have it." "She doesn't need to have it. We have it. Salazar?" "Under her in 20. The lieutenant's voice came short and even, every word load-bearing. "Matching. She's heavy and she's old, and she handles like a wet barn, but she's slow, and slow I can work with." A breath. "Lanehead, this is Lodestar. I have station under the Saltire hull. Request the slot." A pause. The small, usable lag of the world. The controller's voice coming back through Emeth's relay. "Lodestar, the slot is yours. Walk her in. Don't push my window." "Not going to push your window," Salazar said almost gently to a woman 100 kilometers off who could not hear the gentleness. "Going to give her a shoulder. Here she comes. Easy. There." There was no shot, no flare, nothing a layman would have called an event. The Lodestar came up under the barge's port quarter and gave her a few centimeters a second of nudge off her own lifter fields, a shoulder against a stumbling drunk, a hand on the small of a back, and the fat old hauler, which had been walking left toward a wall it could not see, hesitated, wavered, and began with the vast reluctance of 40 years of reaction mass to lean back toward the center of the lit corridor. Cross watched her track bend on the plot, find the line. The window, open and waiting, took her. "She's on the corridor," Emeth said. "She's on her line, window holding." "Hold us off," Cross said. "The second she's centered, we're clear. This is her threading, not ours." Centered. Emeth's voice caught on something instead of relief. Not relief. The Anchorhold did not do relief as humans did, but something. "She's committed. The controller has the count." A beat. Threading. And the barge went, at the slot's heart, on her line, a fat old colony hauler full of families and children's names, holding steady in the lit throat of the corridor, and then between one frame of the plot and the next, gone, folded clean through to the far side, to the colonies she'd take 40 more years to die on by choice, every soul aboard delivered through the busiest door humanity owned, by a window the Lantern's people held open, and a shoulder the Lodestar lent her in passing. The bridge came off it raggedly, no two of them in the same instant. Vinter let a breath go that he'd plainly been holding since drifting. On the engineering channel, Hartley informed nobody in particular that the nudge had cost less margin than the lieutenant deserved, and the bridge was not to make a habit of relying on her port lifters being in a good mood. Salazar's whole frame dropped half an inch as the tension let go, and the swagger came flooding back into him all at once, like water finding its level. "Lanehead Control," he said, "this is Lodestar. Your barge is through, your window's clear, and you fly a beautiful cue." The controller's voice came back, dry even through the relay and Emeth's careful repeat. "Lodestar, that was tidy. Tell your pilot the cue says thank you, and would he kindly get off my approach before I have to flag a warship for loitering." "She likes me," Salazar told the bridge, taking the Lodestar back up corridor toward their station with the lazy contentment of a cat that had caught one mouse and intended to sleep about it for a week. "She said get off my approach," Ackerman said, squaring the corner of her slate against the edge of the console. "That's how she says she likes me." "Lieutenant." Cross said it to cut the laughter off at the top. Real warmth under it, and he wanted to give it its second before the work took the bridge back. That was good flying, good quiet flying at the end. Log the controller's thanks and put the Saltire crew's relief on the record. Somebody on a far-side world is going to want to know their families got through clean and who helped. He let it land. And the controller's right. Off her approach. Off her approach, eh? Salazar was glowing and did not bother to hide it, and Vinter was watching him fly as the ensign watched him do everything, with the open hunger of a young man memorizing someone he wants to become, and Cross caught it and said nothing, because there were worse people aboard to want to be than Marco Salazar on a good day. This was what nobody put in the briefings. The Golden Age was not the machine, not the cathedral of vanes, not the lit corridor, not the door held open across half a light year. The Golden Age was a controller 100 kilometers off who'd rather not lose a barge and a pilot under her hull who'd rather not let her. Two strangers solving a frightened pilot's problem in 3 minutes flat and ribbing each other about it after. The work good and the people good at it, and on a healthy day at a healthy junction, that was simply what the species did now. Cross pressed 2 fingers to the rail and tapped once and watched the lantern take the next ship in the queue, and the next, the busiest miracle on the frontier resuming its boredom as if 100 families had not just been handed through a wall. Captain, Imeth had not stood down. Her hands were flat on the console, and her head was tilted, and Cross knew the posture now as well as he knew the tap of his own fingers. Operations? A threading window in the lower corridor. She brought it up, a slot well clear of theirs, a workaday transit, an ore tender lining up at the foot of the queue, nothing in it, nothing at all. It collapsed. Collapsed how? The tender is clear. She was not committed. She had not entered. No one is hurt. Imeth's voice did not change, and the not changing was the heaviest thing she could have handed him. The window opened, the tender lined up, and before her count began, the held beat, the measurement taken twice. The window shut, early, by itself. The controller waved her off and opened the next one, and the queue moves on, and it is nothing, Captain. Windows flutter. The board recovers them 12 times a day. Cross looked at the status board. Hold, steady. Window, wide. Margin, green. The board said, healthy. The board said, come ahead. The board said the lower corridor's window had every reason to hold. Then why are you telling me? He said. Because it shut harder than the board says it should have. Imeth turned from her console at last and set her hands one over the other and looked at him with the particular stillness of someone laying down a thing she would rather not have to lay down. The margin did not move. The hold did not move. By every number the controller and I can see, that window had room to spare, and it closed as though it had none. A pause. It is almost certainly nothing. I would rather note it now than wish I had. On the forward display, the lantern held its door open across half a light year, wide and green and bright, and 1,000 ships threaded through it, one after another, and the status board stood up clean and healthy beside the lit corridor and said there was nothing in the sky to fear. The lower corridor's next window opened on schedule and held. Cross watched it hold and found that he was watching it. Chapter 2. Lanehead. The girl in the vane spoke up the gantry too loud, as always, and Beck's Orsa let her have it for 1 floor before she answered. "She's warm at the 3rd spar," Eula called down, her voice coming flat and tinny through the open hatch, 60 meters of cold lattice between her hands and Bex's ears. "Warm, but not hot. You want me to read it, or you want me to feel it?" "Feel it," Beck said. "Readings for the office. Get your glove off and put your hand on the spar housing and tell me if it's the warm of a thing working or the warm of a thing complaining. You'll know the difference. You learned the difference on Trell, you just don't trust it yet." A pause. The small, honest pause of a young one doing as she was told and frightened of being wrong. Beck stood at the gantry rail with both her own gloves off and her bare palms flat on the cold rail and waited. That was the job, the one that didn't go in any certified manual on Lanehead or anywhere else. You put your hand on the machine and you let it tell you how it felt today. The vein went up around them into the dark. Ferron, that was this one, the second oldest of the long arch spars, named for the engineer who died bracing her in the bad year before Bex was born. And Bex called all of them by their names, because a thing you loved had a name, or it was just a thing. Ferron reached out from the lit core 1,000 meters off and held her piece of the fold open, held it as she'd held it for 60 years, and she breathed under Bex's palms as always, the long, slow shudder of fields, doing the impossible and not minding. "Warm of a thing working," Eula said at last, from up in the dark, and there was relief in it, and pride under the relief. "She's just busy. The third spar's pulling more than the schedule, but she's not unhappy, Bex. She's just got a lot on." "Good girl. That's the right answer, and it's the wrong feeling, and I'll tell you why over tea." Bex pulled her gloves back on and worked her fingers into them, the left one with the seam she'd stitched herself 3 times because the gang's supply chit was a joke and a half. "She's got a lot on because somebody upstairs has given her a lot on. Come down now. We've got tourists." The Lodestar crew came up the service lift in their good shipboard kit, which meant Bex spotted the engineer before any of them said a word, because the engineer was the one not looking at the view. They all looked at the view the first time. You couldn't not. The lift came up the inside of the gantry tower, and the wall went transparent at the 40-meter mark, and there it was, all at once and bigger than the mind had budgeted for, the lantern, spread out across half a light year, hundreds of arch spars reaching out from the lit core to hold the fold mouth open, and down the middle of all of it the threading lane, the long throat of steadied seam glow, and ships going down it one at a time and out the far side of the sky. The young ones on the crew did what young ones did. There was a Norwegian boy at the back who'd gone the color of someone in church. But the engineer, small, dark, Manchester in the set of her shoulders before she'd opened her mouth, the engineer had one eye on the view and one eye on the gantry, reading the spar housings and the field leads and the patched bracket on the rail that Bex's gang had welded last winter, and Bex liked her on sight, the way you liked the one person at a party who's noticed the chairs. "You're the one keeps a-running," the engineer said, not a question. "I'm the one keeps a-running," Bex agreed. "Bex Orsa, repair gang chief, which on Lanehead means I'm the one they shout at when she coughs and the one they forget when she doesn't." She put her hand out, and the engineer took it, a working hand, calloused at the same places Bex's were, and that settled it. "You've got a hand on a null-assisted hull, then. Poor cow. They give you a manual?" "They gave me a manual." The engineer's mouth did something dry. "Esme Hartley. The manual's wrong about the drive in 3 places I've found, and I expect a 4th before the year's out. I write my own in pencil." "Pencil." Bex pointed at her, delighted, and turned to her gang lounging by the spar access. Eula down now and pink from the climb, old Petter with his bad hip and his good ears, the 2 Cordhonen cousins who came as a set. "Pencil. You hear that? She keeps a paper book. I keep a paper book. Petter, she keeps a paper book." Petter grunted, which from Petter was a marriage proposal. "Right, you'll do. The rest of you can have the tour, and I'll bore you witless about the prettiest machine ever built. And Hartley here can come tell me what your captain wants, because a fast cruiser doesn't dock at a gantry to look at the veins." Bex gave them the tour anyway. She could not help it. The tour was the one thing she had that was wholly hers to give. Bex walked them out along the service catwalk that ran the inner ring, the one closed to transit traffic, the one where a body could stand close enough to the lit core to feel it warm one cheek, and she told them the things you couldn't get off aboard. She showed them Ferran and Solveig and the dark old stub of Het, who'd been dark 30 years and was kept on the array as a brace and a memory both. She told them which veins sang in cold lane weather and which one sulked, and which one, Maeve, the long young outer spar, had a flutter in her field on the 11th of every standard month that nobody had ever explained and that Bex had decided to love instead of fix, like a dog with one wrong ear. "You name them," said the operations officer. Null, this one. Bex had clocked her in the lift. The held stillness, the hands that stayed flat and quiet where a human's would have moved. She'd said barely a word. She said this one carefully, like a line she wanted to get right. All of them, not their array numbers, their names. "Of course I name them." Bex leaned on the catwalk rail and looked out at her veins, all of them reaching, all of them holding. "A number's what the Combine calls her so they can bill her. A name's what I call her so I know who's poorly. You can't love a number, can you? You can do your duty by a number. You can't love it." She caught the operations officer watching her with that flat null stillness and felt for a daft second that she'd said something that mattered, though she couldn't have told you what. "Anyway, they're better than us, the lot of them. We built them to hold a hole in the sky open, and they just do it, day after day. Nobody thanks 'em. I thank 'em. Somebody should." A threading window was opening below them as she said it, down the lit corridor, a fat grain hauler lining up on the throat with the patience of a barge that did this in its sleep. Bex stopped talking and let them watch. This was always the part. The hauler held on the corridor. The mouth of the fold steadied and brightened. The window opening, the lanterns people 100 kilometers off holding it wide and clean. And the hauler committed and went down the lit throat steady as a hymn. And then between one breath and the next, she was gone. Folded clean through to a colony 6 weeks the other side, every soul of her handed through a wall by a door Bex's veins held open. "There," Bex said, soft, like a mother of a child doing a hard thing well. Look at her, off through a wall and never spilled her tea." She blinked and turned it into a grin so nobody would see. 40 years I've watched that and it still gets me here." She thumped her own breastbone with a gloved fist. "Don't tell my gang. They think I'm hard." "We won't tell your gang," said the Norwegian boy, and he said it like he meant it. And Bex turned and properly looked at him for the first time. The boy had been quiet the whole tour. She'd taken him for shy. They came shy, the young ones, the first time they stood inside the lantern instead of threading through her. But it wasn't shy, she saw now, or wasn't only. The boy had the look of someone who'd been somewhere and come back not all the way. She knew the look. Half the men on her gang had worn it after the bad winter, the year Het went dark, and they'd lost 2 off the array, and Petter got the hip that finished his climbing. You came back from a winter like that, and you stood in a beautiful place, and the beauty got in through a wound that hadn't closed, and it hurt, and it healed at the same time. And the boy had that look, standing at her rail with the lit core warming one side of his young face. "You all right, love?" she asked him, low, just the two of them at the rail while Hartley quizzed the Corhonen cousins about field leads, and the Anal officer watched a window open. "You've gone away somewhere." The boy started and stopped and did what she'd half expected, what the wounded young ones did. He reached for the easy answer, and then, caught by his own honesty, didn't take it. "I had a bad run last cruise. We lost. There was a man we couldn't reach in time. I made him a coffee, was all I managed to do. A whole night, and that was the size of what I could do." He looked out at the threading. "I keep coming to look at the beautiful things. I don't know why. It used to be just beautiful. Now it's—" His hand turned over, empty. "It's still beautiful. It's only that I know what it costs now to hold a thing like this open. Somebody's always holding it open. You don't see them. You just see the door." Bex did not tell him it would pass, because she didn't lie to wounded people about wounds. And she did not tell him she understood, because everybody said that, and it helped nobody. She stood with him at the rail, and looked at her veins holding the door, and let the quiet do the work, letting a fracture rest before you stressed it. "My dad used to say a thing," she said at last. "He was on this array before me, this gang before me. He used to say, the door isn't the marvel. Any fool can fall through a door. The marvel's the holding." She nodded out at Ferran, 60 years at her post and warm tonight under a busy schedule. "You held a man a coffee while he died, and you think that was nothing. I'm telling you, as somebody who holds things open for a living, that was the holding. That was the whole of it. Everybody remembers the one who went through the door. Nobody remembers the hand on the spar. I remember. We remember up here. That's the job." The boy looked at her, and something in his young, wrecked face came loose and reset a little straighter. And he didn't say thank you, which she was glad of, because thank yous were for tourists. "Winter," he said instead. "Jonah Winter." "Bex," she said, "you come up the gantry any time you need a beautiful thing, Jonah Winter. We've got nothing but." Behind them, the Enhow officer had gone very still at her own piece of the rail, and Beck saw her watching the boy with the particular attention of someone who'd been keeping a watch on him a while, and saw her let the watch ease a fraction, and thought, that one loves him too, in whatever way her lot does it. The boy had people. Good. The wounded young ones lived or died on whether they had people, and the lantern couldn't give them that, beautiful as she was. Only the gang could. Only the crew. It was at the next window that the wrong thing happened, and Bex felt it before the board could have told anyone. She'd been half listening to Hartley. They'd got on to the deep talk by then. 2 working women, 3 sentences past the small talk, the easy slide of it when you found your own kind. And she'd been telling Hartley about the anchor draw, because Hartley had asked, properly asked, like you'd ask about somebody's poorly child. And in the middle of telling her, Bex stopped, with her mouth open and the next word gone out of her head, because Maeve sang. Not her 11th of the month flutter. Bex knew that one, loved that one. This was a different note, lower and harder, a note Bex felt come up through the catwalk into the soles of her boots before she could have named what it was, and she had her bare hand off her glove and flat on the catwalk rail before she'd decided to move, the way you put a hand on a horse that's about to bolt. "She's drinking," Bex said. Hartley went still beside her, that good engineer's stillness, no panic in it, all method. "Drinking what?" "Power. Draw. Maeve, the long outer spar, she's—" Bex turned her head, listening with her whole body, the daft superstitious listening that no board on Lanehead respected, and that had been right more times than the boards had. "She's pulling like it's the last bar open before closing, like she can't get enough of it. Hard, greedy. That's not a working draw, that's a—" She didn't have the word, only the feeling, only the cold of it, the cold Lane cold that the old hands got in their teeth before the weather turned. That's a vein singing wrong. She's holding her piece of the window, but she's fighting for it. She shouldn't have to fight for it. Window's not even a hard one. Below them the window held. The board, somewhere up in the office, would be showing it green and wide and healthy, because the window was holding. A transit barge went down the lit throat as Bex watched, on her line, clean through, never spilled her tea. By every number anyone could see, the lantern was doing exactly what the lantern did. And Maeve was drinking power like the last bar open to do it, singing a note that put the cold Lane cold in Bex's teeth, and there was no field on any board for that, no line of amber that said a woman with her hand on the rail thinks the spar is afraid. "How long?" Bex said. Quiet, watching her now instead of the view. It landed warm under the cold. The engineer hadn't asked her to prove it, hadn't reached for an instrument, had just gone straight to how long, one working woman taking another's hand read on faith. Few weeks, month maybe. Beck straightened, took her hand off the rail, made herself say the rest of it because Hartley was the first person off Lanehead who'd asked the right question first. It's not just Maeve. They've been busy all quarter, busier than I've known them. The schedule keeps growing. More threadings, tighter windows. The office says the crossing's never been so well used, like it's a thing to be proud of. She watched Maeve hold her piece of the open door and drink to do it. You don't run a thing this hard and call it thriving. You run a thing this hard in my trade, it means somebody upstairs has decided the margin's theirs to spend. She caught the cold lane superstition rising in her and named it out loud, because she'd learned long ago that naming it took the worst out of it. And it's bad weather to spend a margin in. Cold lane weather's comin'. My teeth know it. My dad's teeth knew it before mine. You can laugh. I'm not laughing, Hartley said. She wasn't. She was looking out at Maeve, the long young outer spar with a face that had gone careful and shut. The face of a woman storing a thing away to chew on later. I've an engine I can't fully read either. I've learned the hard way the readout's never the whole of it. If your teeth say cold lane weather, the dry came back into her, a kindness in it. Then I'll tell my science officer your teeth said so, and he'll rerun it 4 times and not delete the file. And between your teeth and his stubbornness, we might get somewhere your office won't. Bring him up the gantry. I'll put his hand on the rail. Teeth travel. And it was a joke, and it landed, and the two of them stood there a moment grinning at each other over a thing that wasn't funny at all, because the alternative was the cold. Bex walked them back to the lift the long way, because she wasn't done with the good day, and neither, she thought, were they. The catwalk gave on to the inner concourse, where Lanehead proper began. The crossing town stacked up the gantry's flank, markets and bunk rooms, and the chandlers, and the long memorial wall with its ribbons, one ribbon for every soul the lantern had ever failed to hand through, fluttering in the air handling like the veins fluttered in the dark. There were people everywhere. There were always people. That was what the boards never showed, and what Bex loved most fiercely of all. The lantern wasn't a machine, it was a crossroads, and the crossroads was full of the human race in all its racket. A clutch of far-side colonists had a corner of the concourse, a transit group waiting on their window. Saltire people by the cut of them, the old 40-year colony cut, pretty be damned and built to last. They had children with them, a knot of children playing some clapping game in 3 different dialects at once, and an old one of them sat on a crate, minding a stack of belongings with the still patience of someone who'd been traveling a long time and had a long way yet to go. The whole group had the look of people whose window mattered more than they'd say. A migration window, Bex knew the look. A colony moving its people through to the far side before the season closed, the kind of crossing you got one shot at in a generation. Saltire, Bex said, nodding at them as they passed. Far side colony. They've a window booked in a few weeks, a big one. Families moving across to join their lot on the other side. Whole town's banked on it. She didn't say the rest of it, what the cold in her teeth had started saying. And if Maeve keeps drinking, and the windows keep tightening, those children clapping in 3 dialects are on the wrong side of a closing door. She didn't say it because you didn't put a thing like that on a good day in front of strangers. But Hartley had heard the shape of it anyway. Beck saw her look at the children, and look at the long outer spar through the concourse window, and do the arithmetic that working women did without being asked. Past the colonists, near the lift, 2 of them stood apart from the racket. Long, quiet figures. Noll. In the unhurried way Noll stood. And the Lodestar's operations officer slowed as she passed them and gave them a small, grave nod. And they gave it back. And a held beat passed between the 3 of them that Bex couldn't read and didn't try to. There were Noll in Lanehead more and more this last while. There was talk in the Chandlers that something was convening somewhere up the line, talks, a gathering, the blocks and the main line and the knoll all coming to a table over the Cold War that nobody on the gantry could do a thing about, and everybody on the gantry would pay for. Bex didn't follow it. The Cold War was weather you couldn't read with your hand on a rail. She left it to the talkers and kept her hand on the machine. But she clocked the nod and the held beat, and the operations officer's flat stillness easing by a degree, as it had eased watching the boy. Even the patient ones had people then. Even the long, quiet lot. Good. At the lift, Hartley shook her hand again, the proper way, the working way. "I meant it about the gantry," Bex told her, "and about the science one. Bring him up. I don't trust a board that calls a thing thriving when she's drinking the bar dry. I'd rather two of us were watching her than nobody who knew what she sounded like well." She held the engineer's hand a beat longer than the shake wanted, because the Cold Lane cold was still in her teeth, and Hartley was the first person in a long while who'd taken her teeth on faith. "She's a good old door, my lantern. Best door humanity ever built. I'd not see her run to death to keep some office's numbers up. Will you watch her with me?" "I'll watch her with you," Hartley said, and meant it, and that was settled between two women who'd known each other an hour, and would know each other, Bex thought, a long while yet. The lift took them down. Bex stood at the concourse rail a moment after they'd gone, looking out at her veins. Ferran busy and warm, and not minding. Solveig steady, old dark Het bracing the line. Maeve, the long young outer spar, holding her piece of the open door, and drinking to do it. The board up in the office said the crossing had never been so well used. The children clapped in 3 dialects behind her. A window opened down the lit throat, and a ship went through clean, off through a wall and never spilled her tea, and it was the most beautiful thing the human race had ever built, and Bex Orsa loved it like a living thing, and her teeth told her Cold Lane weather was coming. Bex put her bare hand on the cold rail and thanked her veins, because somebody should, and went to find Eula and tell her over tea why the right answer had been the wrong feeling. Chapter 3. The Hand on the Hall. There were guns in the market now, and nobody had warned him about that. Cross came down the main concourse of Lanehead at the back of the morning crowd, off-duty and in a plain jacket, and he counted them the way his mother had taught him to count exits in a strange building, without seeming to, without slowing. 2 combine contractors at the mouth of the produce hall, sidearms on their hips and longer weapons slung muzzle down across their chests, watching a queue of dock workers shuffle through a credential check that had not been there a month ago. A third by the water fountains, where the kids used to play. The kids were still there. They had stopped playing terror sweep. They watched the contractor instead, with the wariness you give weather you have learned to respect, and the contractor watched the concourse over their heads as if they were furniture. Above the produce hall, a public board ran the morning's bulletin on a loop, the words big enough to read from the far end. Anchorage terror, lanes under threat. Know your neighbor. Report what you see. The same 3 lines that ran on every board in human space this season, in the same official typeface, with the same small combine mark in the corner, and under them a queue of people who had done nothing wrong, waiting to prove it to a man with a rifle so that they could go and buy fish. Bex had walked him through here yesterday, proprietorial and loud, naming the veins as fondly as other people name their children, and the market had been a market. Noise and bad tea, and a woman selling dried fruit who'd given Vinter a handful because he'd looked at it too long to be polite. The wonder of the place had survived even that. The lantern hung over it all through the high glass, the cathedral of vanes holding its lit corridor open across half a light year. And you could stand under it eating someone's dried fruit and feel, with your whole chest, that the species had built something worth defending. The feeling had not gone, and that was the trouble. Cross stood at the back of a checkpoint queue that should have shamed everyone in it, and he looked up through the glass at the door they were all so frightened of losing, and he understood exactly why the man with the rifle had popular support. The far side of the lantern was full of people who would be marooned if the lane shut. Lanehead ate off the traffic. Every contractor in this concourse had a cousin or a wage or a winter that depended on the door staying open. And the bulletin promised them in 3 large words that the only thing standing between them and the dark was vigilance. It was a clean story. Cross had spent a career distrusting clean stories, and he could not, standing here, name the lie in this one. "They've doubled the checks since yesterday," said a voice at his shoulder, dry, Mancunian. Hartley had come up beside him with a bag of something over one arm and her engineer's eye on the contractors. She was off watch too, which on Hartley meant she had merely brought a different problem to look at. "There's a berth seal on Pier 9. Whole repair gang stood down while somebody checks their tools aren't bombs." She let the silence run a moment, then added in the same flat tone, "Bex's gang. They've had her people standing in a corridor since 6. "On whose order?" "Combine security." Hartley shifted the bag. "Bex is doing her not quietly. She's learned which kind of loud gets you taken somewhere." Her gaze went up to the vanes, drawn to machinery as it always was. "She says the over-push is worse this week. The anchor's drawing like," her words, "like it's drinking the last bar dry and the landlord's calling time." A beat. "I told her that's not a reading, that's a feeling. She told me to come back when I'd put my hand on it." "And did you?" "I'm an engineer, Captain. I don't put my hand on other people's machines." She almost smiled. "I put my ear to the deck plate on the gantry, though. There's a note in it I don't like. I'll not commit to it, but I don't like it." Cross looked at the board. "Know your neighbor." He thought about the fish queue, and the contractor watching children, and a repair gang stood in a corridor since 6 because somebody upstairs needed the frontier to feel managed. "It's an ugly way to keep the lights on," he said. "It is. Doesn't mean the lights don't need keeping on." She nodded at the queue, not unkindly. "Half these people would queue twice as long if it bought them the lane staying open. That's the bit that does my head in. They're not wrong to be frightened." It did his head in, too. He did not say so. A captain did not editorialize in a public concourse, off-duty jacket or not, and Hartley had said it for both of them anyway, which was her habit and her gift. The node blew at 11:42, and Cross felt it before any board told him. Cross was halfway back to the Lodestar's berth, in the upper gallery where the glass gave the best view of the threading lane, when the whole of Lanehead lurched. Not a sound first, but a movement, the deck dropping a hand's width and snapping back, the high glass flexing with a groan that ran the length of the concourse, a man's coffee leaving its cup in a single brown rope. Down on the lower concourse someone screamed, and then a great many people did, and the public board stuttered and went black, and came back not with the bulletin, but with a station-wide hold pattern, red, no words a panicking crowd could read fast enough to use. Through the glass, the lantern was wrong. Cross found it without knowing how, the broken bone located by touch in a familiar hand. One of the outer anchor vanes, a great arched spar 1,000 meters down its length, one of the ribs that held the fold mouth open and aligned, had a wound in it. A gray blossom of debris stood off its flank, expanding, slow and silent, plating and gantry and a glittering haze that the mind refused for a moment to read as anything but snow, and then read all at once as what it was. The vane was bending, not fast, with the awful, unhurried reluctance of something enormous deciding to fail. It was leaning out of its alignment, and along the lit corridor that ran through the heart of all that machinery, the threading lane guttered, brightened, dimmed, the steady throat of scene glow stuttering like a flame in a draft. Cross was running before he had decided to. The gallery rail, the service stair, the crowd coming the other way in a wall so that he went down the dockworkers' side, the side with the loaders, the side his body knew. His comm was already in his ear. "Lodestar, Cross, talk to me." "Captain." Ackerman, instant, flat, already at the heart of it as she always was. "Detonation on the outer array. Vane, they're calling it Vane 6. Breach confirmed, casualties confirmed, count unknown. We're buttoning up. Salazar is aboard and warming the board. I have you on the dock. Get to the berth. We are not leaving you on a station that just lost a vane," he said. He was taking the stair 3 at a time, and the word that mattered most was the one off the status board he had learned to read like weather. "Give me the board. Hold. Window. Margin." A half-second. He knew what the half-second meant before she filled it. "Holds lurched," Ackerman said. "It caught itself. The array's people are holding it. They're holding it by their fingernails, but it dropped, and it has not come all the way back. Windows in the lower corridor have collapsed. Not narrowed, collapsed. There was a tender committed in one of them when it went." She did not change her voice, and the not changing was the whole of it. "Margin's gone, Captain. The board's running red across the bottom, and the array is shedding threadings to save the hold. There are ships in the queue with nowhere to go." Cross came out onto the dock at a dead run. The Lodestar sat in her cradle with her hatch open, and Vinter at the foot of the ramp, white to the lips and rock steady, one hand out not to hurry him, but to find him in the chaos pouring along the pier. And that was the whole of the last year in one gesture. The boy who'd been crushed and half drowned in a cargo bay, standing his ground in a breach with his hand out for his captain. Cross took the ramp. The hatch sealed behind him with the soft, enormous certainty of a good ship shutting out a bad sky. "Bridge," he said, and went up into it. The casualties came in across the next 40 minutes as they always did, not as a number, but as a slow accretion of facts that refused to add to anything bearable. 11 dead on Vane 6, where the breach had taken a maintenance shift mid-task. That count would rise. The array's people were still cutting into sealed sections, and they had stopped saying how many they expected. The committed tender in the collapsed lower window, a 4-soul ore boat out of a far side colony, had not folded clean. She had folded wrong, caught half in and half out of a window that shut on her, and there was nothing left of that to recover, and nothing to do but log her name. 2 more dead in Lanehead itself, an old man whose heart had stopped in the lurch, and a dockhand crushed under a loader that had walked off its chocks. Petrov had the medbay filling, the first of the breach wounded coming across on stretchers, and behind them the first of something else, a handful of pale, retching transit passengers off the queue, who'd taken a rough, aborted threading when the windows collapsed, and were now showing what the old spacers called cold lane sickness, the body's confused complaint at a window that closed on it before it was through. Cross stood at the rail of his command chair and held the bridge together by being visible, which was most of the job in the first hour of a disaster, and watched the lantern out the forward display fight to stay a door. It was holding, barely. The array's controller, the same dry professional who had thanked Salazar for tidy flying 2 days ago, had her people shedding threadings, pulling the safety buffers in tight, holding the hold steady on a margin that wasn't there, and the lit corridor had steadied from a guttering flame to a low and ugly burn. Ships queued and waited. Nobody folded. The busiest door humanity owned had a hand laid on its hull, and it had not opened in 40 minutes, and the queue stacked back past the docks and out into the dark, with 100 colonies worth of people in it asking the same question. Captain, Imith from operations, in the voice that did not change. The ledger. Show me. Imith put it on the secondary display, the public seam record, the append-only one, the one that proved its own authorship and could never be unsaid. A finding had been committed to it 18 minutes after the breach, signed with an Anchorage cell mark and worded with a cold pride that turned across his stomach as the debris blossom had. We have put our hand on the hull. The lantern is being killed to keep your traffic moving, and your warnings have been heard and refused. We have stopped it. The dead are on the heads of those who pushed it past safe. By the hand of the cell, in the name of the reach undone. That's a claim, Ackerman said at last. It's committed, and it's signed, and the provenance is clean. Somebody with that cell mark wrote it, and it'll stand on the record forever. That's all the ledger tells us. It doesn't tell us they did it. It tells us they said they did it 18 minutes after. 18 minutes is fast, Imith said. To breach a vein, lose the people who breached it or get them clear, and compose that. A held beat. It is fast. I note it. I would rather note it now. Cross read the finding twice. We have put our hand on the hull. The line the mainline charter forbade in so many words. The one thing the whole nonviolent movement swore it would never do, blockade and petition and refuse and occupy, but never breach a hull, never touch life support, never lay a hand on a ship or a structure with people's lives held inside it. He had heard Bex's lot half-mock the main line for it yesterday, the discipline of the no-hand rule, working people mocking a principle that costs them. And here was a finding, signed Anchorage, boasting of crossing exactly that line. They've broken their own first rule, he said. Their splinter has, Imith said, if they did it at all. The main line's rule is the main line's. A cell that signs the reach undone is not signing the Bergen Charter. She set her hands flat. The ledger does not distinguish. It will say Anchorage to everyone who reads it. By tonight, every board in this town will say Anchorage too. The boards already did. Down on the concourse, Cross knew without looking, the public board had recovered its loop, and the 3 large words were no longer a warning, they were a verdict. Geneva's order came in 50 minutes after the breach, over the transport, private and fast, and exactly as inevitable as the dread in Cross's gut had told him it would be. ISV Lodestar is the nearest fleet asset to the Vantor Junction anchor. By authority of Frontier Command, secure the lanes. Support Combine security in identifying and apprehending the cell responsible. Restore and protect threading operations. The Frontier's confidence in the reach depends on a swift and visible response. Ackerman read it off her board in the flat voice she kept for things she had opinions about and was saving them. Swift and visible, she said. That's 2 of the words I distrust most in one sentence. It's the right order, Cross said, and heard himself say it, and watched Ackerman not write anything down, which from the XO was its own kind of comment. He pressed 2 fingers to the rail and tapped, once. 11 dead, at least. 4 in a tender folded into a wall. A vein breached on the busiest crossing on the frontier, an assigned claim on the public record. Whoever did this put a hand on a structure with people inside it. That's not a protest. That's the thing the order is for. It's the right order to give, Ackerman said. I'll grant you that. I'm less sure it's the right order to enjoy giving, and I'm watching a board that hasn't said who yet. The claim's not proof. We've got a cell mark and 18 minutes. Then we find the proof. He turned from her, not sharply. Imeth, raise the Lantern Security Command. Tell them the Lodestar is at their disposal under Frontier Command Authority, and I want to speak to whoever's running their response on a working channel, now. He kept his hand on the rail. Not a delegation, whoever's actually holding it together over there. They are already calling us, Imeth said. A pause, the smallest tilt of her head. Their security warden. He asks for you by name and rank. He says... She repeated it precisely, without color. He says he would rather meet a captain who saves barges than wait for one Geneva sends to be visible at him. His words. That landed somewhere under Cross's ribs. It was the kind of thing he might have said. Put him through. The man who came up on the channel had a frontier voice, clipped, level, unhurried even now. The register of someone who had done a great deal of difficult arithmetic and intended to share the conclusions rather than the working. No anger in it, no performance. A tired competence that Cross recognized the way you recognize your own handwriting in a stranger's note. Captain Cross, Ivor Halson, Security Warden, the Lantern. A breath, half a beat of static. Thank you for coming up fast. I've 11 dead, and a vein I can't trust, and a hold my array people are keeping alive on nerve, and I've a town downstairs that watched it happen through the glass. I'll not waste your time telling you it's bad. You saw it. I saw it, Warden. I'm sorry for your dead. So am I. I knew 4 of them. Howson said it plainly, set it down, moved on. Here's where we are. You've Geneva's order, and I've my own, and they say the same thing in different accents. Secure the lanes, take the cell, get the door open before the far side starves. I'd as soon we do it as colleagues, because the alternative is 2 chains of command tripping each other on a station that can't take the weight today. Agreed. Good. Then I'll be straight with you, Captain, because I think you're a man who'd rather have it straight. Howson's voice did not rise. It never once rose, through any of it. The people who did this are Anchorage. There's a claim on the ledger in their own hand. You'll have read it. I know how the main line's going to play it. Not us, it's a splinter, we abhor violence. And maybe that's even true, as far as it goes. But I'll tell you what's also true, and you can check every word of it against the record before you act on a syllable. They put a hand on the hall. 11 of my people are dead because a movement that spent years telling this town it would never do the one thing decided one of its number got to do it anyway. The town heard the difference between mainline and splinter no better than you or I might. The town's burying the difference with the dead. A pause, and the first thing in his voice that was not quite level, not anger, something older and more tired. I have family on the far side of this crossing, Captain. If this lane shuts, I don't get them back. So you'll forgive me if I want the people who put a hand on it found and found fast. And I don't much care this morning which anchorage they pray in. It was, Cross thought, an entirely reasonable thing to want, and that was the trouble with it. He stood at his rail with 11 dead on the record, and a man on the channel who had just told him the truth, most of it, the load-bearing part of it, in a voice with no villainy in it at all, and he found that he agreed with nearly every word, and that the agreeing sat in him like something swallowed wrong. I'll need your evidence and your access, Cross said, all of it, and on a channel I can audit. If we take a cell, we take it on what they did, not on what a board downstairs has decided. I'll run the security operation under Frontier Command Authority with your people, and I'll keep you in every room I'm in. But the finding I put on that record at the end of it is going to be true, whatever it costs, whoever it costs.
I'd not have it otherwise. If Halsin heard the edge in it, he gave no sign. A true finding's all I've ever wanted on this crossing, Captain. You'll find I want it more than most. A short silence, the working channel breathing. Come across when your ship's secure. I'll have it laid out for you, what we have, what we don't, and where I think the hand that did it went. The sooner we close it, the sooner the door opens, and there are families in that queue who've been holding for an hour wondering if they go home today. A beat. Halsin, out. The channel clicked dead. Cross stood at the rail a moment longer. On the forward display, the lantern held its wounded door open across half a light-year, the lit corridor burning low and ugly where it had once burned bright. Vane 6 leaning gray and dead out of its alignment, with the debris still drifting off it in a haze that caught the corridor light and threw it back. The status board stood up beside it in red along the bottom, hold shaky, windows narrowed and waved off, margin gone. A hand had been laid on the hull, and 100 colonies worth of people waited in the dark to learn whether the door would open before the far side starved, and a man with no villainy in his voice had just asked Cross to help him keep the lights on. "Ackerman, you have the bridge. I'm going across." He came off the rail. "Imeth, get me everything we logged from the moment that vane went. Every band, the ledger timestamps, the debris vectors, all of it, before Halsin's people have a chance to be helpful with it." He paused at the head of the stair. "And flag the tender, the one that folded wrong. I want her name on our record by the time I'm back, and her people's, off her own manifest, not off anyone's bulletin. Somebody on a far-side world is going to want to know how their families died, and I'd rather it came from us than from aboard downstairs." "Aye, Captain." From Ackerman it came in the 3rd register of noted, the one that meant she'd be saying some of this again, later, when it mattered. Then he went down to find the warden, the good order in his ear and the bad feeling under his ribs, the fist the center had sent, and the man who didn't love being it, and behind him, through the forward glass, the lantern guttered on, holding the door against the hand that had been laid upon it. Chapter 4. Who Bleeds? The first one through the hatch was a child, and she was not on the manifest of the dead, and that was the only good news the morning had. Nadya Petrov took the girl off the litter herself, 6, maybe 7, soot in the creases of her neck, and her left arm splinted by some unqualified hand on the dock with a strip of cargo strap and a length of conduit, and laid her on the second rack, and said, to the rack and to the girl and to the hard place she kept where other people kept feelings, not this one. The arm was a clean break under the filth. The girl was breathing. The girl was, in the brutal arithmetic of the next 4 hours, the easiest patient she would see, and Petrov knew it, and held the girl's good hand for the 2 seconds it cost to put a child's face onto the day before she let the wall come down all the way, and the wall did the rest. "Triage on the deck, not in the doorway," she said to the bay at large, in the flat carrying register that her people had learned meant "the wall is up, follow it." "Reds to me, yellows to Achabe, greens against the far bulkhead, and somebody count them out loud every 10 minutes so they know they haven't been left. Anyone who walked in here, you can wait, and I will tell you that to your face so you stop apologizing for being alive." They came in waves, the way blast casualties come, the ambulant first, on their own feet, dazed and wrong and full of apology. Then the litters, then last and worst, the ones the dock crews had triaged as not worth the rush and been wrong about.
The Lantern's own infirmary had filled in the first 20 minutes. Lanehead's clinic had filled in the first hour. After that, the wounded came up to the ships, to the Lodestar and the Vrogny, and a combine cutter whose surgeon Petrov had never met and now would never forget. 3 medical bays splitting a node's worth of bodies between them because a vein had opened and the people who had been standing near it had not. Petrov worked. There is a country a doctor goes to in the first hour of a mass casualty, and it has no weather and no clocks and no names, only wounds in a queue and a pair of hands and the next decision. And Petrov had been going there for 30 years and could find it now like a familiar road in the dark. She found it. She stayed in it. A crush injury that had gone too long without a tourniquet and would cost the man his foot whatever she did. So she spent 90 seconds on it instead of 9 minutes and moved on. And that was a door closing on a stranger's life, and she closed it cleanly because closing it slowly would have closed 2 more. A scalp wound that bled like the end of the world and meant nothing. A woman who would not let go of a coat, just a coat, a man's coat, who was not bleeding from anywhere Petrov could find and was the most badly hurt person in the bay. By the 3rd hour, the queue at last had a bottom to it, and the bay stopped being a country and became a room again, and the room was full. Achebe, the duty orderly, 26 and 3 months aboard, and steadier today than Petrov had any right to expect, was working the yellow rank with the careful overcorrection of the young, double-checking dressings that were fine. Petrov let him. The double-checking was where he was keeping his hands so the rest of him would hold, and she knew the trick because she had taught it to herself in a colony shortfall ward at his age, and a person was allowed their trick on a day like this. Then the cases came in that did not fit the blast. The first was a Saltire bargeman, far side registry, brought up not bleeding, but gray, with a heart that could not decide on a rhythm, and a story that made no sense. He'd been nowhere near the vein. He'd been threading. His barge had taken a rough window 2 days back, a window that shut early and shut hard, and he'd felt fine. And then this morning he'd felt like this. Petrov put him on the monitor and watched the trace stagger and thought, that is not a blast and that is not a heart attack, and I have seen the shape of that before. She had. Not often. On the deep cold routes, the marginal junctions, the lanes the certified charts called passable, with caution, a transit that went wrong in a way no instrument logged, and 3 days later, a passenger whose body simply could not get its house in order, the heart wandering, the gut shutting, a deep wrong tiredness that the textbook she'd trained on did not have a chapter for, and the old spacers had a name for, which was cold lane sick. Not a diagnosis, just the only word she had. 2 more came in behind him by noon, a Saltire grandmother off the same barge, a pilgrim who'd threaded a bad window on a different ship entirely, and walked into the Lantern's clinic 3 hours ago, complaining of nothing she could name, and was now on her side, vomiting, with eyes that didn't track. Doctor, Achebe, low at her shoulder. These 3 aren't blast. No, Petrov said, they're not. Then what? They threaded rough windows in the last few days. She watched the grandmother's trace, the same stagger, the same wrong shape. And then they got sick. That's all I know, and I'm not writing more than I know on a day people are going to read these charts looking for someone to hang. She straightened. Log them as post-transit syndrome, etiology unestablished, not cold lane. Nobody hangs a colony for a tired doctor's word. Cross came down at 1:30 and brought the rest of the ship with him, whether he meant to or not. The bay straightened a fraction when the hatch cycled, as it always did, the captain's warmth arriving a half second before the captain. Petrov clocked it and did not love it today, and would have said so if asked. Cross went along the racks in his usual manner. He learned that the splinted girl was called Mira, and that her grandfather flew the Saltire barge, and that her arm hurt, and he was very gentle about all three, and the bay warmed at it, and Petrov watched him and thought, he's looking for someone he can save by being kind to them, and he is not going to find that person in here today, and he is going to keep looking because it's the only door he's got. Petrov let him reach the end of the row before she put a hand flat on the counter. Not a touch, a flag, the gesture her people knew meant with me, now, off to the side. And Cross came, because 30 years of age and one untidable morning gave her that. "How bad?" he said. 11 dead by the time it got to me, 4 more since, and I'll lose 2 of the 4 whatever I do. She gave it to him level and whole, no rounding, because rounding was for people who could not stand the weight, and Cross could stand the weight. It was the one part of the man that never bent. Crush, blast, urns, one drowning, a coolant flood in the lower gantry. She went down in it before anyone reached her. The dock crews did the splinting, and the splinting saved lives, and also broke 2 arms that didn't need breaking, which is what dock crews and cargo strap do, and which is not a complaint. She breathed. And I've got 3 who aren't from the blast at all, and they're the ones keeping me up. Petrov told him about the rough windows. She watched him not understand, and then watched him understand the part that mattered, which was that whatever had opened the vein and killed 11 people might not be separate from whatever was making windows shut early all over the corridor, and that both were now standing in her bay, wearing a Saltire grandmother's failing heart. "Dogata will want to hear that," Cross said. "Then send him. I've charts." Petrov looked past him, down the bay, to where a woman sat very straight on the end of rack 7, with her hands open on her knees and nothing in them. "You've got a problem, Captain, and it isn't medical, and it's sitting on rack 7. Cross followed her look. "Who is she?"
Her name's Wynne. She came up with the woman who had the coat. The coat was her husband's. The husband was a vein tech, second shift. He had 30 seconds warning, and he used it getting 2 apprentices clear of the gantry, and then the gantry came down. She said it flat, the whole of it, because the woman had earned every word said straight. "She's sedated. Wynne's not hurt. She won't leave, and she won't be useful to leave, and in about a minute she's going to ask you a question, and I'd think hard before you answer it the easy way." The woman on rack 7 looked up when the captain stopped in front of her, and her eyes went over the uniform, the rank, the warmth banked behind the captain's level care, and something in her face did what Petrov had been waiting for, what grief does when it finds, at last, someone official enough to aim at. "You're off the warship," Wynne said. "The one that's running the sweep. They sealed the transit. My sister-in-law's on the far side with 2 kids, and they sealed the transit this morning. So nobody's coming and nobody's going. And you've got men in the corridors with guns checking whether the people who just got bombed are the bombers." Her voice didn't rise. That was the terrible part. Petrov had heard 1,000 griefs, and the quiet ones were the ones you remembered. "They held the families. You know that? The Node families. They came up to identify the dead, and your people held them for questioning. Held us. I sat in a corridor for 2 hours next to a woman whose son is in your morgue, answering questions about the Anchorage, because somebody decided this morning that the people who bleed and the people who did the bleeding are the same people." "They're not," Cross said, "and I'm sorry you sat in that corridor. That I can fix, and I will." "Can you fix the bulletin?" Wynne's hand moved, not far, a small, flat gesture at the air, at the whole air of the morning.
I watched it before they brought us up. Anchorage terror at the Vantor crossing. 11 confirmed dead. Security forces respond. 11 confirmed dead, all neat, like a tally at the close of a market. I was there. It wasn't neat. There's nothing about it that's neat. Her jaw worked. And they had a number and a name to blame inside the hour. You want to tell me how the truth got dressed that fast on a morning like this one? Cross didn't answer straight away, and Petrov, 3 feet off with a chart she wasn't reading, gave him that much, that he heard it, that the question landed somewhere it would stay. She had seen the bulletin too. She had seen a great many bulletins in 30 years after a great many bad mornings, and not one of the true ones had ever been that tidy that fast. The tidiness was the tell. Someone had made it tidy, the way you make a wound look clean before a photograph, and a part of her that was not a doctor at all noted it and set it aside to think about later, when later existed. I'm not going to pretend the bulletin's the whole story, which was, Petrov thought, both true and the most careful sentence she had heard him build in a year. I don't write the bulletins, but I'm not going to insult you by telling you I know who did this, because I don't, and the people who say they do said it too fast. He crouched, so Wynne wasn't looking up at a uniform. Tell me your brother's name. I'll see he's named right. Not 11 confirmed. Named. And Wynne told him, and her voice broke on the saying of it, where it had not broken on any of the anger. And Petrov turned away and gave the two of them the small mercy of her back, because there are things a doctor should not be in the room for, even when she is in the room. Cross found her at the corner desk after, where she'd retreated to do what the day still demanded of her, which was the forms. You wanted to say something to me about the bulletin, he said, earlier. You bit it off. I bit it off because the bay was full. Petrov sat down the stylus. The desk had 4 committed records on it already, and 11 to go, and she did not want to look at his face while she said this, so she looked at the records, which was honest, because the records were the argument. Sit or don't, but you're standing in my light. Cross sat. The captain knew the grammar of her corner desk as well as he knew the rail of his chair, and he came down onto the stool with the stillness she'd taught him to bring there, and waited. You're going to want a word, Petrov said, by tonight, probably. Tomorrow at the latest, when Geneva and the Combine and your own tired good heart have all had a go at you. You're going to want a word for the people who opened that vein. And the word that's on offer is terrorist, and it's a good word, Captain. It's a clean word. It does a lot of work. It tells you who's a person and who isn't. And it tells you the people in this bay are the first kind, and the people who did this are the second kind. And it lets you run a sweep through a town full of grieving families with your conscience intact because you're hunting the second kind. She looked up at last. I'm telling you now, before you need it, that you don't get to have it, not from me, not on a chart I sign. 11 people are dead, Nadia. 11 people are dead, and I've had 9 of them on this table, and I'm telling you that the bomber and the bombed bleed exactly the same. She said it without heat, because heat was for people who weren't sure. I've had bodies all morning, and not one of them sorted itself into a category for me. The vein tech, who got 2 apprentices clear, he bled out of a torn femoral, same as a man I treated for the same wound in a block skirmish 2 years ago, who'd have happily put a charge on this very station. Same artery, same color, same 30 seconds either way. The body does not know what cause it died for, and it does not care. And the morgue does not care, and I have stopped being able to afford to care either, which is the only thing that lets me do this work. She tapped the records, once. The minute you let yourself believe some people bleed differently, you've started a sweep, Captain, and the sweep finds people in this bay before it finds whoever opened that vein. It already has. Wynne sat in a corridor for 2 hours this morning to prove my point. Cross was quiet. He had a way of being quiet that was its own kind of talking, the listening pulled forward into the silence, and she let it work because she'd said the thing she'd called him here to say, and the rest was his. "They were trying to stop something," he said, at last, slowly, like a man saying something he hasn't decided whether to believe. "That's what your 3 rough window patients are. That's what the windows shutting early are, aren't they? The ones who opened that vein, some of them think they're stopping a worse thing." "I don't know what they think," Petrov picked the stylus back up. "I'm a doctor, not a confessor. I get the bodies, not the reasons. What I know is what's on these racks. I know 11 people are dead, and 3 more are sick from something the charts don't have a name for. And I know that the cleaner the story gets told upstairs, the further it's going to get from anything I've actually seen with my hands." She bent back to the form. "And I know that if you let them give you terrorist, like a coat against the cold, you'll be warm for about a week, and then you'll be the kind of captain who runs the sweep all the way to the bottom and tells himself the bodies sorted themselves. I've buried that captain. I'd rather not bury this one. Go and be useful somewhere. Delgado's the one who needs the rough window charts, and there's a girl on rack 2 whose grandfather flies a barge, and you're good with the ones you can still help. Go and help one." Cross went. He stopped at rack 2 on the way out, as she'd known he would, and she heard the girl's voice lift at something he said, and the small, clean sound of a child laughing through a splinted arm, which was, by the day's measure, a miracle. And Petrov let herself have it for exactly as long as it lasted, and not 1 second longer. Then she went back down the road to face what the morning had really left her with. The grandmother's trace had steadied, not well, but steadier, the wandering heart finding a rhythm it could hold for now. The pilgrim was awake and frightened and asking over and over what was wrong with her, and Petrov sat on the stool by her rack and said the true thing, which was, "I don't fully know yet, and I'm not going to lie and tell you I do, and here's what we're going to do anyway," and watched the woman take more comfort from the honesty than she'd have taken from a comfortable lie once she'd been trusted with the weight. 3 of them. 3 bodies that hadn't been anywhere near the blast, carrying a sickness off 3 different rough windows on 3 different ships, and a corridor full of windows shutting early, and a bulletin upstairs that had a number and a name inside the hour, and not 1 word about any of it. Petrov was not a science officer and did not want Delgado's job, and would hand him the charts gladly. But she had spent the morning with her hands inside the consequences of something that did not fit the story being told about it, and she had learned, in shortfall wards, in skirmish bays, across 30 years of being handed the cost of other people's certainties, to mistrust a story that arrived too clean before the bodies had stopped coming. Petrov committed the grandmother's record. Post-transit syndrome. Etiology unestablished. She would not write more than she knew. She had signed a fiction into a death record once, on another bad morning, a year ago, to be kind to a man who'd had no doctor in his last hour, and she had decided then what she'd decide again now, that if a fiction had to stand in a permanent record, she'd choose it herself, and she'd make it the smallest one the truth would allow. The smallest one the truth would allow. That was the whole of her medicine on a morning like this. It would have to be enough, because the morning was still going, and the racks were still full, and somewhere upstairs a tidy word was being handed around like a coat, and down here the bomber and the bombed lay in the same amber light, and bled, when they bled, the same color. And there was no one else in the bay whose job it was to say so. Petrov rolled her shoulders against the ache and pressed both thumbs into the muscle above her hips until it quieted,
and went on down the row.
Chapter 5. The Sweep. Lanehead had two faces, and Cross had only ever seen the bright one until this week. The bright one was the market galleries, the cold lane shrines with their ribbons going gray at the edges, the pilgrim hostels and the repair gang's loud bays, and the long curved concourse where every dialect on the frontier haggled over the same grade of printer feed. That Lanehead was a fairground with a cathedral at its heart, and on a good day, a man could walk it for an hour and come out happier than he went in. The other face was the one the sweep made. It started where the birthing arms branched off the concourse, and it was made of doors that did not open. 3 days into the crackdown, the contractors had sealed 40 berths down the lower arms, sealed them with bright orange override clamps and a printed notice, and at the larger ones, a pair of combine security in soft armor standing the kind of relaxed alert that told everyone walking past exactly who owned the corridor now. The bulletins called them clamps for the safety of the traveling public. The travelers called them what they were. A grain hauler's crew, locked out of their own berth on a 48-hour hold, sat against the wall opposite their door with their kit bags between their knees and watched Cross go by with the flat patience of people who had learned that being looked at was its own small tax. Cross walked the line because Ackerman had told him not to. "You don't need to be down here," the XO had said that morning in the wardroom over the kind of coffee that meant she'd come to say something she'd thought about. "Howson's running the sweep. We're the visible hand, not the hand. You can run the visible part from the chair and let the warden's people put the orange on the doors." And then I'd be a man who ordered a thing he wouldn't watch. "You'd be a captain who delegated," Ackerman had said, and squared the corner of her slate against the table edge, which was how Cross knew she'd already lost the argument and intended to log that she'd had it. "Geneva sent us here to be seen securing the lane. They did not send us here to make you feel the weight of it personally. The weight is not the assignment." "The weight is always the assignment," Cross had said, and meant it the way his mother would have meant it, and had finished his coffee standing up. So he walked the line. 2 of the Lodestar's own, Ackerman's pick, Petty Officer Reyes, and a junior rating whose name Cross had learned on his first week aboard, and used now because using it was the cheapest decent thing he had left, kept a polite 3 paces back, and Halson's contractors ran the actual work, and Cross went door to door behind them, being the face of it. A captain in Iska FC dress grays, warm and known and there, so that when the grain hauler's master came off the wall to ask him in 3 sentences of furious frontier Norwegian how long exactly his people were to sleep on a deck plate for a bomb they hadn't set, there was someone to ask. Cross had Imith's relay in his ear and answered in his own voice, slow, no hedging. 48 hours. He was sorry. He would carry the master's name up the line himself, and he meant it. The master had looked at him a long beat, decided he was telling the truth and that the truth was worthless, and gone back to the wall. That was the job now, being the truthful face of a worthless answer. "Captain," Imith, in his ear, level as a spirit bubble. "Berth 14 lower. The warden would like you to see this one before his people open it." Berth 14 lower was at the bottom of the deepest arm, where the concourse light gave out and the working lamps took over, and the cold came up through the deck at the edges of a station that spent its heat where the people were. Halson was waiting for him outside the sealed door with a slate in one hand and the unhurried stillness of a man who had been doing this since before Cross's grandmother was born. Cross had met Ivor Halson across a table on the worst night of the week and across a corridor twice since, and had not yet decided whether he liked him, which was itself a kind of answer. Halson was perhaps 60, frontier-weathered, gray at the temples, and clipped everywhere a man could be clipped, beard, words, gestures. He did not perform authority, he simply had it, the way a load-bearing wall has it, and he spent it carefully, in costs and consequences, never in volume. Captain Cross. Halson turned the slate so they could both read it, a courtesy that was also a leash. You've been walking the upper arms. Good. People should see a clean uniform among the orange. A dry flick of the eyes. Mine aren't clean. They're contractors. You're the Navy. It matters which one knocks. It shouldn't. No, Halson agreed, without heat. It shouldn't. A great many things shouldn't, and the lane stays open anyway, and that is the whole of frontier government in one sentence. He tipped the slate. Now, here is why I wanted your eyes before the clamp comes off. On the slate was a hull, not a registry photograph, a working scan, 3 days old, taken by a customs drone on a routine pass before any of them had known to care. A small ship, perhaps a third again the size of the Lodestar's launch, sitting in 14 Lower's cradle with her berthing umbilicals run and her running lights dark. And she was wrong in the particular way Cross had been taught to recognize on his first patrol, and had not, in his comfortable Golden Age career, ever actually seen in the flesh. The ship was a patchwork. The main hull was an old commercial tender, decades out of class, the kind a colony co-op flew until it fell apart. But the drive section had come off something else, welded on at an angle a yard would never have signed. The sensor mast was newer than the rest by a generation and bolted to a cradle clearly built for a different mast. One whole quarter of the plating was a mismatch, scavenged, painted over in a gray that didn't quite match the gray beside it. Even the registry transponder was wrong. Not absent, which would have been a flag, but too clean, a fresh identity riding old metal. Cross had read the briefings on these for 15 years and put them out of his mind, always, under the heading, somebody else's problem, somewhere else. That's a patchwork hull, Cross said. That is a patchwork hull, Halson said. And there was something underneath the dryness now, something a degree colder. Bought through a co-op that doesn't fly anymore, registered out of a port that burned its records, repapered twice on the way here under names that each belonged to a real ship somewhere else. My people pulled the transponder log an hour ago. She's been 3 different vessels since she left the Combine Theater. That's not a smuggler being careful. That's the anchorage being the anchorage. The word sat in the cold air between them, and Cross watched what it did to the corridor. 2 of Halson's contractors had drifted closer to here. One of the Lodestar's ratings had gone a degree stiffer. The anchorage had stopped being, this week, the dry institutional noun it had been Cross's whole career. The manageable nuisance, the pamphlet people, the blockade you logged and worked around. 3 days ago, a vein had been breached under load and people had died for it. And now the word had a body, a weight, a hull you sealed behind orange clamps and stood guard over. He could feel the speed of that change and did not entirely trust it. You're confident she's the cell? Cross said. I'm confident she's theirs, Halson said. The cell, that's the boardings question, not the clamps. What I have is this hull in my crossing, 3 days after a bomb, papered like a fugitive, sitting dark with her crew not answering hails. What I have is enough to open the door. He let that stand a moment. What I'd like, Captain, is the Navy's hand on the latch when it opens. Not because I need you, because a Geneva uniform doing it means Geneva owns an after. And right now, I would very much like the lane security to be everyone's problem, and not only the Combine's. There it was, the arithmetic, laid out clean. Cross had argued for the system 3 days running and had not once heard a man defend it this plainly. Let it be everyone's problem. He found uncomfortably that he could not fault the logic, and that the inability to fault it was starting to be a pattern. And the bulletins, the ones running every hour. Anchorage terror. Your wording? A flicker. Not guilt. Cross would have known guilt. Something more like a craftsman being asked about his joinery. My divisions. Why? 3 days ago, a vein breached and people died for it. That's true, and it's a crime, and I'll help you find who did it. Cross kept his voice level, kept it warm. Warmth was the tool he had, and the corridor was listening. Anchorage terror on every screen turns the grain hauler's master back there into a suspect because he keeps a charter pamphlet in his kit. I walked past 4 sealed berths this morning that aren't anybody's cell. There's somebody's livelihood with the wrong reading material aboard. Yes, Halson said. Just that. Flat. And it stopped Cross more than an argument would have. The wording is wide because wide is what moves people. And right now I need people moved. I need the lane secured, and I need it secured fast before the next vein goes. And a precise bulletin does not clear a concourse. He turned the slate dark. You think I don't know the cost of the wide word? I have known it longer than you've worn that uniform. I'm telling you I've decided to pay it, and you, Captain, are about to help me, because the alternative is a second bomb and a corridor full of people too comfortable to clear out of its way. Halson said it without sneer, without appetite, a man reporting a sum he'd checked twice, and Cross stood in the cold at the bottom of the deepest arm and understood, with a small private lurch, that he was being shown not an opponent, but a mirror at a lower temperature. The same engine that ran in his own chest, the further good justifies the present cost, turned down a few degrees and pointed at a concourse instead of a frontier. Open it, and I'll stand the latch, but the bulletin's narrow tomorrow, Warden. Or I send Geneva my own finding on the wording, and you don't want a Geneva finding on your wording. No, Halson said, almost warmly, I don't. There's the Navy I asked for. And he flicked the slate back to life. But not today. Today, the door. There was a complication, and it walked up the arm in a combine flight jacket and made Cross glad, against his better judgment, to see it. Cross. Captain Lena Marchetti came down 14 lowers approach like the deck owed her an apology, fast, square-shouldered, a frontier captain who'd earned every gray hair the hard way and resented each one personally. They had stood at a gallery rail together on the worst night of last year, and she had said 3 sentences that Cross still heard at 4 in the morning. He had not expected her here, and that told him something on its own. Captain Marchetti. He met her short of the sealed door, where Halson's people couldn't quite hear and his own couldn't quite not. I didn't have you on the sweep. Marchetti put her back to the orange clamp, and her voice came down low, frontier flat, for him. Halson's block runs the sweep. I'm a courier captain who happens to be in port, and I happen to be standing here, and that's the most you'll get on the record. Off the record. I came down to look at that haul before your people gut it, because I want to be able to say later that I looked. Say it to who? To myself, mostly. The honesty in it was sudden and unhappy. Cross, I've flown this block 20 years. I believe in the lane being ours. Frontier run, not Geneva's ward. I believe it the way you believe in your whole shining road. And 3 days ago, I'd have stood at 14 lower and watched you open it and felt nothing but the safety of it. She nodded down the arm, at the sealed doors, at the grain hauler's family on the deck plate 2 arms up. And now I'm down here counting the doors. 40 berths sealed. Maybe one's a cell. I keep doing the sum, and the sum keeps coming out ugly. And the worst part, her jaw worked. The worst part is I can hear myself doing exactly what Halson does, telling myself the wide net's the price.
I came down to see whether looking at it up close would make it stop sounding reasonable." "Did it?" "No," Marchetti said. "It sounds more reasonable up close. That's what frightens me." She pushed off the clamp. "I'm not here, Cross, but when you open that door, open it knowing one of your own block came down to look first and couldn't make the doors mean what the bulletins say. File that wherever you file the things you can't use." Cross looked at her, at a woman, watching the militarization of her own faith from the inside and finding she could not unsee it, and recognized the precise shape of it, because it was beginning, very quietly, to happen to him. "I'll keep it," he said. And then, plainer, one captain to another at the bottom of a cold arm. "You're not the only one counting doors, Captain, for whatever that's worth this week."
Marchetti held his eyes a moment, took whatever she had come for, and went back up the arm without another word. The hard part came at the door itself, and it came, as the hard parts always did now, in the form of a stamp. Imeth had the operations relay open from the Lodestar, and her voice arrived in Cross's ear with the particular flatness he had learned to read as alarm. "Captain, before the Warden's people break 14 Lower's seal, there is a flag on the manifest you should hear from me and not from him. Go. The patchwork hull is carrying a person under a null safe conduct." Cross turned his back to Halson and the contractors and walked 3 paces into the cold, where the working lamps gave out, so the conversation could be his alone. "Say it again." "A safe conduct, issued by Seventh, the null delegate to the Reach Accord, in the name of a mainline Anchorage observer traveling to the talks. It is not a transit clearance, Captain. It is not a local document Halson can void with a stamp, though he has tried. There is a combine override riding on the manifest, 3 hours old, voiding their local berthing. The safe conduct sits under the override, and the override cannot touch it. They are 2 different kinds of paper." A held beat, the small silence she put before the thing that mattered. "Among my people, a safe conduct given for an accord is not a convenience. It is a promise made body to body. To void it, to seal it behind an orange clamp and break the door it sits behind, is not local security, Captain. It is a thing done to the null, not to the anchorage. Seventh will read it as it is meant, whether or not the Warden means it." The cold came up through Cross's boots. He looked back at the sealed door, at Halson waiting beside it, with the patient stillness of a man who knew the value of letting another man arrive at a hard thing himself. "He knows," Cross said. "Halson, he knows there's a null safe conduct behind that door, and he's voided the local clearance over the top of it, and he wants the Navy's hand on the latch, so that when the safe conduct turns out to mean something, it's Geneva's hand that broke it, and not the Combine's. That is also my reading, yes." Cross stood very still in the dark at the bottom of the arm, and turned it over, the whole ugly shape of it. A patchwork hull, almost certainly the Anchorage's, sitting dark 3 days after a bomb that had killed people he had stood among, a crackdown he had argued the necessity of and was now the face of, sealing 40 doors to find one, a Warden whose logic he could not fault and was beginning to share, a Combine captain counting doors from inside her own faith, and behind one orange clamp, a mainline observer traveling to a peace talk under a promise the null did not make twice, a promise Halson had quietly arranged for Cross to be the one to break. If the observer on that hull was part of the cell, the safe conduct was a shield for a bomber, and Cross would tear it down himself. If the observer was a delegate doing the disciplined illegal thing the mainline did, no hand on the hull, blockade and publish and refuse and never breach, then opening that door tore a hole in the accord before it had drawn a breath, and did it in Geneva's name, and did it with Cross's hand on the latch. Cross could not tell which from out here. There was no reading the door from the cold side of it. The only way to learn what the safe conduct shielded was to break the safe conduct, and breaking it was the act that could not be unmade either way. "Imeth," he said, "does Sevoth know yet that the safe conduct is behind this clamp?" "Not from me. He will know within the hour regardless. It is his promise. He watches it. The question is only whether he learns it from us, before, or from the wreckage, after." "Then he learns it from us, before." Cross turned and started back toward the working lamps, toward Halsin, toward the door. "Get me Savoth's channel, and don't let the warden hear you doing it. And flag the delegate's name on that manifest against the mainline rolls. I want to know before that clamp comes off whether the person behind it is a charter face or a hand on a hull." "And if there is not time to know before the warden moves," Imeth said. Cross stopped at the edge of the light. Halsin looked up from his slate, patient, certain, the orange clamp glowing between them like held breath. Up the arm, 2 berths along, the grain hauler's master sat against the wall and watched the captain, in the clean uniform, decide what the clean uniform was for. And somewhere on the Lodestar's forward board, Cross knew without seeing it, the status he flew by was degraded but legible. Hold, steady, the door still a door. Window narrowed since the breach, the slots tighter than they'd been on the bright morning he'd lent a barge a shoulder. Margin down to amber and dropping, the slack going out of everything, the corridor and the crackdown and the man at the bottom of the arm alike. "Then I open it anyway, because that's the order, and I'm the one who has to wear what's behind it." He heard his mother in it and did not flinch from her. "Warden, bring your team up. We're boarding her." Halsin smiled very slightly, the smile of a man whose sum had come out exactly as he'd reckoned it, and lifted his hand to the clamp. Chapter 6. The Boarding Goes Sideways. The patchwork hull came up under the Lodestar's lamps, a piece at a time, a junkyard coming up out of a torch beam, and Salazar read it the way a mechanic reads a wreck, by the seams. The patchwork hull had been 3 ships once, maybe 4. A commercial freighter's spine by the line of her, a different yard's cargo ring welded to it forward, the welds proud and unground, a drive section off something military and old, mismatched to everything around it, and the only part of her with any pride left. Somebody had painted out a registry on her flank, and somebody else had painted a new one over the painting out, and the new one was peeling, and under both of them you could still read the ghost of a third. She wore 3 names like a man wears 3 coats, and Salazar, hanging the cruiser 200 meters off her in the dark, between Lanehead and the lantern's outer marker, found he could not make himself hate her. "That's a lot of ship to call a terror cell," he said, to nobody, because the boarding party were already in the lock, and the bridge feed was quiet behind him. "Lieutenant?" Ackerman, from the contingency board, dry as a closed file. "She's drifting power down. No drive signature, no weapons trace, navigation lights dark. She is broadcasting one thing on the legacy band on a loop. Their charter, the whole of it. Somebody set it running and walked away from the board." That was the part that snagged him, not the welds, the board left running. A ship that didn't mean to shoot, broadcasting the rules she lived by into a dark nobody was listening in, while a Geneva cruiser came to take her apart. Cross's voice came down the channel from the Lodestar's lock, where the captain had gone to stand because he would not send people through a hatch he wasn't standing behind. "Salazar, you've got the eyes. Talk to me about her." "She's not hunting, Captain.
I pulled the whole plot tight, ran it stem to stern. She's parked, she's playing dead and not even doing it well. She's left her own lights off, but she's screaming her pamphlet on the open band, which is a thing you do when you want to be found and you want it on the record who found you. Whoever's left aboard wants a witness more than they want a fight. He hesitated, because the next thing was a feeling, and the captain had taught him to flag those. Or she's a bait, and they want us through that lock thinking exactly what I just said. Noted both, Cross said. We go slow. Halsin's people wanted to do this with a breaching charge and a flash. I told them we'd do it with a hand on the hatch. Petrov standing by for whatever's inside. Take us in.
Slow was the ugly way, and Salazar knew it, and that was the whole problem. Salazar had spent his life being the fast answer. Get under the barge, lend it a shoulder, grease the landing, out before anybody clocked you'd been there. That was the flying, and the flying had never once let him down, because the bill on it had never come due. Last year, the bill had started to arrive. Pell did not get thought about on the bridge. It got thought about now, easing the Lodestar in at a walking pace toward a dead hull with people aboard, the slow, careful way that gave a wreck room to go wrong in front of you instead of all at once behind you. And every instinct Salazar owned wanted to be through that lock and back out before the wreck could think. "Mating," said Hartley, on the engineering channel. "Soft as I can make it. Their lock's older than my granddad and twice as stubborn. I'm not forcing it. Lieutenant, tell the captain if I force it, I'll hold their seal, and then we're breathing each other's air whether anybody wants to or not." "Don't force it," Cross said, before Salazar could relay. "We've got time. We've made time. Coax it." The seal took a long minute to take. Salazar held station on it with his hands light, feeling the two hulls find each other through the deck, and on the feed, the boarding party went through in pairs. 4 of Halsin's combine contractors, hard people in good armor with their muzzles down because Cross had made them put them down, and then 2 of the Lodestar's own, and then the captain, last, as he always went. The interior came up on the helmet feeds in a gray-green wash. A working ship's guts, cable runs lashed to the overheads, a galley the size of a cupboard, a wall of bound paper in mesh racks, books, actual books. Somebody had filled a smuggler's locker with literature, and the dry, recycled cold of a hull running on the bare minimum to keep its people alive. Salazar pulled one feed bigger and read the racks like he'd read the welds. The spines had no 2 of them alike. Pamphlets the thickness of a finger, journals with hand-marked colophons. One fat novel read so many times its boards had gone soft and round at the corners. People did not carry libraries on a ship that lived this close to the line. They carried water and air and spares. These ones carried books, and that told him more about who he was boarding than anything Halsin's bulletin had. No barricade, no ambush in the first compartment, or the second. The contractors moved through it in the half-crouch of people who'd been promised a fight and were starting to feel cheated of one. Muzzles down because the captain had made them down, and the deeper in they went, the worse the cheated feeling read on the feed. A hull that didn't shoot back was an accusation. Just the loop playing out of a speaker somewhere, a recorded voice reading the charter into the dark in the patient tone of a person reading to a child who was already asleep. "And we will not lay a hand upon the hull. We will not touch the line underway. We will not buy our argument with another soul's breath, for the breath we spend is the argument." "That's enough of that," one of the contractors said, and put a glove out for the speaker. "Leave it," Cross said. Not loud. The glove came back. Salazar watched it on the feed and felt the slow, ugly method the captain was working, and hated that it was working better than fast would have. They found the cell in the after compartment, 3 of them. It went sideways at the hatch to the drive section, and it went sideways exactly as the captain had feared and the contractors had hoped, which was the part that turned Salazar's stomach later, that two sets of people had walked aboard expecting opposite things, and one set had wanted the trap to be real. The hatch was rigged, not to kill. Hartley said that after, looking at the feed, said it flat and certain. That wasn't a kill charge, that was a door that bites. But rigged. A salvage cutter's seal breaker wired across the frame so that the first hand on the wheel got an arc and a face full of it, and the contractor who put the first hand on the wheel went down hard, with his gloves smoking and his voice gone up an octave inside his helmet, and the after compartment came alive. "Contact!" That was the Lodestar's petty officer. And then the feed was all movement, armor against bulkhead, the white scribble of a torch beam thrown wild, a contractor's muzzle coming up off the deck where Cross had made him keep it. "Down," Cross said, and it was the only loud word he'd spend all boarding, and it landed on his own people and the contractors both. "Muzzles down. Nobody fires in a pressure hull. Nobody fires." Salazar had come half out of the flight chair without deciding to. He couldn't fly any of this. That was the worst of it. Watching on a helmet feed with his hands useless in his lap, 200 meters and a hull seam away from the one skill he had and could not touch. He made himself sit. He made himself read it like a board. 3 of them. Salazar sorted them off the feeds like contacts. Discard the noise, find the line. A decoy floats, a hunter holds. 2 at the back, a man and a woman, both with their hands going up, both shouting the same thing. "We're not armed, we're not armed, look at us." And a third, between them and the door, holding a length of pipe like a man who'd never held a weapon and decided to start now. His back to the drive section, his whole body strung between run and swing and finding neither. The contractor who'd been burned was still down in the corner of the wide feed, dragging air, a shipmate hauling him by the harness back toward the lock and the doctor. And the noise of it, the burned man's breath, the woman's, "We're not armed," the loop reading the charter through all of it, "The breath we spend," is the argument, filled the compartment to the overheads. Salazar had been in louder rooms. He had never been in one where every loud thing in it was a person trying not to die or trying to stop a death, and not one of them holding a gun. That third one had wired the hatch. You could see it in him. He had wired the door to bite, and now the door had bitten, and the bite had turned into this, and it had got away from him the same as fast always got away from you, and he had nothing left but the pipe and the doorway and his belief.
"Easy," Cross said, into all of it, and the warmth was on him now. The trick Salazar had watched him work on frightened ensigns and hostile delegations both. "Easy. I'm Daniel Cross. I command that ship. The man your door hurt is going to be fine. Doctor, that true?" "It's true," Petrov from the Lodestar's mid-bay on the open channel, flat as a table. "Burn, not a breach. Send him to me and stop letting the rest of them point things at each other." "You heard her." Cross hadn't moved toward the man with the pipe and hadn't moved back. "Nobody here is going to shoot you. I made them put the guns down before we came through your hatch. You can see they're down. Look at them. They're down. I want the 3 of you on that ship and warm, and I want it to take 5 minutes and cost nobody anything. That's the whole of what I want." "You want him," the woman at the back, her hands still up, her voice cracking on it. "That's Halson's man behind you. That's the Combine. Don't tell me what you want." "I want nobody hurt. After that, we can argue about everything."
It was the man with the pipe who broke.
Salazar saw it coming the way you see a stall coming, the airframe telling you a half-second before the instruments do. The man had been holding himself together on the doorway and the belief and the pipe, 3 struts, and the captain had just kicked the legs out from under the first 2 by being reasonable, by being warm, by being a Geneva officer who'd made the guns go down. The man had walked into this knowing exactly who the enemy was. The enemy was supposed to flash a charge and shoot first and prove the bulletin right. And instead, the enemy was standing in his ruined ship saying, "I want nobody hurt," and meaning it. And there was no strut left to hold against that. "You don't—" The pipe came up an inch and didn't swing. The man's face on the feed was a man's face coming apart. "You don't know what we—" "Listen. Listen to me for 1 minute. Listen." "I'm listening," Cross said. "They're killing it." The words came out of him in a rush now, the pipe forgotten in his fist, his eyes going from Cross to the contractors to the books in the mesh racks as if the racks could back him up. "The lantern. They're pushing her past what she'll take, and the board says she's fine. The board says green, and she's not fine. She's— You seen the windows go. You seen one go that shouldn't. I know you have. Your kind always have. And they file it. They write it down, and they file it, and they push her harder. We didn't—" And there it was, coming up out of him under the pressure the way truth comes up wrong. We didn't do it the way they're telling you we did it. We didn't. It was never meant to take the array down with people on it. That's not what was agreed. That's not what ran—" "Tarrey," the woman at the back, sharp, a warning. The man, Tarrey, didn't hear her or heard her and was past stopping. "We were going to take it quiet, offload when the cradle was empty, just enough to make them look, just enough to make the board read what the lane actually— And somebody changed the—" His voice broke clean across the middle, and what came through the break was smaller and worse. "People weren't supposed to be on it. That's not how it was. I'm not the bad—" "Tarrey," the woman again, and this time grief in it because she'd watched him hand it over, the whole half-told shape of it, into the worst possible room. "You don't get to be the bad guy in your own—" Tarrey said, to Cross, to the contractors, to the books, to nobody, and stopped, because he'd run out of the sentence, and there was nothing on the other side of it but the pipe in his hand and the people he'd half confessed for and the door he'd wired to bite. Nobody in the compartment moved. Nobody picked it up. Nobody told him he was right, and nobody told him he was lying. And Salazar, watching from 200 meters off with his useless hands flat on the dead flight board, understood that this was the captain's slow, ugly method working exactly as designed. You went in soft, and you waited, and the truth came out of people who'd been parrying it too long against too much, sideways, broken, sounding like a lunatic's, and impossible to unhear. "Put the pipe down, Sten," Cross said, and the first name landed soft, an anchor thrown to a man going under. "Put it down. You said it. I heard it. Nobody in this compartment is going to pretend you didn't say it." A breath. "Put it down and come and tell me the rest where it's warm." The pipe came down, not dropped, set against the bulkhead with a care that didn't match anything else about the moment, set like a tool a man means to pick up again and knows he won't. Tarrey's hands came up empty, and he was shaking, and the woman at the back made a sound that wasn't a word, and the contractors moved in with their restraints, and Cross let them, because there was a line between nobody fires and nobody is taken, and the captain had only ever been holding the first one. They brought all 3 across, and the burned contractor, and Petrov had the lock when they came through. Salazar watched it from the bridge feed because he couldn't make himself go down.
The three of them came aboard the Lodestar with their hands bound and their ship dead behind them, and the loop was still playing when the boarding party sealed the Patchwork Hall's hatch. Salazar could hear it cut off mid-line, the recorded voice reading the charter into a dark that had finally got its witness. The breath we spend is the argument. And then nothing, the seal taking it. Salazar took the cruiser off the wreck and put her nose toward Lanehead, gentle as he flew everything now. And he didn't narrate it, and the not narrating had stopped being a discipline somewhere in the last hour and started being just how it was. "Lieutenant?" Cross was back on the bridge channel, the warmth gone out of his voice now the audience had left. Flatter, tireder, a man who'd spent the charm and was counting what it bought. "That was good work. Slow work. I know it's not the kind you like." "It wasn't my kind of work at all, Captain," Salazar said. "I just watched." "You read it. You called the bait question before we went in, and you flagged it as a feeling, which is what I asked you to do." A beat down the channel. "And you told me she wasn't hunting. She wasn't. If we'd gone in the way Howson's people wanted, with a charge and a flash, somebody'd be dead in that compartment now, and the bulletin would be true by morning." Another beat, and the next thing was quieter, and Salazar understood it was the captain working something out in his own ears as much as saying it to him. "He wired that door to bite, Marco, not to kill. He stood there and told me he's not the bad guy, and I can't—" The captain stopped. "Get us to Lanehead. Ackerman, flag Howson, we have his three, and one of his contractors needs his thanks for being slow about it. I'll take the rest." "Aye, Captain," Salazar said. Salazar had flown the Lodestar through worse rooms than that compartment and never once felt what he felt now, which was outflanked. There had been a faster answer aboard that wreck. There was always a faster answer. That was the whole of what he knew. And the fast answer had been the contractor's answer. A charge and a flash, and 3 bodies on the deck, and a true bulletin by morning. And it would have been clean, and it would have been wrong. The slow, ugly way had got them 3 people warm in the hold, and one half-told truth nobody could unhear. He turned that over and didn't like the taste of it, because liking it meant his whole career rested on a hole, and he was not ready to look in the hole yet. So he left the hole where it was, as Petrov left what she wasn't ready to feel, and flew the ship. Forward on the plot, the lantern stood up out of the dark, the cathedral of vanes, the lit throat of the corridor. 1,000 ships threading one bright door, as they had the day the Lodestar arrived, and the day before that, and every day for 20 years. From here it was still the most beautiful working machine he'd ever flown near. The status board stood up clean beside it. Hold, steady. Window, wide. Margin, green. The board saying, "Come ahead," as it always did. Salazar looked at it as Tarrey had looked at the books in the mesh racks, hunting for something to back him up, and it didn't, and he flew on toward the bright door with a man's broken half-sentence sitting in his chest where the joke usually was, and the joke nowhere to be found. "She's not fine," the man had said. "The board says green, and she's not fine." The board said green. Salazar watched a window open on schedule in the lower corridor, and hold, and a grain barge thread clean through it to a colony that would eat this winter because of it, and he could not for the life of him see the lie in it, and could not now quite stop looking for it either. "Lanehead Control," he said, because the controller would want the courtesy, and because his hands knew the shape of the ordinary even when the rest of him didn't. "Lodestar, inbound. 3 for the warden's hold and 1 for the surgeon. Tell your doc we'll come in slow." "Lodestar," the controller came back, dry through Emeth's relay. "Slow's the only speed anybody likes you at. Bring 'em home." And he brought them home. Chapter 7. What Tarrey Will Say. The man they had pulled off the patchwork hall would not sit down, and after a while Cross stopped wanting him to. The hold was the Lodestar's smallest, a square room aft of the medbay that had been a stores compartment until Salazar's people emptied it and racked a bench to the bulkhead, and it held the cold of the lower decks the way a cellar holds it. Tarrey stood in the middle of the deck space with his back to the bench and his wrists soft-cuffed in front of him, and he had been standing since they walked him in 2 hours ago. A thick-set man in a coverall gone shapeless with wear, a burn mark old and pale across one cheekbone, and the particular stillness of someone who had decided in advance that nothing in this room could be done to him that mattered more than what he had already done. He looked at Cross without fear and without forgiveness and without the smallest interest in being understood. Cross had come down alone but for Petrov, who stood at the hatch with a med slate and a brief that was hers and not his. She would not let him have a prisoner who hadn't been seen, and she would not call any man in that room a category until she'd looked in his eyes. She had looked. She had said, "He's fit to talk, and he's not concussed, and the rest is your problem, Captain." And then she had stayed, arms folded, the wall up, watching them both with the flat triage attention she gave a table she had not yet sorted. "Tarrey," Cross said. "I'm Captain Daniel Cross, Lodestar. You're aboard my ship, in my hold, and you'll be handed to the wardens at the Lantern when I'm satisfied I've got everything I need from you first." He kept his voice plain, the warmth banked but present, the register he used on a frightened delegation. 11 dead on Vane 6, a tender of 4 folded into a wall in a window that closed early because your cell put a hand on that array under load. I've come down to hear you say why, in your own words, before anybody downstairs tells me what you meant. You've read the finding. Tarrey's voice was a working man's, roughened, unhurried. He had a frontier flatness to it, the colony-bred vowels Cross had heard in the queue at the fish hall. It's on the record in our own hand. We have put our hand on the hull. I'll not soften it for you. We did it. I'd do it again before breakfast. Then help me understand the 11. The 11. Tarrey's mouth did something that was not a smile. You want me to be sorry for the 11. I want you to account for that. People die on cold lanes too, Captain. He said it the way a man states a fuel reading. Slower is all. They die when the windows go rough and the medicine doesn't come and the migration slot closes with their daughter on the wrong side of it. They die in the cells they call cold lane sickness when a window shuts on them half through. And your doctor there, a tip of the chin at Petrov, who did not move, has a bay full of 'em right now off 2 days of rough threadings, and not one of them is on a finding, and not one of them gets a name on your record. They just die, slow, quiet, off the books. A pause, waited, the man giving it room. We made it fast, and we made it loud, because slow and quiet wasn't stopping it. That's the only difference between my 11 and the corridor's hundreds. Mine you can count. There it was, in the first 2 minutes, plain and unashamed. He believes it. He has done the arithmetic, and he is at peace with the answer. It would have been easier if the man had wept, or boasted, or raved. He did none of it. He stood in a cold room with 11 dead behind him and arranged them on a balance, and the balance held, for him, and that was worse than any of it. You're telling me you killed 11 people to save a number of people you can't name on a lane you've decided is dying on the strength of your own reading? I'm telling you the lane is dying, and the people whose job is to read it have been told to read it otherwise. For the first time, something moved under the flatness. Not heat, but the pressure of a man who has been right too long in a room that wouldn't hear him. You've been on that crossing 2 days. You've stood under the glass. Ask your engineer what the anchor's drawing. Ask the repair gangs what the vanes are doing that the certified board says they're not. The combine's been pushing that junction past its rated draw for a year to keep the traffic up. More threadings, narrower windows, the margin shaved to nothing so the queue keeps moving and the docks keep eating. They're working it to death because a slow death pays and a closed door doesn't. We warned them, lawful, in the open, the way the main line likes it. Petitions, the published readings, a delegate at every hearing they'd seat us at. You know what a petition stops? Nothing. You know what a published reading does to a man whose wage depends on the door staying open? Frightens him into a checkpoint queue. The man believed this part. Cross watched the believing arrive in him, a cold crawl up the back of his own neck, because Tarrey was not wrong about the overpush. Hartley had put her ear to the gantry plate 2 days ago and come away not liking the note in it. Bex had said the anchor was drinking the last bar dry. The status board said the lower window had shut harder than it should. 3 separate hands, none of them Tarrey's, had told Cross the same thing in 3 different registers, and now a man he had every reason to discount was telling it to him a 4th time. The temptation was to let the 11 dead do what the overpush couldn't, and put the whole of it down as the rant of a man who'd needed a reason. Cross took it. He took the easier thing, the dry side of the path, and he was aware of taking it, and he took it anyway. "You've described a maintenance dispute," he said. "Junctions get overpushed. Operators cut margins. That's a finding for a regulator and a fine on a balance sheet. It's not 11 dead and a tender in a wall. You didn't bomb a vane to win an argument about anchor draw. Nobody does that. So tell me the real why or tell me nothing, but don't dress a murder up as a safety report." There it is. Tarrey's flat mouth moved again. "The captain who saves barges. They told me about you, you know. Came up the line, your name, before we ever heard you'd been sent. He flew down a working catcher's throat for a dock shift he'd never met." He said it without warmth and without mockery, a man reciting weather. "And here you are, calling a dying lane a balance sheet item, because if it isn't one, you'd have to do something about it that your masters won't like. You're not a stupid man, Captain. That's the disappointing part. A stupid man could believe the board." "Mind the captain," Petrov said from the hatch, mild, not for Cross's sake. "I don't mind him at all, Doctor. I'd shake his hand if they'd let me." Tarrey's eyes came back to Cross. "He'd have flown down our throat, too, if he'd seen what was in the crate. That's the joke of him." Cross changed the ground, because the ground he was on had started to give. "Wren sent you," he said. "Tobias Wren. Your cell answers to him. He's the hand behind this, and he wasn't on that hull when we boarded. He was somewhere clean, and you're the one in my hold." "Wren." Tarrey took the name without flinching. "You'll not get him off me. Not because I'm loyal, though I am, but because there's nothing to get. I don't take Wren's orders. I take Wren's meaning. There's a difference, and you'll never charge it." He shifted his weight at last, the first real movement in 2 hours, and the soft cuffs clicked. "You want a chain of command you can put on a chart with Wren at the top giving the word. There isn't one. There's a lane dying, and a movement too frightened of its own hands to stop it. And some of us decided the frightened ones were going to get everyone killed by being clean. We didn't need an order. We needed each other." "The frightened ones." Cross watched him. "You mean the main line, the charter people." "I mean the cowards." And now there was heat, the first of it, banked low and old. "No hand on the hull. You've heard it. Their holy line. Blockade, petition, occupy a berth, refuse your labor, jam a hearing, but never, never lay a hand on a ship or a structure with a life held in it. Very pure, very clean. They'll quote you the Bergen Charter while the lane guts itself, and the far side starves, and they'll go to their graves with clean hands and a corridor full of slow dead, and they'll call me the murderer." He leaned a fraction forward, the cuffs taut. "I went to one of them before, a mainline organizer, decent woman, brave in the way they're brave, which is to say in committees. I laid the readings in front of her. I said the door is being killed. The lawful way has failed. What is left? And she gave me the charter. No hand on the hull. I told her she was choosing her conscience over those people's lives, and she let me say it, and then she reported the conversation to her own discipline panel so the record would show she'd refused me." His jaw worked. "Clean hands. That's all it's ever about with them. Clean hands while the lane dies." Petrov had gone very still at the hatch. The man had told them 2 minutes ago that he'd shake the captain's hand if they'd let him, and now he was building toward something he wanted said aloud, in front of a witness, on a ship that logged. "You lied to her," Cross said. "The organizer. You went back." "I went back." Tarrey said it like a man laying down a winning card he'd been holding too long to enjoy. Not to her, past her. To the ones in her Anchorhold who hadn't made committee yet. The young ones, the angry ones, the ones who'd buried someone to a cold lane and didn't want a petition about it. I sat in their meeting hall and I told them what the main line wouldn't, and when one of them said the charter says no hand on the hall, I told them the truth the main line keeps from its own children. He straightened. I told them about Noor Dewan. The name landed in the cold room and sat there. "Noor Dewan put her hand on a corridor machine," Tarrey said, slow now, savoring the precision of it, "in the open, with her name on it, and tripped a governor on a catcher chain and took a Ring Solutions down for a shift, stopped the corridor cold, and nobody died. You hear me, Captain? She did the forbidden thing. She put her hand on the machine, and it worked, and nobody died, and they made her a martyr for it. Songs about her. Dewan put her hand on the machine, and nobody died, so why won't you? That's what I said to a room of grieving kids. I held her up like a lamp. She had the courage. The charter is for cowards. Be Noor Dewan." He let the cuffs hang. "3 of those kids were on the hall with me. One of them's not coming home. And I'd say it again to the next room, word for word, because it's true. She proved the hand on the machine can save people, and the only thing wrong with my vein is that mine had people standing on it and hers didn't." Nobody filled the silence. The cold of the lower decks sat in it. "You used her," Cross said, and heard his own voice come out lower than he'd meant it. "You took a woman's one act, one in 14 years, in the open, with her name on it, that killed nobody on purpose, and you turned it into a recruiting song to put kids on a vein full of welders. You knew the difference. She tripped a governor in empty machinery. You breached a load-bearing array with a maintenance shift on it. You knew the difference, and you sold them the song anyway." "I knew the difference." Tarrey did not blink. "I decided the difference didn't matter as much as the lane. You'd have decided the same in my place, with my readings and my dead and 14 years of clean-handed cowards telling me to write another petition. You'd have called it pressure. That's what it is, Captain, pressure. You apply it where the structure's weak and you make the thing that won't move, move. The Combine pushed the junction past safe for money, and you call it a maintenance dispute. We pushed it past safe to stop them, and you call it murder. The only honest man in this is the one who admits we're all of us doing arithmetic with people in it. I just did mine out loud." Cross stood in the cold a long moment with what the man had handed him, and made himself separate the two halves of it because they had arrived welded together, and the welding was the trap. One half was a sin, and it was on the record now, in the hold's log and in Petrov's witness and in the man's own unrepentant mouth. He had taken Noor Dewan's act, her name, her courage, the one careful thing she had done in the open so that nobody would die, and forged it into a lie to put frightened children on a hull. He had lied to a mainline organizer to her face and gone behind her to her own people, and he had done it knowing exactly the difference between a tripped governor in empty steel and a breached vein full of welders, and he had decided the difference was a cost worth paying with other people's lives. That half was clean. Cross could hold it up to any light, and it stayed what it was. A man who would say pressure over 11 dead and sleep was not a man Cross had to argue himself out of liking. He didn't, and was grateful, distantly, for one easy thing in the room. The other half was the one that wouldn't put down. The lane is dying, and the people whose job is to read it have been told to read it otherwise. He had said it as if it were the over-push, and most of it was. The combine's greed, the shaved margin, the certified board lying for a wage. Cross could set that aside. A regulator's problem, a fine on a balance sheet. But there had been something under the overpush when the man said it, a second note. The same note Hartley said was in the gantry plate she didn't like. The lane is dying, not the lane is being abused. A man speaking of the crossing the way you speak of someone who is not going to recover. And Cross had stood here and called it a maintenance dispute, and watched the man's flat eyes tell him he knew it was more than that, and chosen the smaller word on purpose. Cross was aware of choosing it, and that was the part he would carry down the corridor. He had put the dying door in the balance sheet drawer with the overpush, and the pudding had been a decision, made by a man trained from the cradle to believe that doors like this one were a gift and not a bill. They built a way through, and the way through was the gift. His mother's whole life said the door could not be dying of being used, so the door was not dying. It was being abused, and abuse had a regulator and a fine, and the world could fix that without anyone having to call the gift a sin. You've got nothing on Wren, and you've given me a confession I didn't need, and a song I wish you hadn't sung. We're done for now. He moved to the hatch. The overpush I'll have looked at. It's a maintenance matter, and it will go to the people whose maintenance matter it is. The 11 dead are yours, and they'll stay yours. Don't mistake me hearing you for me agreeing with you.
I don't. Tarrey had not moved from the center of the deck. You heard the overpush. I watched you hear it and put it in the small drawer. There was no triumph in it. If anything, the flatness had deepened into something almost like pity, which Cross would not have believed the man capable of an hour ago. You'll open that drawer, Captain. The lane will open it for you, and when it does, you'll come and find someone who knows that array better than the people who certified it, because you'll need to, and there'll only be the one of us left who'll talk to you. He let the cuffs hang. I hope it's me. The others are dead, mostly. I'm what you've got. Cross looked at him a moment more, the unrepentant man in the cold room with his 11 dead arranged on a balance that held, and then he went out, and Petrov came out behind him and sealed the hatch, and the two of them stood in the passage with the lower deck cold still in their clothes. Well, Petrov said. She had her slate against her chest and her arms folded over it, and the wall, for once, was down a fraction, not far, just enough that he could see her deciding what to say and choosing to say it anyway. You wanted him to be a monster. I wanted him to be one thing. He's two. Petrov pushed off the bulkhead. He's a man who sang a dead girl's courage to children and got one of them killed and won't be sorry, and he's a man who's right about my medbay. She started up the passage and let him fall in beside her, shoulder to shoulder, which is what she did when she was about to say the unsayable and wanted his shoulder rather than his face. I've 9 of them, Captain. Off the rough windows, 2 days running,
Cold Lane sickness, no finding, no names on your record. He counted them before I told you the number. He had it exact." She let that walk a few paces. "The bomber and the bombed are bleeding in the same bay, off the same dying door, and one of them gets a name and one of them gets Anchorage Terror on the board downstairs. I'm not telling you what to do with that. I'm telling you it's true, and you heard it from a man you don't have to like, which is the worst way to hear a true thing and the way you usually hear them." Cross said nothing. He had a drawer he had just shut with his own hand, and a doctor walking beside him who had named what was in it, and a door at his back guttering on the forward displays of every deck, holding, the way it had held 2 days ago when he found that he was watching it hold. The drawer stayed shut. He carried it up the passage toward the bridge, and it was not heavy yet, and he told himself that was because there was nothing in it. Chapter 8. The Anchorhold. The blockade had been singing for 2 hours when Ruth Ackerman arrived to break it, and the first thing she noticed was that nobody was shouting. Shouting was what she had expected. The bulletins promised it. Anchorage Terror, the same 2 words on every loop since the vane went, over footage of the breached anchor and the names of the node dead scrawling beneath. And a person came to a thing like this braced for the picture the bulletins had painted. What met her at the mouth of the Anchorhold dock was 100-odd people sitting down across Berth 9's loading apron in close ranks, hands open and visible on their own knees, singing something low and foursquare that sounded older than any of them, and not one of them within reach of the hull they were stopping from sailing. Ackerman read the discipline as she read everything, for the failure it was hiding. No hand on the hull. They had left a clear meter between the front rank and the freighter's gangway, a meter kept as carefully as a survey margin, so that the line they would not cross was one a camera could see they had not crossed. Behind them, the freighter, a combine ore tender chartered to run combine contractors up to the Lantern's vein works, sat with her ramp down and her cargo undelivered, because to load her, the dock crew would have to walk through people who would not move and could not, under the rules the combine had written, simply be cleared with a hand on a hull. "They've a permit for the singing," said the combine dock supervisor at her elbow, a gray man with the harried look of someone enforcing 3 contradictory orders at once. "Assembly's licensed. It's the sitting that's the violation, only the sitting's not violent, so I can't—" He stopped. "Warden Halson wants the berth cleared by the next window." "I imagine he does," Ackerman said. Ackerman had not wanted this detail. She had said so to Cross in the dry register that, from her, meant, "I am telling you this is a mistake and putting it on the slate that I told you. A warship's execo sent down to a civilian apron to lean on people sitting on the floor was an order that read, in 3 years' time, exactly as ugly as it was." Cross had agreed with her and come anyway. Geneva's instruction had a combine countersignature on it, and a captain who refused a lawful order on a frontier this hot was a Captain Geneva replaced with one who wouldn't. So here they were, the Dream's flag on their shoulders, and Ackerman could not find a move that did not cost something she would still be paying for at the inquiry she could already feel coming. That was new, and she did not like it in herself. Doubt was her instrument. She had made a career of being the one who said, "And if it doesn't go to plan," while the room glowed at the captain. But doubt was supposed to point to the abort, the contingency, the door marked, "When this fails, go here." Lately she opened the door and there was another door behind it, and behind that one another, and somewhere in the regress the part of her that chose simply stood still and let it run. She had clocked it twice this week and named it to no one. There was no contingency for an XO who could see every way it went wrong and not the one way it went right. A woman came out of the seated ranks to meet them, and Ackerman knew her by what the singing did, not stopping, but tightening, leaning toward her. Cross had gone ahead to the front of the line, and Ackerman came up in time to hear the woman's name. June Veyred, she said, to Cross, not offering a hand. She was perhaps 50, narrow, with a working person's forearms, and a face that had got tired of authority without getting soft. A charter pin at her collar, a knot, plainly worked, the kind a movement chooses precisely because it is not a flag. "You're the Lodestar, the one who pulled the Saltire barge off the wall last week?" "I am," Cross said. "Good flying." She said it flat, a fact entered into a record. "That's the only nice thing you'll get from me, so spend it. You've come to clear my berth." "I've come to ask you to clear it," Cross said. And Ackerman watched him reach for the warmth, the loose, inclusive thing he wore like a coat, the thing that opened a room. "You've made your point. There are families on the far side of that window waiting on freight your blockade is sitting on. I don't think you want them stranded any more than I do. That freight is contractors and cutting deer for the vein works. The combine's pushing the anchor past its rating to keep the queue moving, and that crew's going up to push it harder. I'll not help them load it. The far side families would thank me if they understood what I understand." A beat. "Don't bring me children to move my furniture, Captain. I've buried more frontier children than you've met." Ackerman saw the warmth not land. Cross's charm was a real instrument, not a trick, and it usually found purchase because most people, met warmly, wanted to warm back. Veyred did not want it. Somewhere down a long road, she had decided that being liked by the people clearing her berth was a tax she would not pay, and the decision had set like a weld. "Then let's not pretend," Cross said, and the warmth banked down into something Ackerman respected more, the level, plain register he used when he'd stopped trying to win a room and started trying to tell it the truth. 11 people died when that anchor vein was breached. Your movement's name is on every bulletin in human space attached to it. I have read the charter. I know your people didn't put the hand on the hull, but somebody flying your colors did, and I am standing here because of them, and you are sitting here because of them, and the more you sit, the more it looks like the bulletins are right. So I'll ask you the only question that matters to me today. Where is the cell that did it?" "I don't know. And if I knew, I'd not tell you, and not for the reason you think. I'd not tell you because the day I hand my own people to a Geneva warship is the day the splinters are right about me. And there are young ones in my movement deciding this week whether the splinters are right about everything." She left the words on the air. "You want them to be right? You keep doing exactly what you're doing." "I don't want anyone to be right. I want 11 people not to have died for nothing." "They didn't die for nothing." For the first time, something moved under the flatness, not heat, but the cold weight of a thing held a long time. "They died because the lane is being killed, and the people killing it own the bulletins. The cell that breached the vein is wrong, Captain, wrong in the worst way, the way that gets the rest of us hanged. And they are wrong about the method, not about the lane. I'll say that to your face, and I'll say it to the inquiry. I'll not call them right, and I'll not call the lane safe. Both of those are true, and you don't have a box on your form for a thing that's two truths at once, so you'll write down whichever one keeps your countersignature, and that's how it always goes." It was, Ackerman thought, the most accurate description of the day's instruction she had heard, and it had come from the person she'd been sent to lean on.
A younger man had risen from the second rank, 20 perhaps, the soft beard of someone growing it on principle, a courier's satchel still across his chest, and he came forward with the particular jerky courage of the young, stepping past their elders' discipline. "You voided the safe conduct," he said to Cross, too loud, the line behind him going still around him. "The Concord gave us safe passage, the Annal gave it, and Halsin voided it with a stamp. And you'll enforce that. That's what you are. You're the stamp. Listen, just listen." His hands had come up, open, pleading, and Ackerman saw the dock supervisor tense. "They know. They've always known the lane's dying. They have the numbers. They took our numbers. You think we made this up? We measured it, and they call us mad because mad's a shorter word. You'll see when it's too—" "Tomas." Vera did not raise her voice. She said the name once and put her hand flat on the air between him and Cross, not touching him, and the young man stopped as if she'd caught his collar. "Sit down. You're doing their work for them." And to Cross, while the boy folded back into the rank with his face burning, "That's what your war does to my young. It puts the truth in their mouths in the shape that makes them sound insane. Pressure does that. You've a lot of pressure, and we've a lot of truth, and pressure always wins the room." Cross had not moved while the boy spoke, and Ackerman watched him not move, watched him decline to round it off, to soothe it, to do the warm thing that would have made the moment go away. He stood and took it square and said nothing, and the saying nothing was the most honest thing on the apron. "The safe conduct's not mine to give back," Cross said at last to Verrett. "I know what it is. My operations officer has told me twice over what it is, that the Annal issued it and that voiding it is a thing done at a table I don't sit at, not on a dock by a captain. I've cast that up. I don't expect it to come back down as anything but an order." He paused. "I'm not going to lie to you and say I can fix it. You'd not believe me, and you'd be right not to." "No," Verrett agreed. "I wouldn't." She looked at him a moment longer, and Ackerman could not read what she found, only that she finished looking. "Clear your berth, Captain. We'll not fight you. We'll go limp, and you'll carry us off one at a time on camera, 100 of us, slow, and the Combine will load its gear an hour late, and every person who sees the footage will see a warship hauling singing pensioners off a floor. That's the whole of my plan. I told you it'd give you nothing comfortable. The ghost of something that was not a smile. Mind the woman in the green coat's hip when you lift her. It's new." Noor Dewan had not come to sit in the line, and she was angry at how much she wanted to. Noor stood instead at the back of the Anchorhold's long common room, where the families who could not sit a blockade, the old, the carers, the ones with shifts, had gathered to watch the apron feed on the wall, and to be, in the watching, a kind of second line. She had Reuben's coat on over her own. He was 3 corridors away in a recovery berth, mending slowly from 6 weeks in a box that breathed, and he had told her that morning, in the dry, careful voice he used now for everything, "Don't go down to the berth, Noor. Whatever you do down there, they'll write your name on it." He was right. He was usually right. She had come as far as the common room and stopped, which was its own small surrender, and she hated it. Noor felt the captain before she saw him on the wall, felt the room feel him, the way a chain feels a load come on. Then there he was at the front of the line, the warm verdict face she remembered, and beside him a narrow officer with a slate and a stillness Noor recognized because she'd worn it herself in a cell, someone out of good options, making herself keep counting anyway. A boy from the courier net found her in the crowd. She knew him a little. Tomas, eager,
Good. 18 months in the movement and burning to be useful. He had a flush on him and a story. Mrs. Dewan. He said it like a credential, and her stomach dropped. I told him, the captain, I told him to his face, about the safe conduct, about the numbers, that they know. His eyes were too bright. Vered sat me down. But somebody had to say it. You said it. You put your hand on the machine and nobody died, and you made them write it down. That's what I didn't, Noor said. You did. Everyone. Listen to me. She had his sleeve. She had not decided to take his sleeve. I tripped one governor in the open with my name on it 14 years into measuring, when the only thing left to spend was myself. And the day after, this corridor's people went on sick to their shifts exactly the same, and the man who proved it went into a crate, and the only thing my one shift bought was a story for boys like you to get yourselves hanged with. Her voice had gone low, and she made it stay there. Nobody died. You know why nobody died? Because a stopped catcher is a wave-off, and I knew the difference. The vein that killed those 11 was a hand on a hull. It is not the same hand. If you ever cannot tell the difference, you are not my heir, you're Wren's, and Wren will spend you and not notice. The boy's brightness guttered. Noor watched it go, and was sorry, and did not take it back. The alternative was watching it go later off the edge of something that didn't survive. When she looked up, the captain was no longer on the wall. He was in the common room doorway, alone, having come the back way a careful man comes, and he had heard the end of it. Of course he had. She had spent 15 days once learning what this man heard. Miss Dewan, Cross said. Captain. She let go of the boy's sleeve, and the boy fled, and she was glad of it. You found the back door. You always do. I came to ask June Verd a question, and she gave me a better answer than I deserved, and none of it any use to me, Cross said. He came 2 steps in, no further, reading the room's edges before he committed to them. I'm told the cell that hit the vein has a second target. I'm told it as I get told everything now, a shape in the traffic, nothing I can stand behind. You know this crossing's people. You know who's gone quiet, who stopped coming to the singing, who started talking like that boy. He didn't reach for warmth with her. He had learned that much last year in a cell. I'm not asking you to give me names. I'm asking you to keep 100 people on that apron from being the next 11. Noor laughed, one breath of it, the old joyless shape. You want a root. I want a root. The root was hers to give. Her hands wanted to move, and she kept them still against Reuben's coat. She did know. Knew which berth had gone dark on the patchwork side. Knew the one veinworks access a cell would want if they meant to finish what the first hand started. Knew it in her body from years of measuring what everyone else rounded away. She could hand it to him, and it would probably be right, and people on that apron would probably live. And then it would be hers, the route she gave the warship. The next thing the boys told each other, Dewan pointed them. Dewan flew the Geneva captain to the door. Her one act had already become something she didn't recognize in other mouths. She would not feed it a second time, would not become the rebel a Geneva captain kept in his pocket to make his crackdown smell of consent. I'll give you one thing, Noor said. Not because you asked nicely, and not because I trust you. I watched you choose the audited number over the truth once, Captain, and good men go down with the architecture. I told you so to your face. I'll give you one thing because there are people on that floor who die for a cause and shouldn't have to die for Wren's sanity. She held his eyes. The Veinworks runs a service spur off the patchwork berths, the old commercial dock, the one your charts still call decommissioned because nobody updated them when the Combine started leasing it back. If a hand's going on a hull again, it goes on from there. That's the door. That's all the door I have. Thank you, Cross said. Don't. It came up faster and harder than she meant. "Don't thank me. I'm not your witness, and I'm not your proof the anchorage helped you. And if you stand at your inquiry and say a mainline figure gave us the route, I will stand at mine and say you misremembered. I gave you a corridor to save people. I did not give you my name to put on your war." She felt the old thing rising, the truth coming up in the wrong shape, the pressure turning sense into the sound of madness, and she did not let it. She had practiced in 15 days in a room 3 meters by 2, not letting it. "You'll do something clever with all this. You always do. You'll find the door, and you'll save the apron, and you'll write it up so the lane stays open, and the combine stays clean, and the people who are right stay mad. I can't stop you. I just won't help you call it justice." Cross stood with that, and to his credit did not pretend it hadn't cost her, and did not pretend it had bought him comfort. "Is Reuben well?" he said, which was not a question she'd armored against, and she felt it find the gap. "He winds his grandmother's watch every morning," Noor said, before she could decide whether to. 3 turns and a half turn back. He's slow on the stairs, and he's frightened of crates, and he's alive, which I'm told I owe partly to you, and I can't thank you for that either, because if your lot hadn't built the box, he'd never have been in it." She straightened. "Go and save your apron, Captain. Go on. The clever thing's waiting." And he went. Noor watched the doorway hold empty after him, and then she turned back to the wall, where they had begun carrying the line off one at a time, slow, 100 of them, on camera, and somewhere near the front, a woman in a green coat was being lifted with great care for her new hip by a young rating who would not meet anyone's eyes, and Noor put her palm flat against the cold bulkhead out of an old habit and counted the catch coming up through the floor, late by a hair no one on this station would write down, because somebody on every station always should. By the time Ackerman had her 100 bodies counted off the apron and into the holding pens the combine called Welfare Assembly, the next window had come and gone, and the ore tender still hadn't loaded, and she found she could not feel anything about it that resolved into a recommendation. That was the symptom, and she knew it for the symptom. She stood at the rail of the cleared berth with her slate full of names, every lift logged, every assist logged, the woman in the green coat logged, because if a record was going to exist of a warship carrying pensioners off a floor, she preferred it to be exact, and she rammed the day for the move and could not find one. Clear the berth, ugly footage, the bulletins fed, the splinters recruiters handed a fortnight of work. Refuse the order, a captain replaced, a worse one in the chair, the same berth cleared less carefully. Slow walk it, which was what she had done, an hour lost, the contractors up the line anyway, nothing changed but the hour. 3 doors, and behind each one the same room. Cross came back along the apron with a rout in him. She could see it, the spur, the old commercial dock, something to do, and she watched the having of it move through him like circulation. Cross needed the next action as other men needed sleep, and the tragedy of him this season was that there was always a next action and never a right one. "Vein work service spur," he said, low, "off the least berths. Someone good gave it to me and won't say so." "Noor Duan," Ackerman said. It was not a guess. There was one person on this crossing who'd hand Daniel Cross a door and refused to be thanked for it, and Ackerman had read the B1 file. "He made me promise not to name her. I'm naming her to you because you're my XO, and the record's going to need it kept straight and not committed anywhere she can read." He looked at her properly then, the look he wore when he'd noticed something and was deciding whether to say it. "You've been quiet. I've been keeping a list. That's not what I meant." Ackerman knew it wasn't. She squared the corner of the slate against the rail once and made herself not do it again because she'd caught herself doing it 4 times today, and the doing was a tell she didn't want him to read before she'd worked out what it was telling. "I can't give you a recommendation on the spur," she said. "That's what's quiet. You'll go, and you should go, and people will live, and I can't tell you it's right, because the same hand that saves the apron tonight loads the tender tomorrow and pushes the anchor that's killing the thing they're all dying over. I can see every way it goes wrong, Captain. I've stopped being able to see the way it goes right. I'm telling you because you should know your XO's brake is sticking before it sticks at a worse moment than this." Cross took that as she'd needed him to, without reassurance, which would have been a lie, and without alarm, which she could not have used. "Noted," he said, and she heard which of the 3 noteds it was. The one that meant, "I have heard you, and I am carrying it," the rarest one. "Get your spur," Ackerman said, "before they put a hand on a hull and the bulletins get to be right by accident." Cross went to get his spur. Ackerman stayed at the rail of the cleared berth with her exact and useless list, watching the oar tender's crew begin at last to load the freight that would push the anchor that was killing the lane that 100 people had sat on a floor to save, all of it lawful, all of it logged, all of it moving in the one direction she could no longer find a door out of. Out past the dock, the lantern held its great mouth open across half a light-year, bright and busy and beautiful, and threaded another ship and another, the busiest miracle on the frontier, going about its work as though no one on the apron had been carried off its singing. And Ackerman watched it hold and could not decide, standing there with the names of 100 principled people on her slate, whether she was guarding the dream or burying it, and was honest enough, at least, to know that not deciding was itself the thing she'd been put aboard to prevent. Chapter 9. Voided. The stamp came down on the safe conduct at 0640 Lanehead time, and Imeth, standing at the transit hall's clearance rail 2 meters off Warden Halson's shoulder, watched a sheet of laminate change a man's whole morning. An ordinary card, a hand's breadth of stiff laminate faced in pale composite, the Null delegation's mark pressed into one corner, 3 small notches and a band, the old courtesy form, the one Sevoth's office used for observers traveling under the Accord's cover. Halson's deputy laid it flat on the clearance plate, called up the transit authority over it, and inverted the authority with a thumb and a word. The plate's light went from the steady green of a cleared berth to the slow amber of a hold, and then to nothing at all, and the card, which an hour ago had moved its bearer through any door in the crossing, became a piece of laminate. The bearer was a mainline observer named Bram Vered, June Vered's cousin, and her hands at the talks, a heavy, quiet man who had been standing in the cleared queue with a kit bag at his feet and a courier case under his arm. He did not understand it yet. Imeth saw the moment arrive on him as she had learned to read arrival on a human face. Not the eyes first, but the hands. His hand was already out for the card. It closed on air an inch above the plate, hung there, came back empty. "That's stamped," he said. "That's a Concord safe conduct. You've cleared me through this hall 4 mornings running." "Clearances are reviewed," Halson's deputy said. He was young, and he had been given the line to say, and he said it the way men say a line they have been given. "Yours is voided pending the security review. There's a notice. You'll have had the notice." "I've had no notice." "It went to the berth." "I'm stood in the hall," Vered said, with the flat patience of a man who blockades docks for a living. "I'm not at the berth. I'm here with this." He set the courier case on the rail, careful, two-handed. "There's the Accord session at the Far Concord at the forenoon. There are people expecting these papers in the room. I am cleared to carry them. I was cleared an hour ago." The deputy looked past Vered's shoulder, which was a tell of its own. and Emeth followed the look to where Halsin stood, with his hands folded behind him and his face arranged into nothing. The warden had the gift of standing still in a way that read as authority rather than absence. Frontier authority, clipped and reasonable, a man who had done the arithmetic and would walk you through the columns if you asked. He did not look at Vered. He looked at the hall's far doors, where the morning's transit queue had stopped moving because the head of it had stopped moving, and he let the stoppage do his speaking. Cross arrived soon after, at a fast walk that he had trained over 20 years to read as unhurried, and Emeth went to meet him at the hall's inner arch before he reached the rail, because the order of things mattered, and she wanted him to have the shape of it before he had the noise of it. "They have voided the mainline observer's safe conduct," she said, low, set out clean, each word where she wanted it. "All of them. Not only Vared. Halsin's office did it this morning, under the security review. Cross, they have flagged you to enforce the hold." "Me." Cross's face tightened under load, the warmth thinning toward the front, but not gone. "The Lantern security voids a clearance and Geneva's nearest warship gets handed the door? That is what the flag says. The order routed through the crackdown authority, and your name is on the crackdown." Emeth set her hands flat at her sides. "You are being asked to be the man who blocks him. They have arranged it so that the warship does the standing in the doorway, and the warden does the signing." Cross looked over her shoulder at the rail, at the heavy, quiet man with the courier case, and the young deputy, and the queue stopped behind them, and Emeth watched him take the picture in and not like it. "Walk it back for me," he said, plainly. "Is this a security call or a political one?" "It is a political one wearing a security coat." She had been certain of it since the stamp came down, and she gave it to him certain. "Hear the difference, Captain, because the humans in this hall do not, and it is the whole of the morning. The voided clearance is the visible part. The clearance is local. Laneheads, the crossings, Halsin's to give and Halsin's to pull. If that were all of it, this would be a security matter, and you would be within your remit to stand in the door, and I would tell you so." "It isn't the whole of it." "No." Emeth turned a few degrees so that she stood beside him, and they both faced the rail. As she had learned, humans preferred to take a hard truth, shoulder to shoulder, looking at the problem and not at each other. "The card carries two authorities, not one. The transit clearance, which is Halsin's, and the safe conduct, which is Savath's, which is the null delegations, issued under the Accord's cover, the courtesy form, 3 notches and a band. You cannot pull the one without pulling the other. The plate does not know the difference. It is all one card. The stamp voids both. But the room is not the plate. When Halsin's deputy inverted that authority, he did not only cancel a man's birth, he canceled the safe conduct the null delegation extended in its own name. To void it, in front of the Accord the delegation convened, is to tell the null that their word at this crossing is worth a thumb and a syllable from a man who reports to the Combine. Cross was quiet a moment, and Emeth let him have it. She had said the load-bearing sentence. The next move was his. "Does Halsin know that?" he asked. "Halsin knows the clearance is his to pull. I do not think he has counted the second authority. The humans in this hall are looking at a transit dispute. A man cannot get through a door. Another man will not open it. That is the size of it to them." She kept her voice even. "It is not the size of it to Savath, and it is not the size of it to the delegation. By the forenoon it will not be the size of it to the Accord." "And if I stand in that door?" "Then the warship has lent its weight to the insult." She did not soften it. Precision was the only useful thing she had. Precision was the only useful thing she had. Not to a security hold, to the act of telling the Null their safe conduct is void at the convenience of the block that hosts the talks. The Accord meets to decide whether the mainline observers sit at all. The blocks want them barred as terror after the node. This morning is the bar made physical. A stamp, a door, a man with papers he is not permitted to carry. If you put a uniform in the doorway, you have voted, Captain, whether you mean to or not. Halsin came down the rail to them with his hands still folded behind him, unhurried, and the unhurry was deliberate. He inclined his head to cross, captain to captain, near enough, and gave Imeth the smaller courtesy, the one humans gave an HNAL officer when they had decided to be correct about it. She received it without expression, which was its own kind of answer. Captain Cross. Halsin's voice was pitched to carry no further than the three of them. I'd not have dragged you down here for a clearance review, but the order's the order, and your name's on the lane. The mainline lot are flagged pending the security finding. Until that clears, none of them moves through controlled transit. I'd take it kindly if your people held the hall while my office sorts the notices. It will be a few hours, less if everyone's reasonable. A few hours puts him past the Accord's morning session? Cross said. It does. Halsin did not pretend otherwise. Imeth marked that, and it told her the man was clever and not a coward. And I'll be straight with you, because you'll hear it crooked from someone else by noon. After the node, with the dead still on Dr. Petrov's table, I'll not have men who answer to the charter walking my crossing under a courtesy paper while the question of who blew a vein is open. The main lines say it wasn't them. Maybe it wasn't. The review will say. Until it says, the lane stays shut to them, and I'd rather the warship held it than my contractors, because your people won't make it ugly, and mine might. It was, Imeth thought, an honest enough argument, and the danger lived in the honesty. The warden believed it. He was afraid, for the crossing, for the colonies it fed, for whatever family he had on the far side of the lantern that Seavoth people had heard about and she had not confirmed, and the fear had done its arithmetic and arrived at a column that read, "Keep the lights on," none of which changed the second authority on the card. Warden. She said it before Cross could answer, and both men's attention came to her, and she let the small silence sit ahead of the speech. It cost her nothing, and it bought her the floor. You have voided an HNAL safe conduct. I voided a transit clearance. The HNAL marks on it, it's a courtesy stamp. It rides on my clearance. Pull the clearance and the courtesy comes with it. That's how the form works. That is how your plate works. It is not how the courtesy works. Imeth kept her hands flat. The Null delegation did not stamp your clearance, Warden. Your clearance rode on their safe conduct, not the reverse. The mark with 3 notches and a band is not decoration. It is the delegation's word that this person travels under the Accord's protection. When you inverted the authority on that plate, your office cancelled the delegation's word. You will say you did not mean to cancel the delegation's word. I believe you. It will not matter. Seavoth's office will not read your intent off the plate. It will read that the safe conduct it extended in its own name was void at this crossing by the forenoon, signed by a man who reports to the block, enforced, if you have your way, by a Geneva warship. That is a message to the Null delegation. You have sent it. I am telling you what it says, so that the warship does not co-sign it without knowing the hand it is putting to the page. Halsin looked at her for a moment longer than the courtesy required, and the still face moved very slightly. Not alarm, she judged, but recalculation. A man adding a column he had not known was there. He was clever. He understood, having been told, that she might be right. "That's a reading," he said. "It is the reading the delegation will make. I am null, Warden. I am telling you how my people will receive what your office has done. You may decide I am wrong. You may not decide I am inventing it to be difficult." She turned half a degree toward Cross, ceding the floor back to where it belonged. "The captain has the order. He should have the cost of it before he obeys it. That is all I am here to give him." Imath found Sevoth in the delegation's holding room off the transit hall, a bare space with a single long table and a window onto the queue, and the Nal was standing at the window with his hands flat on the sill, watching the stopped morning with the flat patience of one who already knew its shape. They greeted each other in the proper order. A stillness offered, and a stillness returned, and the hall's noise went on outside the room without entering it. Sevoth was older than Imath by a long measure, old in the way of the lines that had kept the standing quiet whole through the diverging years, and he wore the Concord's plain gray over his own. He did not turn from the window when he spoke. He spoke in Nal because they were alone, and the Nal carried things English could not hold without dropping them. "They have stopped the hall," he said. "I have watched 4 mornings of it move, and this morning it does not move. I do not need the card returned to me to know what they have done. A delegation learns to read a stopped queue." "Bram Veyrud is at the rail with his papers and no clearance," Imath said. "The warden's office voided it under the security review. He will tell you, and he will be honest when he tells you, that he voided a local clearance, and the safe conduct came off with it by accident of the form." "And you have told him otherwise?" "I have told him what the delegation will read. I have told him the second authority is yours, not his, and that he cancelled your word and not his own." She set her hands flat on the table. "I told him so that the warship would not stand in the door without knowing the door. I did not tell him for the delegation's sake. I want you to know that. I serve in the crew." "I know whom you serve." Sevoth turned from the window at last, and his eyes, old and steady, went over her without unkindness and without softness. "You serve a good captain on a good ship, and you have learned to live at their speed, and it has cost you what it costs. I do not hold it against you. But you stood in that hall, and you read the insult to the warden's face, in his language, for his captain's sake. Do you imagine the delegation will not hear that you did that?" "I imagine it will hear exactly that." "Then hear me." He did not raise his voice. Njal's distress went downward, and his went down, which was how she knew it was real. "What was done at that rail this morning is not a transit dispute. The blocks convened in accord to decide a war they are afraid to fight, and they asked us to hold the table because they do not trust each other to hold it, and we agreed, because the alternative is worse, and because some of us hoped. And now, before the morning session, one of them has voided a safe conduct we extended under that table's cover, and the other will not stop it, and a Geneva ship is asked to make it stick. They are telling us what our word is worth at their crossing. It is worth nothing when it is inconvenient. That is the message, Imeth. You read it correctly. The question is whether your captain will sign it." "He has not signed it yet." "No," Sevoth said, "he has not. That is why I will wait in this room and not file the protest the delegation expects me to file by the forenoon. I will give the captain the morning to decide what kind of door he stands in." He looked at her a moment, the long Njal look, and something in it was almost the old line's tenderness and almost its grief. You will tell him that the delegation reads a stopped cue, and that it is reading one now, and that it counts the warship in the picture every minute the warship is in the picture. Tell him plainly. You are good at plainly. It is the thing you took from us and kept. When she came back into the hall, the queue had not moved, and the heavy, quiet man was still at the rail with his courier case set careful on the composite, and the young deputy had been joined by two of Halson's contractors in soft gray with sidearms holstered and visible, and a half-dozen of the Lodestar's people had come down at Cross's word and stood off to the side of the door without taking the door, which Imeth marked and kept, because it told her the captain had heard her and had not yet obeyed his order. Cross was at the rail with Vered. He had the courier case open between them, not taken, opened, with Vered's hand still on it. The two of them bent over it like men sharing a weight they were both answerable for. And he was reading the manifest of what the case carried aloud, slow, so that the contractors and the deputy and the stopped queue could all hear that it was paper and not a weapon. Session minutes. A printed copy of the Charter's No Violence article. A list of the mainline observers' names with the dates of their clearances. Nothing that could blow a vein. Nothing that could do anything at all except sit in a room at the Far Concord and be a faction's argument that it deserved a chair. "That's the lot," Cross said. "That's the lot," Vered said. "Minutes, the article, the names. We blockade, we publish, we refuse the work, we jam the room. We don't put a hand on the hall. It's in the case. It's the first line of the article. You're reading it." "I'm reading it." Cross closed the case and pushed it back across the rail into the man's keeping, both hands, careful, the order of the gesture deliberate. Then he straightened and turned, and Imeth saw him find the door, his own people standing off it, the contractors near it, the deputy at the plate with the dead card still on it. And she saw him understand the picture exactly as she had laid it out. The warship asked to be a thumb on a scale that was not a security scale at all. "Warden," Cross said, and his voice carried now, pitched for the hall and not for the three of them, the warmth gone forward into something harder and still warm. "I've read his case. There's no hull breach in a stack of session minutes. Your review can run on the men. It doesn't need to run on the paper. So here's where I am. I'll hold this hall. I'll hold it all morning if your office wants the time. But I'll not stand a Geneva uniform in a doorway against a null safe conduct, because that's not a clearance I'm enforcing. That's the delegation's word, and it's not mine to void, and it's not yours, and I'll be damned if it's going to be the Lodestar's by accident of a form." The young deputy looked at the plate and at Halson, and Halson's face did the small recalculation again. The column added and weighed, and for a moment the whole hall hung on the arithmetic of one frightened, clever, brave man. "The order stands," Halson said at last, evenly. "The clearance is voided. I'll not pretend otherwise to save anyone's morning, yours included. But I'll hear what you're saying about the second mark, Captain, and I'll take it to my office, and your ship can hold the hall without holding the man." He looked at Imeth then, the longer look, the one that conceded nothing and granted everything. "Your officer's reading may carry to the Concord faster than my notice does. If it does, this lands at the table by the forenoon regardless of what either of us wants. You understand that?" "I understand it lands at the table," Cross said. "I'd sooner it landed clean than crooked." "Aye," said Halson, and there was no warmth in it and no sneer in it either, only the tiredness of a man who had been telling himself the lie protected more than it cost, and had just heard a Null tell him the cost out loud. So would I. We'll see which it does. Imeth stood at the rail while Cross set his people to the haul, and Varid took his closed case back from the composite, and Sivoth's protest sat unfiled in a bare room with a window. The card lay where the deputy had left it on the dead plate, 3 small notches and a band pressed into one corner, a hand's breadth of laminate that an hour ago had moved its bearer through any door at the crossing, and now could not move him through one. By the forenoon it would be at the Far Concord, in the delegations reading and the blocks and the main lines, a stopped queue made into a question about a chair. She had read it correctly, she had said it plainly. It had not been enough to undo the mourning, and she had not expected it to be. The most a true thing bought in a room of frightened men was that someone would have to step over it knowingly rather than blunder past it blind. Imeth picked the card up off the plate because someone should, and because it was the delegation's, and carried it back toward the holding room to put it in Sivoth's hand. The accord met at the forenoon. The seat was already being decided here, at a clearance rail, with a stamp and a doorway and a stack of session minutes, and the warship, she thought, walking the stopped hall with the dead card flat on her palm, had at least declined to be the hand that held the door. Chapter 10. Saltire. The sealed berth had a queue now, which was new, and the queue had a smell, which was worse. 140 people 3 days into a transit hold, with 1 water point and 2 latrines, and the recyclers in a far-side colony barge built to last 40 years and pretty be damned, were rated for the crossing, not for sitting at a dock breathing each other. Delgado had the manifest open on his slate and was not reading it. He had read it. He could recite it. Saltire Registry, the transit barge Greenwood Bell, 138 souls plus the hold crew, families by the column, half of them children, all of them bound for the far side of the lantern, and 3 days now from going anywhere at all. Somewhere up the chain of the crackdown, a clerk had drawn a line through the word transit and not told anyone what the new word was. Delgado stood at the berth gate with Cross and Imeth and a combined security officer named Pruitt, who had the face of a man who had been told to hold a line and not told why, and he watched the colonists watch them back through the mesh, and he did what he always did when the data and the people were the same data. He counted. 138. 40-some children. 3 days. 1 word. It would not stay an abstraction. That was the trouble with people. They spoiled your figures by having faces. "Tell me again," Cross said to Pruitt, in the warmed, even register that Delgado had learned over 8 months was the captain working harder than he looked. "Slowly, because I'm not following it, and that's on me." Pruitt had it by rote. "The hold is general, Captain. All non-essential transit suspended pending the security sweep. Vessels in the inbound queue may be cleared individually on a case basis once their manifests are verified against the medium pause." "They've been verified," Imeth said. "Not sharp. She did not do sharp. She laid the 2 words down as she laid everything down, flat and exact and impossible to argue with. Twice. I have the verification stamps. The Greenwood Bell cleared corridor security on arrival and cleared it again at hour 12 of the hold. There is nothing left to verify. They are not held because of a question. They are held because the order has no off switch." Pruitt's jaw worked. "That's not how I'd medium pause. It is precisely how you would put it if you were permitted to. The order says suspend. It does not say resume, and it does not say who decides resume, so no one decides it. The order is a door that only locks. She turned her head a degree toward Cross, the small movement that meant she wanted him to hear this part as weight and not as complaint. "This is not malice, Captain. It is worse than malice. Malice can be argued with." Through the mesh, a woman with a sleeping child against her shoulder had stopped pretending not to listen. They let 3 of the colonists through to the gate office, Pruitt's call, made because Cross had asked for it in a way that made saying no feel like the smaller man's choice, which was the captain's whole art, and Delgado had stopped being surprised by it. 2 of the 3 were what Delgado expected: a hold officer off the Greenwood Belle, gray and furious and careful with it, and a younger man who turned out to be the barge's medic and spent the first minute of the meeting telling Petrov's name to anyone who'd take it. He had a list of people who needed what the hold could not print, and he had decided the doctor was the door. The third was Oru. Delgado would not have picked them out of the queue. Middle years, weathered the particular way Far Side colony people weathered, too much hard light, not enough of anything else, with a transit coat gone shapeless from being slept in, and a habit of standing slightly side-on to a room, as if every room might have a draft. They spoke a Far Side dialect that ran the words together at the edges, Greenwood coming out Grunnard, the vowels pushed forward, and the human officials in the room kept listening a half-beat slower and then nodding a half-beat too eagerly, covering the gap. The snarl came up over the hold officer's manifest, and it came up fast, and the humans in the room sailed straight past it. "The clearance is colony issue," the hold officer was saying, jabbing the slate. "Saltire Township seal. We don't need your corridor stamp. We've got our own writ. The township cleared every name aboard before we lifted." "The corridor doesn't recognize a township writ," Pruitt said. Not unkindly, just tired. "It recognizes corridor clearance. That's the system. It's our people, our seal. 40 years that seal's been." "I know it has. I can't override the—" "Stop," Imeth said. Not loud, she had set her hands flat on the gate office table, one over the other, and gone still, and the room went still around her. And Delgado watched Cross catch it and shut his own mouth before it opened. The captain had learned that tell, too. "You are having 2 arguments," Imeth said, "and you each believe it is one." She looked at the hold officer. "You are saying the Saltire Township seal is sufficient authority, because on Saltire it is, your township is your government, and your government cleared your people, and to be told that is not enough is to be told your home does not count." She looked at Pruitt. "And you are saying corridor clearance is the only authority the corridor can read, because that is true, and you cannot bend it, and you are not being given the rank to bend it." A held beat. "Neither of you is wrong. You are speaking different jurisdictions and using the same word for both, clearance. On Saltire, it means our township vouches for these people. Here, it means the corridor has logged them as not a threat. The barge has both. Both stamps are in the file. The problem is that the hold order was written by someone on the corridor who has never once in their life needed a township to vouch for them. And so, when the township writ came up flagged as non-corridor, the system read non-corridor as unknown and unknown as hold." She straightened her hands. "It is not a security flag. It is a translation failure between 2 human authorities who would never describe it as one, because they each assume their own jurisdiction is the world." The room sat in it. "I'd have called that a security flag all week," Pruitt admitted, slowly. "It's flagged. It says flagged. I'd have read flagged as flagged." "Yes," Imeth said. "That is the failure. The flag is correct. The reading is wrong. And no human in this corridor was going to catch it, because to every human in this corridor, clearance is clearance. The gap is invisible from inside either jurisdiction. It took someone who belongs to neither." She did not say null. She did not need to. The hold officer was already looking at her differently, the fury draining out into something more useful. Cross had gone very quiet, the good quiet, the listening quiet. So the fix is that someone with the rank logs the township writ as corroborating corridor clearance rather than competing with it. A line, one line in the file by a hand that outranks the order. It does not require new authority. It requires someone to notice that the two authorities already agree. She turned to Pruitt. You cannot write that line. No, Pruitt said. Warden Hawson could, or the captain, if command backs him. And there it was, Delgado thought, the whole crackdown in a gate office that smelled of 3 days of strangers. Not a wall, not a villain, just a word that meant two things, and a system that could only hold one of them, and 138 people on the wrong side of the difference. Cross worked a room the way he worked rooms. The captain got the medic's list and walked it to the gate channel himself, and stood there until someone on the far end agreed that printer feed for a colony barge's clinic was not a security matter and could come through the mesh by hand. And Delgado watched him be warm at a man who could not see him, and win it anyway. He got the hold officer's name, and the barge's berth number, and the township seal's reference, and he said all three back, once, the trick that was not a trick, because Cross meant it. He told them, and Delgado clocked the care, the words chosen with the weight Cross saved for what he believed, that the Greenwood Belle had come the right way, by the only door humanity owned that could take her, and that nobody was going to be marooned on the far side of a clerk's mistake while he had a chair to sit in. And he believed it. That was Cross. He stood in a holding pen full of the Golden Age's small daily cruelties, and he believed, with his whole chest, that the door was a gift, and the gift was worth the cost, and he was not wrong about the door. Delgado could see exactly where the seam ran between the door being a gift and the door being shut, and that Cross could not quite see it yet, and he kept that for himself and went on counting. Here was the count Cross was making, out loud, in the warm voice, and it was the right count. If the lane stays open, these 138 thread through to the far side, and the writ gets fixed, and a colony gets its medicine and its migrants and its families back. The dream working, a barge full of children handed through a wall. Delgado had watched the captain do exactly this the first day they raised the lantern. A Saltire barge wandering off her line and the Lodestar lending her a shoulder. And it had been beautiful, and it had been the dream working, and it had taken 3 minutes. This was the same dream 3 days slower, and the slowness was the whole tragedy of it. The dream had no off switch any more than the order did, and when it guttered even slightly, somebody's children slept in a queue. If the lane shuts, Cross did not say, these 138 are on the wrong side forever. He did not say it, but Delgado watched him stand in the pen and see it, the captain's eyes going across the queue, the count happening behind them, the same who gets marooned if the door shuts count Delgado was making, and the warmth in Cross's face cost him something to keep up, and Delgado thought, he is starting to do the arithmetic that has been doing me for 3 days. Good. It is a lonely arithmetic. Lieutenant Commander. Oru had come up at his elbow, side on to him as to everything, and was looking not at him but at the slate in his hands, at the schematic of the lantern's approach corridors he had pulled up without quite deciding to, his hands reaching for data when his head was full of people. That's the crossing. The lane geometry. It is. Delgado angled it toward them. You know it? I watched it for 3 days from a barge window before they sealed us. nothing else to do but watch the door we couldn't go through. Oru's finger hovered over the lit corridor, not touching. I want to tell you a thing, and your officers'll not want to hear it, because it's not a complaint about the hold, and that's the only thing anyone's been collecting. Delgado went still in a way he had learned from Anal without meaning to. Tell me the thing. Oru told it in order, as people tell things they have already decided to say once, properly, and never again loosely. Delgado did not write while they talked. The writing came after. We come in on the queue 4 days back. Before the hold, before any of it, before the bang you've all been chasing. We're sat in the inbound line waiting our window, and I'm at the window watching the door, because I've crossed it 11 times in my life, and I love it, mister. I'll say that plain. I loved the look of it working. Oru's mouth did something complicated. And it's working hard. You can see it working hard. The veins, the long arms, the ones reach out, they're drawn back tighter than I've ever seen 'em. Bowed, like a man pulling a thing he's near too small to pull. I've crossed 11 times, and I've never seen 'em bowed like that. And I'm a barge passenger, I'm nobody, but 11 times is 11 times. You're not nobody, Delgado said. You're a man who's seen the same thing 11 times. That's an instrument. Oru looked at him properly for the first time, side on, giving away a little. Then here's the reading. The window before ours, we're next but one. The window opens for the ship ahead, an oar tender, fat thing, and she lines up, and the door brightens for her the way it does, and then, the finger pressed the air over the corridor. It stutters. The light, it goes, not dark, but it guttered, like a lamp when the draft hits it. And it caught itself again, and the tender threaded through fine, she was fine, everyone aboard her's fine. But I was watching the door, and the door flinched. Before it brightened, it flinched. And the brightening after was harder than the flinch. Like the machine had to shove to make up for the stumble, you follow? It pushed harder after to fix what it dropped. And the next window, ours, it opened slow, slower than the others. And then the hold came down, and we never threaded at all. Delgado kept his face the way Petrov kept hers over a bad table. How long before the sabotage? The bang? A day. The best part of a day before. That's why your officers don't want it. Oru's hand dropped. I've tried to tell 3 of them. Before the bang, the door was already flinching, and every one of them hears before and stops listening, 'cause the story's the bang. The anchorage, the terror, the sweep, the story is somebody put a hand on the door and broke it. And I'm telling you the door was already flinching a day before any hand touched it and pushing harder to cover it. That doesn't fit the story, so it's not a flag, so it's nothing. The far side vowels pushed forward, weary. But I've crossed 11 times. The door was wrong before the bang. I swear it on the Greenwood bell and everyone in her. Across the gate office, Cross was still working the medics list, warm and tireless, getting clinic feed through a wall 1 handshake at a time, believing in the door. Imeth had her hands flat on the table and her head a degree turned, and Delgado knew without looking that she had heard every word and that her face was giving away nothing. Say the last part again, Delgado said, the push. The door flinched and then it shoved, Oru said it flat. Pushed harder after to make the window than it ever pushed before, to cover what it dropped. I watch barges get unloaded for a living, mister. I know a thing's straining over its rating when I see one. That door was straining a day before anyone laid a hand on it. Will you let me record that? Delgado said, word for word, with your name on it and your 11 crossings and the Greenwood bell, as a sourced observation. Not a complaint about the hold, a thing you saw, attested that I can defend to anyone. Oru went side on again, considering it, considering him. What's it by? Will it get my people through? I don't know yet. Honest was the only register he had ever managed under pressure, and he had stopped apologizing for it years ago. It might be the thing that proves the hold was built on the wrong story. I can't promise you what it does. I can promise you I won't round it away, and that's not nothing, because rounding it away is exactly what's happened to it 3 times already." Oru looked at him a long moment, and then nodded, the once, the same nod the loader on Senin had given him, and Delgado felt the small, cold, familiar thing he felt when a witness decided to trust the man with the slate. Delgado recorded it at the gate office bench while the colonists were walked back into the pen, Oru's voice steady and the far side vowels pushing forward, and he attested it into the evidence store word for word, with authorship sealed, 11 crossings and a barge name and a door that flinched a day early. The recorder gave him back the timestamp and the immutable line and the small light that meant it could never now be unsaid, and he sat with it. Cross came over with the list finished and the warmth banked down to the after-warmth, the cost showing now that the audience was just Delgado and Imeth. "The writ's fixed," he said. "Halson signed the corroboration line. Imeth was right. It took a hand with rank, and it took 30 seconds once the right hand had it. The Greenwood bell threads as soon as the hold lifts on her berth, which is its own fight, but the manifest's clean again." He scrubbed a hand down his face. 138 people held for 3 days by a clerk who thought a township seal was a threat. 3 days, Sam. There were kids asleep in that queue. There were. Delgado did not look up from the slate. "Captain, Oru saw something." "Saw what?" "A day before the vein was breached, the door was already wrong." Delgado set it out plainly. "A threading window guttered, flinched, their word, and then the anchor pushed harder afterward to make the next window than it had ever pushed before, overcompensating. A day before any hand touched the hall. They've tried to tell 3 officials, and all 3 heard before the bang and stopped listening, because it doesn't fit the story everyone's enforcing. And the thing that doesn't fit the story is usually the thing I'd want to chase before I'd want to round it away." Imeth had not moved. Her hands were flat on the table, one over the other, and she was looking at the lit corridor still up on Delgado's slate. And when she spoke, it was very level and gave away nothing, which gave away everything. "A junction that strains before it is struck," she said, "is a junction that was already failing. The hand on the hull would then be the held beat, the measurement taken twice before it was spoken, not the cause, the accelerant." She set the second word down and did not reach past it. "I would record the man's observation, Lieutenant Commander. I would record it carefully, and I would not be surprised, as you chase it, to find it is the most honest thing anyone has said in this corridor since the bang." She looked up. "I will say no more than that." Cross looked from her to Delgado and back, and Delgado watched the captain decide, visibly not to ask Imeth the question that was sitting in the room, because the captain had learned that too, that there were sentences Imeth would not say, and that pressing her for them cost her something he was not willing to spend over one barge passenger's account. "Chase it," Cross said, quietly. "The story everyone's enforcing put 138 people in a pen for 3 days, so I'm not in love with this story." He straightened, and the warmth came back up over the stillness, because there was a barge to get through a wall and a queue still breathing each other. "Get the Greenwood bell threaded. Then get me whatever the door was doing a day before somebody broke it." And he went, to be warm at the next official in the chain, to spend himself one handshake at a time on the dream working 3 days slow. Delgado stayed at the bench. He pulled the lantern's public approach logs, the threading window records, hour by hour, the inbound queue's whole quiet history sitting on the seam ledger where nothing could lie about itself. And he set the timestamp of Oru's account beside the day of the sabotage, 4 days back against 3,
and he looked at the gap. Then he did what he always did with what mattered. He took a maintenance sheet off the bench, and he wrote it by hand, block capitals, in the hand you use for what you don't want rounding to reach. Oru, Greenwood Bell, 11 crossings. Door flinched, pushed harder after. 1 day before the hand on the hull. He underlined the last line twice. Paper on a digital ship, in a borrowed gate office that smelled of 3 days of strangers. He pinned it to the inside of his slate cover, where his curved sketchers usually went, and he sat looking at it. And somewhere out past the mesh, 138 people waited for a wall to let them through. And the door that was going to let them through had, by one man's 11 times eye, been flinching a full day before the story said anything was wrong with it at all. The hold lifted on the Greenwood Bell's berth at the turn of the watch. Delgado was still at the bench when she threaded, and he did not see it go. He was looking at the logs. But Emeth, who had not left either, said, level, to no one and to him, "She is true. They are on the far side. Their writ held."
"Good," Delgado said, and meant it, and went on reading the door's own honest record of itself, looking for the flinch. Chapter 11. Smoothed. The anchor draw curve had a kink in it that did not belong, and Delgado had been looking at the kink for 2 hours when the bay lights ticked over to the night ration and dropped the room half a stop dimmer without asking. Delgado let them. The curve stayed where it was, thrown up across the Science Bay wall in green, the lantern's anchor draw, the power the vanes pulled to hold the fold mouth open, plotted against time, across the 11 days since the Lodestar had arrived. It was a public number. Every junction in human space committed its draw to the seam ledger by the hour, so the lane operators down corridor could plan their queues, and nobody had ever bothered to hide how hard a machine was working. 11 days of it ran across the wall in a line that should have been level and was not. It climbed. Not steeply, not the way a fault climbs, all at once, a step where something broke. It came in like a tide over sand you thought was dry. A hand's width an hour, every hour, no knee, no event, smooth as compound interest. The lantern was drawing more power to hold the same hole open than it had 11 days ago, and that day more than the day before. And the curve ran back as far as the certified archive ran back, 2 years deep, 14 months, the whole of the public record, and the slope never changed, and the slope never stopped. This slope he had seen before, over a corridor full of falling mountains in another life, last year. Different machine, same handwriting. Ackerman found him there an hour into the night ration, which meant she had come looking, which meant somebody had told her the science officer had missed the wardroom again. "You ate the loaf," she said. The half-ration loaf Petrov had left on the bench was a crater of crumbs. "I'll tell her. It buys me a week of not being lectured about your blood sugar." I ate it standing up, and I couldn't tell you what it tasted of. Delgado didn't turn from the wall. "Commander, come and stand here. I want a witness who'll argue with me." Ackerman came and stood. She read the wall left to right, unhurried, a woman checking a parachute. 2 curves now laid over each other, green on green, climbing together up the 11 days. "Anchor draw," she said. "And the second one?" "The second one is the window width, how much room a ship has threading," medium pause, "how wide the slot opens before it shuts." He set his finger at the left edge, where the two lines sat far apart, and walked it right to where they had drawn close. Draw going up, window coming down. The lantern's pulling harder every day to hold a door that's getting narrower every day. That's not a machine breaking. A machine that's breaking has a moment. This has no moment. It's been doing this since before we got here. It's been doing this since before the bomb. Ackerman's eyes went up the slope and back down it. Hartley would say every machine drifts. That's why there's a band. Hartley would, and the lantern's own people did, and they're not wrong. It came out steadier than he felt. She was making him earn it, and earning it kept his hands off the edge of the bench. There's a tolerance band on all of it. Draw, window, margin. As long as you stay inside the band, you log it, and you watch it, and you don't file a finding. Nothing's wrong. And here's the catch. He pulled the third curve, the margin. The margin came up between the other two, the safety buffer, the slack the lantern kept in hand. It started healthy, it started high, it ended on the floor. 11 days ago the margin was wide, Delgado said. Today it's a rumor. And the reason draw and window haven't left the band yet, the reason the board out there still reads "come ahead," is that somebody has been spending the margin to keep them in it. Every day the door gets harder to hold, and every day the lantern's people quietly eat a little more of the buffer to keep the public number looking the same as yesterday. The band hasn't moved. What's underneath it has emptied out. They're not lying to the ledger. You can't. They're standing on the last inch of floor and committing a number that says the floor is fine. Ackerman was quiet a moment. The air handling ran on by itself. "That's the cooling," she said. Not a question. The word had been on the bulletins all week. Cold lane weather. The spacer superstition. The thing the old hands muttered about and the young ones laughed at. That's the cooling. It's not weather and it's not superstition. It's a number. And the number's the same number I found over Rivas, and I don't know what it is, Commander. I want to be plain about the part I don't know. I can't tell you why a junction cools. I can show you that this one is, on its own published record, and that nobody installed it and nobody broke it, and it didn't start with the bomb. He stopped. And then there's the part the bomb did. Delgado had the overpush by the time Beck's Orsa came aboard, but he didn't trust it yet, and not trusting it was why he'd asked her up. Petrov had cleared it through the warden's office. A lantern repair gang chief had no business in a warship's science bay, and the office had taken 4 hours and 2 reminders to decide she wasn't a security risk, which told Delgado something about the office on its own. Bex came up the ramp in her own coveralls with grease ground into the seams that no recycler would ever lift, took one look at the wall of curves, and stopped dead in the hatch. "You've drawn her," she said. "Somebody's gone and drawn her." That's her anchor draw, Delgado found, to his own surprise that he was glad of the company, gladder than the work strictly needed. I wanted somebody who has her hands on the machine to tell me I've read it wrong. Bex came the rest of the way in and stood where Ackerman had stood, and her face went to the look Delgado had been wearing privately for 2 hours. She put one hand up toward the climbing line, not touching the wall, the way you put a hand toward a fire to test it. "I've been telling them for a year. You don't need a curve. You can hear her. Vein 6 sings wrong now, flat, a half tone under where she sat when I came up on this gang. And she draws like—" Beck stopped and looked for it and found the words she always reached for. "Like she's drinking power like it's the last bar open. Last spring, I'd hold a threading window steady on 3 veins if I had to, and keep a 4th in hand. Now it's all 5 and the 5th's tired. and the office writes me a slip back that says, within tolerance, monitor. And I monitor, and next month she's tireder. Her hand came down. What's the third line? Margin. Then that's why my fifth vein's tired, Beck said. They're spending her. Tell me about the day before the bomb, Delgado said. Bex's jaw set. The day before, they pushed her past anything I've stood under. The Combine wanted the crossing busy, more threadings, narrower slots, the queue moving faster than I've ever run it. I called it up to the warden's floor twice. I said, you're drawing her past rated, and there's no buffer left to catch a bad transit. They told me the colonies down corridor needed the throughput, and the numbers were inside the band. She bit the band off like a curse. She was screaming, mister. Not on the board, on the gantry where I work. The board said wide and green, and I had my hand flat on a vein that was singing a half-tone under and pulling like a drowning man. And the night before, some splinter put his hand on the hull and broke vein 6. She'd already been pushed past where she could take a stumble. He didn't kill this lane on his own. He shoved a vein that was already going over.
Delgado looked at her, and then back at the wall, and the overpush sat in the curve exactly where she'd put it with her ears. A 3-day spur near the right edge, the draw kicking up off its own smooth slope, the margin dropping to nothing under it, then the hard vertical scar where vein 6 went, and the window collapsed. You read it on the gantry, he said. I read it on the wall. Same number. Of course it's the same number. Bex frowned at him, not unkindly. A working woman watching an officer finally arrive somewhere she'd lived for a year. It's the same machine. That was the part that should have been the end of it, and Delgado worked another 3 hours after Bex went back down before he understood why it wasn't. 3 things, then. He had the cooling. He had the long, smooth slope, 2 years deep, no event. The junction quietly dying on its own published record. He had the overpush, the Combine spending the margin to keep the crossing busy, eating the last buffer, corroborated by the one person on the lantern who had her hand on the machine. And he had the bomb. Vein 6, the hard scar, a vein already going over given the last shove. Splinter, Combine, and the slope under both, all 3 legible in one wall of green. It was a finding. He could hand it to the captain tonight, as he'd handed him Revis. The splinter did it, the Combine made it possible, and the lane was dying before either of them touched it. Then he went to pull the exception reports, as he'd pulled them at Tornell, since the gantry hands in the calibration office would have been raising flags for months, and the flags would tell him how long the smooth slope had been visible to the people standing on it. The flags were there. 40 of them, 50, the calibration office and the gantry gangs filing the same complaint Bex had been filing with her ears. Draw too high, window too tight, the buffer gone, cold lane weather, in the half-joking words some of them used where the official words wouldn't carry it. Filed and dated and committed to the ledger, never to be unfiled once committed, and every one of them closed at the foot with the same disposition. Within tolerance, monitor. That he had expected. Tornell had taught him that. Within tolerance and monitored was what the word tolerance was for, and a chief who believed it was entitled to on her own numbers. That wasn't the crack. The crack was the analysis. Every junction the size of the lantern ran a standing draw trend analysis, a routine roll-up committed weekly to the public ledger that took the raw hourly numbers and fitted a line through them so the corridor operators down lane could see where the crossing was heading. It was the dullest object on the station. It had been committed every week for years, on schedule, by the calibration office, under provable authorship, unforgeable, permanent. Delgado pulled the weekly trend roll-up and laid it over his own. His curve climbed. The official trend was flat.
Same hourly numbers underneath. They had to be the same. The raw draw was committed by the hour and could not be altered, and he was reading it straight off the ledger, and so was the roll-up. The roll-up took the same honest hourly points he was looking at and fitted a line through them that did not rise. It threw out the high hours as outliers. It rebased the window every week so the narrowing reset to 0 each Monday and never accumulated. It carried the spent margin as operational discretion in a footnote and dropped it from the headline. The slope he could see with his eyes, the slope Bex could hear from the gantry, the slope 2 years long with no knee in it, had been combed flat, week by week, by a routine that was committed in the open under a real signature, and read, to anyone who didn't lay the raw points beside it, as a junction in perfect health. Nobody had lied to the ledger. Nobody could. The hourly draw was in there, true, permanent, screaming. And somebody had stood beside it every week and committed a tidy flat line on top, in public, provably, that said the screaming was noise. So what frightened him wasn't the slope. He'd had the slope at Rivas. What frightened him was the flat line. The slope was a junction dying. The flat line was a person every Monday deciding it wasn't and signing. Delgado put both hands flat on the bench edge and made himself go clinical, the cold mode, and wrote it in the smallest words he had. The raw draw is honest and it is rising. The published trend is honest about being published and it is false. The error is not in the data. The error is in the smoothing. He read it back twice. It held. Then he stopped touching the bench. His hands had started to want a task, and there was nothing in the room for them to do. Delgado did not go to Ackerman with it. He went to Cross, because the difference between what he had at sundown and what he had now was a difference about people, and people were the captain's country, not the commander's. Cross's day cabin smelled of real coffee, and Cross had the look he got when he'd already read the duty summary and knew a hard conversation was walking in the door, which was the warm look, the one he put on like armor. He poured 2 cups and put the first in Delgado's hands and did not sit until Delgado did. "You found a worse number than the one you had this afternoon," Cross said. "Ackerman briefed me the curves. The cooling, the overpush, the bomb. 3 strands. It's a clean finding, Sam. It's the cleanest thing anybody's handed me since we got here." He turned the cup once. "So you've come up to ruin it? Which means there's a 4th strand and you don't like the look of it." "The cooling, the overpush, and the bomb are a finding I can file tonight. I'll defend every line of it. That's not why I'm here." He set the cup down without drinking. The trend roll-up, the weekly public analysis the calibration office commits, the one that tells the corridor where the lantern's heading. I laid it over the raw draw. The raw draw rises, the roll-up's flat. Same numbers underneath. Somebody's been combing the slope out of it every week for 2 years, in public, under a real signature, and committing a line that says she's healthy. The warmth in Cross's face didn't move, and the stillness of it was the heaviest answer he could have given. "Within tolerance," Cross said, "like Tornell." "No, that's what I want to be exact about, and it's why I came to you instead of the commander." Delgado leaned in over the cold cup. "In Tornell, the chief believed the band. She closed every flag within tolerance, monitor, and on her own number she was entitled to, the number never left the band. She wasn't hiding it. She'd have shut her own chain down the day it left. This is different. This is not a chief who believes the band. This is somebody who can see the slope, has to see it. You can't fit a trend through points you haven't read, and chooses every Monday to throw out the high hours and rebase the window and bury the spent margin in a footnote and commit a flat line on top. You don't comb a slope flat by accident, Captain. You comb it flat because a rising line is a finding, and a finding stops the lane. And a stopped lane, Cross said slowly, maroons the far side, starves the colonies, hands the anchorage the story, brings Geneva in. He set the coffee down. He'd got there ahead of him, as he always did. Every reason Halcyon has for the crackdown is a reason somebody has for the flat line. I'm not telling you who, Delgado said. I can't, yet. Calibration office signature, but a draw trend roll-up on a combine junction doesn't go out the door without the warden's floor seeing it, and the warden's floor is Halcyon. That's an arrow, not a name. What I can tell you, and stand on, is that the lantern is dying on her own honest record, and somebody who can read that record has spent 2 years publicly insisting she isn't. He made himself finish it. The bomb's a crime. The cooling's, I don't have a word. It's a fact. It's the floor. The smoothing is the one piece of this with a hand on it. Somebody chose it. That's the inside of this, Captain. The bomb's the outside. The smoothing's the inside. And it's worse, because nobody put a hand on a hull to do it. They put a signature on a clean number. For a while, neither of them spoke. Aft, the ship made the small sounds of a vessel underway. "Here's the version I want," Cross said at last, and Delgado heard the captain reach for it like a man reaching for a rail in the dark. "A junction's getting harder to hold. Everybody can see the raw numbers noisy. The corridor needs the crossing open, or 11 settlements miss a winter. So the calibration office does what hard-pressed people do. They smooth the noise. They call the high hours outliers because most high hours are. They keep the lane running because the lane is the difference between fed and not. Not a cover-up, a frightened office keeping the lights on for people who die in the dark." He turned it once more, looking for the place it would hold. "It's the kindest reading, and it's available." "It's available," Delgado agreed. "It dies in the same place Strand died. You don't rebase a window to 0 every Monday to remove noise. Noise scatters both ways. You'd throw out the low hours, too, and the slope would stay, just thinner. They only ever cut upward. A frightened office trying to be honest leaves the slope and prays it holds. This office reaches into the same true points I'm reading and removes the one shape that would make somebody act." He kept his voice level, the frightened mode under it, and Cross had known him long enough to hear it. "The kind version needs the smoothing to be careless. It's careful, Captain. The care is the confession. Same as the brackets in the capsule. Somebody who understood the job did this on purpose so that nobody would have to." Cross looked at the cold coffee a long moment. "What do you want to do with it?" he said. "File it." Delgado said it like the obvious thing it was. The whole shape, cooling, overpush, bomb, and the smoothing under all of it. Commit a finding. It's the cleanest data set on this crossing, and it's honest about itself. And the moment it's on the public record, the corridor can see what I can see, and the office can't comb the next slope flat because somebody's already laid the raw points beside it. The ledger caught Strand. It'll catch this. It's already caught it. The raw draw's right there, screaming, waiting for someone to read it. I just have to read it out loud." "And the day you read it out loud," Cross said, and the warmth was working now, the forward motion building as it did when his belief met something it couldn't refute. "The accord doesn't open. The blocks have a true bombing and a center science officer's finding that the combine's been burying a dying lane, and they take that and they hand it to the public as proof the whole frontier is a corporate fraud and the anchorage are arsonists who are right, which is the one combination that gets everybody armed at once. The main line's at the talks under a safe conduct Halson's already trying to void. You put your finding out and the talks never seat them because now there's a center paper that makes the whole crossing look like a crime, and the only people who survive that politically are the ones holding guns.
You'd be right, Sam. And being right is the noose. That's a reason to be careful how it's filed, Delgado said. It's not a reason not to file it. Captain, he stopped and pulled it back. He had walked too far into the captain's country. I measure things. I don't run the consequences. You do. I've never once asked you to do my job, and I'm not now. But you're asking me to sit on a true finding because of where it lands. And that's the first thing anyone ever asked me to do that I said no to, the one time it mattered. And I built everything difficult about me on top of that no. I can hold it a day while you think. I can hold it until the crisis is past, if the crisis is what you tell me it is. I can't unfind it, and I won't pretend I didn't. Cross sat with that. He didn't reach for the optimistic version and rehearse it aloud, as he sometimes did. He just held the cup and let the cabin be quiet. And when he spoke, the forward motion had stalled out of him, which from Cross was its own kind of cost. I'm not asking you to unfind it, he said. I'm asking you to give me time to find a way to put it down that saves the people instead of arming them. There's a difference, and I need you to trust there's a difference. There is a difference, Delgado said. I trust that there's a difference. What I don't know yet is whether you'll find one, or whether find a way to put it down turns into don't put it down. And I think honesty was the only thing he'd ever managed under pressure, and he managed it now, quietly, to the man he admired. I think you don't know that yet either. It was the first time the two of them had stood on opposite sides of a number, and they both felt it land, and neither of them named it, because naming it would have made it a thing instead of a crack. Hold it, Cross said. A day. Bring me a way to file it that doesn't shut the lane with the far side on the wrong end of it. A day, Delgado said. He stood, and at the hatch he stopped. He'd never learned how to leave a true thing in the room unsaid. The raw draw is committed by the hour, Captain. It rises whether I file or not. Whatever you decide, the floor is already on the public record. It always was. The only thing anybody gets to choose is whether they read it. Strand learned that. So did the office combing it flat. They didn't hide the number. They couldn't. They just bet nobody would lay the points side by side. He looked back from the hatch. I laid the points side by side. That part's done. It can't be undone. I wanted you to know that before you spend your day. Delgado went down to the science bay, where the 3 curves still hung on the wall, climbing. He pulled the night's draw, the newest hour, just committed, fresh on the ledger, honest and permanent and unforgeable, and watched it sit a hand's width higher than the hour before, and the official roll-up sit flat beside it. And on the back of a maintenance sheet, he copied both lines by hand, raw and smoothed, the true one and the combed one, and pinned the sheet above the bench where his curves went. Paper on a digital ship, the one record nobody else could rebase on a Monday. Delgado pulled a chair to the bench and watched the wall and waited to see whether the captain he admired would come back tomorrow with a way to file the truth or a reason not to. Chapter 12. False Colors. A window shut on a ship already inside it, and the rest of the day arranged itself around the shutting. Cross had come up to the bridge for the morning cue with no worse expectation than the morning cue. The board read what it had read for 3 days now. Hold steady. Window down a notch from healthy and holding there. Margin, the color of a thing somebody was nursing.
and the Lodestar sat her courteous station 200 kilometers up corridor, watching the Lantern take the inbound ribbon one ship at a time. He had a mug in his hand he had not yet drunk from. He had a drawer he had shut with his own hand 2 days ago, and had been, with discipline, not opening. Then Imeth's head came up, and her hands went flat, and Cross set the mug down before she said it. "A window in the upper corridor," she said. "A Pilgrim sloop committed to the slot. Small, no null assist, an old hull running an old solution. She is in the count. She is past the point where the controller can wave her off. The held beat, the measurement taken twice. The window is narrowing under her, not on schedule, while she is inside it. Show me." It came up on the forward display the way these things came up, small and clean and wrong. The Pilgrim sloop sat at the heart of her slot, on her line, doing everything right. A tiny lit egg in the lit throat of the corridor, with the threading count running down beside her. And the slot itself was closing around her, not the clean iris of a window finishing its count and shutting on empty sky after the ship was through. The walls were coming in early by degrees too gentle to see in real time, and obvious the instant the plot drew them, drawing toward a hull that had not yet folded, with the count still running, with the ship still there. "Controller has her," Imeth said. "She is fighting it from the Lantern side, holding the window open by hand, spending margin she does not have, and she is losing the race with it. The sloop cannot abort. She is committed. If the window reaches her before her count ends, she threads into a wall." Salazar. "Too far." The lieutenant had the geometry already, and the swagger had gone out of him into the flat, short register that meant it was real. "I'm 200 kilometers up corridor, and she folds in 40 seconds. I can't be under her, Captain. Nobody can. This one's the controller's or it's nobody's." Cross stood at the rail and watched something he could not touch close on 100 pilgrims who had folded through to die on a colony by choice, and the only people in the sky who could reach the sloop were the Lantern's own, a controller 100 kilometers off, spending a margin the board said she had and Delgado's wall said she didn't, against a window shutting harder than every certified number swore it could. "Delgado." Cross said it to the Open Science channel without turning. "Are you watching this?" "I'm watching it." The science officer's voice came up 4 decks closer than it sounded and stripped to the bone. "Captain, I'm putting the overpush curve on your board. Tell me when." "Now." It came up under the plot, Delgado's 3-day spur, the draw kicking off its own smooth slope, the margin dropping to nothing beneath it, and laid against the live window, it stopped being a curve and became a clock. The controller was holding the sloop's window open out of a buffer that, on Delgado's reading, had emptied days ago. She was spending money that wasn't in the account, and the only reason the door had not already failed on the Pilgrim was that a Lantern hand was standing on the last inch of floor with her whole weight, by feel, doing what the board insisted she did not need to do. "She has it," Imeth said. "The controller has it. She is holding the window by, I do not have the word, by force. The count is at 8. A beat. 6. 4. The Pilgrim sloop held steady at the heart of the closing slot, and the controller held the slot open around her by main strength out of an empty buffer, and at the count of 1, the little lit egg folded clean through to the far side, gone between one frame and the next. Every soul aboard delivered through a door that the certified record said had every reason to hold, and that had, in fact, been one tired hand away from a wall. The window shut behind her, full and final and hard on empty sky. The bridge let out a breath, ragged, no 2 of them in the same instant. Vinter had gone pale and stayed at his board, which was better than it would have been 6 months ago. Salazar's frame dropped half an inch, and the swagger did not come flooding back the way it had at the Saltire barge. He sat looking at the place where the sloop had been, with the expression of a man who had watched somebody else make a save he could not have made, and did not like what it told him about the sky. "Captain," Imeth had not stood down. "The controller is logging it. Routine window flutter, recovered, no casualty. That is the disposition. It will go on the public record by the hour as a window that fluttered and held." "It didn't flutter," Salazar said, quiet, to his own board. "I've watched 1,000 of these. That wasn't a flutter. That was somebody catching a thing that had already gone." Cross went down to the science bay because the bridge was the wrong place to open the drawer. Delgado had it ready when he came in, which meant the science officer had stopped waiting for the captain's day and started building for the captain's question, and Cross found he was glad of it and ashamed of being glad. The 3 curves hung on the wall, climbing as they had for 2 days. Beside them now hung something new, the live record of the window that had just shut, drawn out across the bay in green, the controller's handheld buffer spend laid over the moment the slot had closed on the Pilgrim. And pinned above the bench on a maintenance sheet in Delgado's block capitals was a line Cross had not seen. ORU, Greenwood Bell, 11 crossings. Door flinched, pushed harder after, 1 day before the hand on the hull. "Tell me what that is," Cross said. "That's a witness." Delgado capped the sheet, once with the flat certainty he gave a thing he trusted. "Saltire bargeman, 11 crossings through this junction, his whole working life looking at one door from the inside of one transit. He told me at the sealed berth the door flinched a full day before the bomb, misbehaved, caught itself wrong on a threading and pushed harder after, like a man limping and then walking faster to cover it. Nobody on the warden's floor logged it because there was nothing on the board to log. There never is. The board's the smooth line." He set his finger at the left edge of the new curve, the morning's window, and walked it right to where it had failed. "Oru's flinch and this morning's window are the same event, Captain. A day apart and the same shape. The door catching wrong on a hull and spending margin it hasn't got to cover the catch. I have it on a curve now. He had it with his eye, a day early, 11 crossings in front of it." Cross looked at the sheet and at the 3 climbing curves and at the live record of a window that had nearly killed 100 pilgrims this morning, and the 3 strands he had been carrying separately for 2 days came together in front of him all at once, not as an argument and not as a finding, but as a single legible shape, the way a constellation resolves out of stars you had been looking at one at a time. The lane was dying. The long, smooth slope, 2 years deep, no knee, no event, the door getting hard to hold every year on its own honest published record, the slope Delgado would not name and Cross would not let him. That was the floor under everything. The flinch Oru's eye caught, and the curve drew, and the controller fought by hand this morning out of an empty buffer. The combine had spent the margin. The 3-day spur near the bomb, the overpush, the crossing run faster than it had ever been run because the colonies down corridor needed the throughput and the numbers were inside the band, Bex's veins singing flat under her hand while the board read green, the buffer eaten to keep the public number looking like yesterday. The dying door pushed past anything a tired hand should have held so that there was no slack left to catch a stumble. And the splinter had put a hand on the hull. Tarry's cell, vein 6, the hard vertical scar where the breach went. The crime, the one strand with a face on it and a confession behind it. 3 strands. What Cross had not let himself see until a window shut on a sloop this morning was the order they came in. The lane had been going over before any of them touched it. The combine had shoved what was already going, and the splinter had broken a vein on a door that, by the time they reached it, could not have survived a sneeze. Tarrey's cell had not been bombing a healthy junction to make a point. They had been trying to stop a crossing being run to death by people who knew it was dying and were spending the buffer faster every quarter to keep the queue moving. Right about the danger, wrong, catastrophically wrong about the method. Vein 6, the node dead, the name scrolling under the bulletins, but not arsonists who hit a thing that was fine. People who had read the same floor Delgado had read, with worse evidence and no warship's lab, and chosen the worst possible way to be right. They were trying to stop it, Cross said. The words came out level, and he heard how strange they sounded in his own mouth. Tarrey's people, they put a hand on the hull because they'd read the floor and nobody would listen, and the way they chose to make somebody listen killed the node crew. They're right about the lane and they're murderers about the method, both in the same act. Both, Delgado agreed. I can prove the first half. The second half's already proved. There's a vein down and a memorial wall. The thing I can put on a curve is that the lane was dying before Tarrey, and that the combine ran it past rated to keep it busy, and that this morning's window proves the buffer's gone, exactly where Oru's eye said it would be. He stopped and made himself finish the way he always finished, with the true thing he didn't want to leave in the room. And the splinter is still under all of it. Somebody's combed the slope flat every Monday for 2 years and signed it. The floor's on the public record screaming. The story on top of it says she's healthy. That part hasn't changed since I came to you. It's just got a window this morning to prove it by. Cross stood with that, and the bay ran its air handling by itself, and the 3 curves climbed the wall, and somewhere out past the hull the lantern took the next ship in the queue, and the next, and the second realization came down on him slower than the first and heavier. The first had been about the lane, the second was about himself. The diagnosis was right, and he could not climb back out of that. For 2 days he had held Delgado's finding at arm's length, probably true, definitely dangerous, a number he could choose to file or not, a question still open. It was not open anymore. A window had shut on a pilgrim sloop this morning in the exact place Oru's eye and Delgado's curve both put the failure, out of a buffer that on every certified record still existed and in fact did not. And there was no version of the morning where the Anchorage splinter was wrong about the lane dying. They were right. The main line who disowned them were right. The frightened murderers who broke the charter were right about the one thing that mattered, and the door was going over, and the board out there still read, "Come ahead." And the moment that became operationally true, the moment Cross stopped being able to treat it as a hard question and started having to treat it as a fact he would fly people through, the trap closed around it from both sides at once, and it was the ugliest thing he had seen since Pell. Prove it, and what did the proof do? It did not save the lane. The lane would die on its own schedule, whatever Cross posted. The floor had been dying for 2 years, and a finding would not lay a hand on it. What the proof did was the one thing Cross could not undo once it was done. It became a weapon, and there were 3 hands reaching for it. The blocks would take a center science officer's sworn finding that the combine had run a frontier junction to death for throughput, burying the sloop under a combed flat line every Monday, and they would not use it to fix the lane. They would use it to prove the frontier was a corporate fraud from end to end, the whole reach a swindle with a body count, and the talks at the Far Concord would not seat anyone after that, because there would be nothing left to seat them around, only blocks racing each other to be the ones holding guns when the public learned the door humanity threaded a region through had been a lie the whole time. And the Anchorage,
The proof said Tarrey's cell was right about the lane. Cross could see, standing there, exactly what the bulletins would do with Wright. They would not separate the splinter from the main line. They had spent a week welding the two together, the principled majority who sat singing on a loading apron with their hands open, made one with the cell that put a hand on a hall. Anchorage terror over footage of a breach the main line had truthfully disowned. Hand the public a finding that the Anchorage were right about the danger, and the conflation finished its work. The whole movement became the people who had been right to bomb, and being right was the noose. The main line who had broken nothing would hang for the splinter who had broken everything, because the proof that exonerated the danger could not be separated in any room from the crime that the danger was used to excuse. Cross saw the engine hole for the first time, cold, in the climbing green light of the wall. The splinter did it. The combine amplified it. Halzen's bulletins, the flat line, every Monday, a true bombing made into a whole movement's guilt and a dying lane's noise, both at once. And the floor was under both, the slope nobody had built and nobody could break, dying on schedule. The bill of the Golden Age coming due in a buffer a tired controller had spent by hand this morning to keep 100 pilgrims off a wall. The conflation was the false colors. Not a lie told in the record. The record could not be lied to. The raw draw was in there screaming. Delgado had laid the points side to side, and that part was done and could not be undone. The false colors were the story flown over the top of a true record. A dying lane painted as a terror problem. A mostly principled movement painted as the arsonists. A corporate overpush painted as the cost of keeping the lights on for people who would die in the dark. Every fact in it true, the shape of it a lie. And the worst of it, the part that turned Cross's stomach standing there, was that the lie was load-bearing. Strike the colors and tell the whole truth, and the talks collapsed, and the Anchorage hanged, and the blocks armed. And the lane still died. Fly the false colors, and the talks might open, and the main line might survive, and the lane still died, but slower, and with a door over it that people could keep going through while it lasted. 2 days ago, in the day cabin, he had wanted to find a way to file the truth that saved people instead of arming them. He could see now that there might not be one, that the true finding and the saved people might be opposites, and that he was the man who would have to choose between them, and that the choosing was already, quietly, underway in a science bay in front of a wall with his own 2 hands. You said you'd bring me a way to put it down that saves the people instead of arming them. Have you got one?
Delgado was quiet a moment. No, he said. I've got a true finding, and I've got the morning window to prove the buffer's gone, and I've got Oru. I've got the cleanest data set on this crossing and the courage of its already spent. The raw draw rises whether I file or not. It's on the public record by the hour. Anybody can lay the points beside it the way I did. He looked at the captain. What I haven't got is a way to read it out loud that doesn't do exactly what you said it would. Arm the blocks, hang the main line, shut the talks, and not save the lane because nothing saves the lane. He stopped. I came to you 2 days ago because the consequences are your country and the numbers mine. The numbers worse than it was, and the consequences are exactly what you guessed, and I think you knew that before you came down here. I think you came down to hear me say there's no clean way, so it'd be on the record that you looked for one. It's on the record, Cruz said. Cruz stood at the wall a while longer. The 3 curves climbed. The morning's window hung beside them, the proof, the buffer spent by hand. Above the bench, in block capitals, a bargeman's eye said the door had flinched a day early, and underlined it twice. Out past a hull, the lantern held its great mouth open across half a light year, bright and busy and beautiful, threading another ship and another, a busiest miracle on the frontier, going about its work, as though it were not dying, as though 100 pilgrims had not nearly folded into a wall this morning out of an empty account, as though the colors flown over it were the true ones. The diagnosis was right, the anchorage were right, and being right, Cruce saw, looking at the door he had been raised to treat as a moral good, near to a faith. Being right was the noose, and the only hand near enough to put it round their necks or keep it off was his own, and there was no version of the next week where he came away with clean ones. After Pell, he had thought the worst the chair could ask of a man was to choose who died. Standing in front of the wall, he understood that it had a worse question in it, and that he had just been handed it, and that he did not yet know what his own hand would do. "Hold it another day," Cruce said. "I'll hold it," Delgado said it without weight, a man stating a fact already true. "It holds itself, Captain. The floor's on the ledger. It was always on the ledger. The only thing anybody gets to choose is what story they fly over the top of it." He turned back to the wall. "I'd just like it noted, when you choose, that I told you the record was honest before you decided how honest to be about it." Cross went back up to the bridge, where the board read "Hold Steady" and "Window Down a Notch," and margined the color somebody was nursing by hand, and where 100 ships a day still threaded a door that the cleanest data set on the frontier said was dying, and he stood at the rail of his chair and watched it hold, and found that he was no longer watching to see whether it would. Now he was watching to see what he was going to let the world be told about it. Chapter 13. Keeping the Lights On. The warden's office was the only warm room Cross had been in since he came up the cradle, and it had been made warm on purpose by a man who wanted his visitors to notice they'd stopped being cold. It sat high in the lantern's landward spar, a glass box hung over the crossing town like a foreman's cabin over a mill floor. And through the long window, the whole of Lanehead lay out below in the corridor light, the market roofs, the repair gantries, the memorial ribbons gone gray on the dock rail, the queue of ships strung out into the dark beyond the lit mouth, waiting, always waiting, for a door a man could no longer pretend was healthy. Halson had a heater coil going under the table, and real tea in 2 metal cups, and the lamps turned down. And none of it was hospitality. It was the same instinct that had kept Cross's coffee cold in his hand on a bright morning a fortnight ago. A man arranging the room so the other man would let his guard down by a degree, knowing it, doing it anyway because it worked. "Sit," Halson said. "You've been on your feet since the boarding, and you're no use to me dead on your own watch." He poured. "Off the record, I mean that. Your officer can audit my channels till the cold lanes freeze over, and she'll find I shut this room out of the log the moment you came through the hatch. Not because I'm ashamed of anything I'm going to say, because a man can't say the true thing if he has to say it for the record, and I'd as soon you heard the true thing once." Cross sat. The chair was deep, the tea scalded. The cold came out of the long bones of his hands as it had on Maddox's moon, and he resented the warmth, the small physical gratitude doing its quiet work, whatever his mind decided. "You've a finding to write," Halson said. "I know what's in it, not the words, the shape. You've boarded the cell, you've put a hand on Tarrey, you've a science officer who doesn't sleep, and an operations officer who counts everything twice, and somewhere in the last 3 days, the 4 of you have worked out the same thing I worked out the morning the vein went." He set the pot down. "That it isn't clean, that the claim on the ledger, and the count of the dead, and the speed the whole story stood up, that some of it was helped along by me."
The plain telling of it landed harder than any denial could have. Cross had come up the spar with the argument loaded, the inflated count, the timing of the claim, the parts that didn't fit, all the levers a man pulls to make another man flinch. And Halsin had reached across the table and pulled them himself, gently, one after another, and set them in a row where they could do no work for him. "Then we don't have to do the dance," Cross said. "No, I've not the time for it, and neither have you." Halsin drank. "Ask me then. You came up here to ask me. Ask it." "Why?" Wrong question. No heat in it. The man corrected him as plainly as he'd have warned him about the step on the third rail. "You know why. You've read my file by now, or your XO has. Frontier-born, combine bond at 19, family on the far side of a crossing I can't reopen if it shuts. You know why. The question you actually came up here to ask is the one you can't make yourself say, because you suspect you already know the answer, and you don't like that it's mine." He turned the cup a quarter turn on the table, a thinking motion, not a nervous one. "You came to ask me how I sleep." It was true, and Cross let it be true, and said nothing, which was its own answer. Halsin got up. He was a bigger man than the channel had made him, broad through the shoulder, gray scrubbing through a week of not shaving. And the warden moved to the long window with the cup in his hand, and stood looking down at the town with his back to the room. The same trick Maddox had played. I want to hear how a man stands when he thinks it doesn't count. Except that Halsin wasn't performing it. He'd simply rather look at the town than at the man he was talking to. "Come here," he said. "I'll show you my finding. The one I'd write if I were the sort of man who got to write findings." Cross went to the glass. Below them the queue ran out from the lit mouth into the dark. Dozens of ships, hundreds, a slow, patient ribbon that didn't end where the eye gave up on it. "Look at the queue. Not the ships. Past them, where they're going." Halsin lifted the cup a few degrees toward the lit corridor. The busiest door humanity owned, guttering low and ugly where Vane 6 leaned dead. Through that mouth and out the far side you've got 9 settled worlds and the better part of 40 stations that thread through this crossing or thread through nowhere. Saltire you've met. Your captain saved their barge on the way in. I've the log, it was good flying. Saltire eats off a printer feed line that comes through this lane and through no other, because the second supplier is 110 days round the long way, and Saltire's growing season is 40. There's a children's hospital on Vantor Reach runs its clinic consumables through here. There's a migration window for the Far Colonies opens in 19 days and shuts for a year, and the families holding for it are in that queue tonight, in the dark, in barges built to last and not to be comfortable. Because if they miss the window, they wait a year, and some of them haven't got a year. He drank. "That's my finding, Captain. That's the whole of it. Everything I've done since the Vane went, I've done with that out the window in front of me. Now, you write yours. You put the true thing on the permanent record. The splinter did it, the count was helped, the warden lied, the Anchorage main line never laid a hand on the haul. You publish it tonight." He turned his head, just enough. "Tell me what happens to the queue." "You tell me," Cross said. "You've clearly done the working." "I have." Halsin came back to the table and sat, and the unhurried frontier voice didn't change as he laid it out like a man reading off a manifest. "You published the true finding. The main line's cleared, in the eyes of everyone with a ledger reader, which is everyone. Good. Just. The honest thing. And the morning it posts, the talks the Null have spent 2 years convening don't open, because half the table walks the moment the block that's been screaming terror for a fortnight is shown to have helped write the screaming. The Cold War's been one provocation off going hot since before you got here. You felt it, you've stood your ship in the middle of it. And the published truth that the Combine staged a terror narrative is the provocation.
Geneva can't let it stand, and the Combine can't survive it, and the lane's the thing they fight over. And a lane two factions are fighting over is a lane that doesn't threat anybody through anything. The window closes on the Far Colonies. Saltire misses its season. The hospital on Vantor Reach starts rationing in about 6 weeks. He spread one hand on the table, flat, a man at the bottom of a thing. I counted about 40,000 people who get measurably worse the day your true finding posts. I've not counted the dead because the dead are a guess, and I don't put guesses on a tally, but there'd be dead. And if I don't post it, then a mostly honest movement keeps wearing a coat that doesn't fit them, and the lane stays open, and the talk's open, and the window doesn't close, and 40,000 people go on eating and crossing and not dying. And the price of all that is that a lie I told stands on the record with your signature next to it instead of under it. Halson looked at him. I never said it was a good bargain, Captain. I said it was the one on the table. Cross stood up. He needed to not be sitting for it, on his feet, braced, the stance of a man taking a blow he's seen coming. You've left a thing out, he said. I've left several things out. Name the one that's bothering you. The thing that's under all of it, the reason the cell hit your vein in the first place. Cross put his hands on the back of the chair and leaned on it, because his hands wanted somewhere to be, and he'd be damned before he warmed them at the man's coil again. Your crossing is dying, Warden. Not failing, dying, on a schedule, a little worse every year, and the only reason it's still lit is that you've been pushing it past every limit it has to keep the throughput up. More threadings, narrower windows, the anchor drawing harder than its own people will sign off on. The cell didn't put a hand on the hull because they hate the lane. They put a hand on it because they were trying to make somebody stop killing it before it killed everybody threading through. And I think you know that better than I do, because you've watched the windows close for years, and you've signed the waivers that let them. And you're sitting here telling me about a migration in 19 days, as though there'll be a lane for them to migrate through in 19 months. He'd raised his voice. He heard it and stopped, and the room was very quiet. And below the glass the town went on with its small noises, a crawler, a hammer, the queue holding in the dark. Halson didn't flinch. He set his cup down with great care, and when he spoke, the unhurried voice had gone quieter still, down to the register where men say the things they've decided not to say. Now you've found it, he said. Now you've found the actual room, and you've kicked the door. And I'll tell you what's in it, since you've earned it walking in. Yes, the crossing's going the way you say. I've watched it go for 11 years. I've a drawer of waivers with my name on every one, and I'll answer for all of them somewhere I don't get to choose. And I'll tell you what your science officer hasn't said out loud yet, that I worked out 3 winters ago on my own with a calculator and a bottle. It doesn't come back. He said it flatly, the same as I knew 4 of them. Whatever's happening to the windows, I've not the words for it, and I'd not trust the words if I had them. It's not a fault you fix, and it's not a season that turns. It cools, and it stays cool, and 1 year not far off, there's no holding it, and that door shuts for the last time with whoever's on the far side for good. I know that, Captain. I've known it longer than you've been on this crossing. He looked up. So here is the actual bargain, the one under the one I gave you. The lane's going to die. Nothing I do, or you do, or any movement that ever put a hand on a hull is going to save it. The only thing left to decide is how many people get through the door before it shuts, and whether the years it's got left are years of crossings or years of 2 fleets fighting over a corpse. I'm spending the last of a dying thing getting as many people through as I can. The lie's the price of the door staying open long enough to do it. and you're a man who'd let 40,000 people miss a migration window sooner than put his name to a lie. A breath. I used to be that man. I'd have liked to stay him. I couldn't afford it, and I'll tell you something for nothing. Neither, in the end, can you. The blow landed where Halsin had aimed it, which was not at Cross's pride. It landed under the ribs, in the place his mother lived, the place the reach was a moral good near to a faith they built a way through. And the way through was the gift, because the man across the table had just shown him the gift guttering out the window, and told him, gently, reasonably, with no villainy in his voice at all, that the only decency left was to manage the dying and lie about the cost. And he could not find the lie in the man's arithmetic. He had come up the spar to face a corporate fixer staging a smear, and he had found instead a frontier officer with a drawer of waivers and family on the far side, doing the cruel kind arithmetic of a man at a hospital bed who has decided which medicines to spend the last of. And Cross could not say where the working went wrong. He had done the same arithmetic himself, on his own deck, 60 hours into the worst fortnight of his life. Price me the version where everyone lives. And Ackerman had told him there wasn't one in the gear they had, and he had flown a contaminated truth to save what could be saved, and called it command. This was that, 2 years on and 1 notch colder, in another man's mouth. "You've a contradiction in you, Warden," Cross said, because he had to put something between himself and the recognition. "You hate the Combine Board. It's in your file. It was in your voice the first morning. It's in this room. You serve a bargain you despise because you think Geneva would be worse. Frontier free, you said, not Earth's ward. And here you are, spending your principles like waivers to keep a board you hate in business one more season." "I am." Halsin didn't dress it. "I told you it wasn't a good bargain. A man with my arithmetic doesn't get clean hands. He gets to choose whose dirt. I'd sooner serve a board of frontier thieves who'll keep the lane open for their own greed than a Geneva that'll shut it on principle and call the principle mercy." "You think that's a contradiction? I think it's just what's left when you've run out of good choices and you still have to come to work." He picked the cup back up. "You shielded a man once, Maddox on the throwing moon. I read your file too, Captain. They sent me the man who flew down a working catcher's throat. You let a thief go because the truth about him would have got a whole town killed 30 ways. And you've not lost a wink over it. I know, because I'd not have, and we are, you'll have noticed by now, very nearly the same man." "We're not the same man." "Not yet." Halsin said it kindly, which was unbearable. "You're me 11 years ago, with a better ship and a mother who taught you the reach was holy. Give it 11 years on a crossing you can't save, with people you love on the wrong side of a door that's shutting, and tell me then what you'd not put your name to." He drank. "I'm not trying to corrupt you, Captain. I've nothing to gain from your soul. I'm trying to keep the lights on for 19 more days, and you're the one man with the authority to turn them off by telling the truth. That's all this room is." Cross went to the window. He didn't decide to. His feet took him, as they had on the switchback above Maddox's dead rails, to the place where the choice he had to weigh was laid out below him in the light. The queue, the lit mouth, the far side he couldn't see, and the families holding in the dark for a window that shut in 19 days, in barges built to last and not to be comfortable, because some of them hadn't got a year. He thought of 12 blue tins on a counter, moved one to the left each evening, counted again in the dark. He thought of a controller 100 kilometers off who'd rather not lose a barge and a pilot under her hull who'd rather not let her. Two strangers solving a frightened pilot's problem in 3 minutes flat. The golden age, the actual thing, not the cathedral, but the people threading through it. He thought of the mainline organizer in her Anchorhold who told him, "I'll not call them right, and I'll not call the lane safe," wearing a coat that didn't fit her, and of what it would cost her if it kept fitting, and of what it would cost 40,000 people if he took it off her tonight. Cross did not have an answer, and that was what he'd carried down the spar. He had come up with the moral certainty his mother had given him with his whole chest, and a man with a drawer of waivers had shown him a window and asked him, reasonably, to spend the certainty on the people in it. And Cross had stood at the glass and felt the certainty bend. Not break, not yet, but bend, the way the Saltire barge had bent toward its line under a shoulder it couldn't see, and he hated the bending more than he could say. "There may be a third thing," he said, to the glass, "between posting the truth and standing your lie." Behind him, the small sound of Halsin going still. "A true finding," Cross said slowly, working it as he said it, the shape of it coming up out of the queue and the lit mouth, like the answer to a hard plot coming up off the board. The whole of it, sworn, in hand. The splinter did it. The crossings pushed past its limits. The lantern held. The dead named, every one, off their own manifests and not off a board's bulletin. All of it true and all of it kept. And what gets published, what gets committed to the open record while two fleets are one provocation off going hot and a window's 19 days from shutting, that's a smaller question than what's true. A man can hold a true thing without firing it into a powder room." He turned. "I'm not naming what I'd publish. I'm telling you the choice isn't the one you put on the table. It isn't the truth or your lie. It's what I commit, and when, and with whose blood on it. And that's mine, Warden, not yours, and not the board's, and not Geneva's. Mine." Halsin looked at him for a long moment, and something moved in the priced everything face that Cross hadn't seen there before. Not triumph, which Cross had braced for, but something nearer to grief, the look of a man watching another man find the first foothold on a road he'd hoped he wouldn't take. "There," he said quietly, "there it is. I told you we were very nearly the same man." He set the cup down. "You'll hate me for showing you that door, Captain. They always do, the ones who turn out to be able to walk through it. The ones who can't, they just despise you and sleep fine." He stood. "Go and write your finding. Keep all of it true. And when it comes to the morning, you have to decide what the open record says with 40,000 people downwind of the answer. You remember you came up here certain, and you went down knowing it was harder than certain, and that the knowing was the price of being the man they trust with the door." He put out his hand. "I'm sorry I'm the one who taught you that. I'd rather it had been someone you could afford to hate." Cross looked at the hand, and at the man, and at the window behind him with the dying door lit low in it, and the queue holding patient in the dark, and he did not take the hand. Not from anger, but because taking it would have been agreeing to something he hadn't agreed to yet, and Halsin, reading him to the last, let the hand fall without offense. "Off the record's over the moment I'm through that hatch," Cross said. "Everything after it you say to me on a channel my officer can audit." "I'd not have it otherwise," Halsin said, exactly as he had on the first morning, and this time Cross heard the whole weight of it. Cross went down out of the warm room into the cold of the spar, and the cold took the small, treacherous gratitude back off his hands, and below him, through the long ports, the lantern held its dying door open across half a light-year, and the queue waited in the dark. And somewhere on the far side of it, the families he'd been raised to call the future held for a window that shut in 19 days. He had come up to face the man who'd staged a lie. He went down carrying worse, that the man wasn't wrong about the dark, and that the door out of being wrong about it was a door Cross had just found he could open. Cross took the stair down 2 at a time to get warm and to get away from the glass, and found that neither of those was the thing he was running from. Chapter 14. The Far Concord. The Far Concord did not open the way human halls opened, with a gavel and a man clearing his throat into a microphone. It opened with bread. Emeth stood at the edge of the great threshold court and watched the delegations come in off the long curved approach, and the first thing each of them met, before a steward, before a seat, before a single word of the day's business, was a low table where 2 of the convening line's youngest stood and tore flat loaves and put a piece into the hand of everyone who crossed, center and frontier and colony and courier alike, a combine factor in a coat that had cost a colonist's year took his torn bread and ate it standing, because to refuse it was to refuse the table, and even the combine wanted the table this morning. The court rose around them in 5 tiers of pale stone, the color of old ice, open to a worked ceiling where the Concord's makers had set the long, slow lights that the Annal preferred. Not bright, never bright, a glow you could stand under for a day without your eyes tiring of it. There were no straight rows. The seating ran in arcs, each tier a shallow crescent facing inward, so that no delegation sat behind another and none sat above, and a man speaking spoke to faces and not to backs. Somewhere below the tiers water moved, a thread of it run along channels in the stone, the makers holding that a room with no living sound in it grew cruel. Imeth, raised in rooms built on the same belief, and 8 years in human ones that were not, felt the old ease of it come up through the soles of her boots, and set it aside deliberately. This was a working morning, and the room's grace was not hers to lean on. Imeth had come ahead of Cross. The captain was below, in the staging gallery, doing the human thing of arriving where he could be seen to arrive. Sevoth had asked her up early, and the asking had not been courtesy, and she had read that in the asking and come. The card was still on her, in the breast of her tunic, where she had carried it since the forenoon it became a piece of card. 3 notches and a band. She had meant to put it in Sevoth's hand at the rail, and had not. Sevoth had told her to keep it, and a null of his line did not tell you to keep a card without a reason, and she had spent the days since not knowing the reason, and trusting it anyway. A steward of the convening line found her at the threshold's edge, and gave her the day's order in null, low, the proper forms, and then— It was, Emeth thought, a beautifully made insult, and she stood in the second tier and admired the making of it as one admires a clean cut even when it is one's own people being cut. The Far Concord's floor, the inner ring of stone where the channeled water ran, the lowest crescent, the place a delegation sat to be of the talks and not merely present at them, had held, 4 mornings running, a short bench of 3 places set a little apart from the seated blocks. The observer's bench, the main line's chair such as it was, Not a vote, not a voice in the binding sessions, but a place on the floor, inside the water's sound, where June Vered and her people could sit and be seen to be at the table the talks kept saying they were not at. A small thing. The whole fight was over small things. The small things were the fight. The bench was gone from the floor. In its place, set up in the night by hands that had been told to do it quietly, the observers' 3 chairs now stood in the public gallery, the high outer arc above the 5th tier, behind a low rail of the same pale stone, where the crossing's own people came to watch the talks they were not part of. Pilgrims, off-shift dock crews, a row of Lanehead children with their legs through the rail's gaps, as children sat at every railing she had ever seen. It was where you put spectators. It was, precisely and by design, not the floor. And it was reachable only through the public concourse, off the transit hall, through a clearance gate, and the main line's clearances were void. "You see it," Sevoth said. He had come up beside her without sound, as the old lines moved, and he stood with his hands folded into his sleeves and looked down at the empty stone where the bench had been. "They have not barred the observers. No one will say the observers are barred. The observers have a seat. It is there, behind the rail, with the children and the dock crews. They are most welcome to it." His voice went down, not up. "It is on the far side of a clearance gate that will not pass them. In a gallery they may not enter. And so they will sit at the Accord this morning, by sitting nowhere, and the record will show 3 chairs reserved and unoccupied. And a man who reads the record in a year will think the main line did not trouble to come." "Whose order?" "The blocks, jointly, which means no one's, which is the cleverness." Sevoth's old eyes went along the tiers, where the center delegation was settling into the first crescent, and the frontier into the second, factors and aides, and a colony governor with a tired, good face. And below them the floor lay open and graceful, and the water ran through stone, and the observer's bench was not there. The combine asked for it. The center did not refuse it. The convening line was told, after the chairs were already moved, that it was a security arrangement and not a seating one, and that the Concord does not rule on a host's security. We have been handed a fact and asked to call it weather. You did not call it weather. No. For a moment the grief came up in him, the real one, downward and quiet. I sat in a bare room 4 days ago and did not file the protest the delegation expected of me. Your captain had not yet decided what door he stood in, and I gave him the morning. He used it well. He would not stand a uniform against our word. I have not forgotten that, and I will not. He turned from the floor and looked at her directly, the long hall look that held no haste. But the morning he bought has run out, Imeth. The clearance he would not enforce at the rail, the blocks have enforced at the gate. Without a uniform, without a stamp anyone has to sign. The card you carry is still void. And the seat is being decided now, in this hour, by whether 3 people can cross a concourse. Cross was in the staging gallery with Ackerman at his shoulder and a steward of the center delegation explaining to him with great patience why nothing was wrong. "The observer accommodation is unchanged in substance," the steward was saying. He was Geneva, smooth, the kind of man whose whole craft was making a moved chair sound like a constant of nature. 3 places reserved in the public arc. The mainline observers retain their status as observers. No status has been altered. I'm sure the lieutenant commander will confirm that the convening line raised no objection at the session opening. "The objection was raised at the chairs being moved," Imeth said, coming into it level, "and was told the moving was a security matter on which it does not rule. It did not consent. It was informed. Those are different words, and you have chosen the wrong one." The steward's patience did not crack. It was too well made for that. "Lieutenant Commander, the observers may take their seats at any time." "By what gate?" "Through the public concourse, as the public does." "The public's clearance is not void," IMF said. "Theirs is. You have put their chairs on the far side of a door their papers will not open, and called the chairs a courtesy. I have stood at that gate this morning. I watched it turn a courier away. The gate does not read the word observer. It reads the clearance, and the clearance reads void, and so the chairs the steward speaks of are real, and the path to them is not. And a chair you cannot reach is not a seat. It is a place to point at when someone asks where the main line sat." Cross had been listening with his head down, as he listened when he was deciding, and now he lifted it. "Where's Varad now?" "At the concourse gate, with his cousin and one other, with the courier case. They came up the public approach with the dock crews, the approach left to them, and the gate stopped them, as it is built to. They are standing there. They have been standing there for half an hour. They will keep standing there, because Varad blockades doors for a living, and he knows the worth of a man standing where he is not permitted to stand, in front of children who will tell their mothers what they saw." "And the children are watching?" "The children are always watching. It is the only honest census a place keeps." Cross looked at the steward, and the warmth that lived in the captain's face went forward into the hard thing that was still warm, the look she had seen him turn on a stall-keeper who overcharged and a director who lied. "Walk me to the gate," he said to MF, not the steward. The concourse gate was a clean piece of frontier engineering, a clearance arch in pale stone faced with combine gray, and on the public side of it a press of the crossing's ordinary people moved through in a slow, patient ribbon, badges red, lights green, the dock crews and the pilgrims and the off-shift mechanics filing up toward the gallery to watch their betters decide their lane. And at the side of the ribbon, out of it, not in the queue and not turned fully from it, stood 3 of the main line with a courier case, and the gate's light over them read the slow amber of a hold that would not clear. Bram Vered had set the case on the floor between his boots, and stood with his arms loose at his sides and his weight even, the stance of the man who had been moved off many docks and intended to be moved off this one too, slowly and to make the moving cost something to watch. His cousin, June Vered, stood beside him. Imeth had not seen the organizer in the flesh before, only heard her named, and the woman was smaller than the name and drier, a spare, hard face that gave nothing away, and a charter pin worn openly on her collar where a frightened person would have hidden it. The third was young, a courier by the way she kept one hand on the case strap, even with the case on the floor. A combine contractor in soft gray stood at the gate's near post with his sidearm holstered and visible, and a center liaison officer stood a little behind him. And between the 2 of them and the 3 of the main line there was a meter of pale stone and the entire argument of the age. Vered looked at him a moment, then nodded to the younger Vered, who lifted the courier case and held it out, not to the contractor, to Cross, two-handed, the gesture Bram Vered had used at the Rayo 4 days before and had plainly taught his people to use, the public showing of a case that had nothing to hide. Cross opened it on his own forearm, there in the concourse, in front of the slow ribbon of dock crews who had begun, as crowds do, to slow further and watch. "Minutes," Cross read, lifting each in turn so the contractor and the liaison and the nearest of the watching crews could see it was paper. The Charter's no violence article, the observer roll, a seating petition. He came to the last item and stopped and lifted it, and his voice changed by a degree. It was a single card, a hand's breadth of stiff composite, faced pale and pressed into one corner, 3 small notches and a band. "A second safe conduct," Varad said, "issued yesterday by the delegation in the delegation's own name, separate from any clearance of the wardens. Seavoth's office sent it down to us. It carries no transit authority. They've none to give at this crossing. The crossing's the Combine's. It carries only the Null's word that the bearer travels under the Accord's protection. It's worth nothing to that gate." She nodded at the amber light. "The gate reads clearances. It can't read a word. But it's worth something to the record, and it's worth something at the table. And so I had my cousin carry it up here to be refused in front of witnesses, because a refusal in front of witnesses is the only currency we've got left." Imeth understood then why Seavoth had told her to keep the first card. "You have two," she said to Varad, "the void one and the new one." "We have two." For the first time something almost like warmth moved in the dry face. "The void one's the wound, the new one's the question. He wanted both in the case when the gate turned us away. The warden's stamp that killed the first, and the delegation's hand that made the second the same morning, so that when they write it down, it can't be written tidy. It has to say, the Null extended their word twice, and the crossing refused it twice, once with a stamp and once with a gate." What happened next happened fast and was physical, and Imeth, who had spent a career reading rooms by their waits and their children, read this one and acted in it inside the space of a breath. The center liaison officer reached for the card. The officer did it smoothly, as the steward upstairs had spoken smoothly, a hand out for the second safe conduct in Cross's grip, to take it into evidence, he would say, to log it against the security finding, to make the Null's word into a held exhibit and a pending review, as every difficult truth at this crossing had been made into a pending review. If he had it in his hand, it was the center's to weigh. If it sat in a case in a courier's keeping, it was the delegation's word standing in a concourse, refused in front of children. The liaison reached for it, and Imeth stepped in. There was nothing of violence in it. She did not strike his hand, and the contractor's sidearm was a meter off, and she had not survived 8 years on a frontier warship by giving a frightened man with a gun a reason. She simply put her body where the card was going to be, half a pace, shoulder turned, the move she had used 100 times in 100 markets to be between a thing and the hand that wanted it, without ever touching the hand, and she took the card from Cross's fingers in the same motion, cleanly, as Seavoth had taught the young of the line to take a charge they were responsible for. 2 fingers and a turn, and the liaison's hand closed on the air an inch from where the card had been, hung there, came back empty, exactly as Bram Vared's hand had closed on air over a dead plate 4 mornings ago. The rhyme of it was not lost on her, and she did not let it cost her the moment. "This is the delegation's," she said, and she said it in English for the concourse, for the watching crews, for the record the children were keeping in their feet. Not the crossings and not the centers. It carries the Null delegation's word, and it travels in the delegation's hand. I am of the delegation's people. I will carry it. She turned to the liaison, who had recovered his face, but not his footing. "You may log that the safe conduct was offered at the gate and was not honored. That is the true entry. You may not log that it was taken into custody, because it has not been, and it will not be, because a word taken into custody is a word silenced, and the Null did not extend this word to have it filed in a Combine drawer pending a finding that will never come." The liaison looked at the contractor looked at the liaison, and then at Cross, and Imeth saw the man do the small human arithmetic, the column added and weighed, at the slow ribbon of dock crews who had stopped pretending not to watch, and at the gallery rail above the gate where a row of Lanehead children sat with their legs through the gaps and their faces turned down at the gray-coated men keeping 3 people out of a room. "The hold stands,"
the contractor said, because it was the only thing he had been given to say, and he was not paid to invent another. But he did not reach for the card, and he did not call for his fellows, and the amber light over the gate went on saying void, while the men under it did nothing at all, which was, Imeth thought, the most that the gate had achieved all morning. It had stopped 3 people, and in stopping them it had made everyone watching understand exactly who was being stopped, and why, and by whom. "Then the hold stands," Cross said, and closed the case and gave it back to the younger Varid, two-handed, careful. And it'll be in the record that it stood. "Lieutenant Commander." "Captain." "Take it up." He nodded at the card in her hand. "To Sevoth, to the floor, if the floor's where he wants it. You're of the delegation's people. Nobody at that gate can read you as they read these 3. Walk it through." Imeth understood the order and its cost both. To carry the card up to the floor was to be seen by the whole accord carrying the main line's refused word, an Hall officer of a Geneva crew, walking the delegation's argument into the room over the block's arrangement. It would cost her standing with the center stewards, who would mark her. It would cost Cross, whose officer would be seen doing it. And it would not, in the end, seek anyone. The bench was still in the gallery, the gate still void, and the most a true thing bought in a room of frightened men was that someone would have to step over it knowingly. But Sevoth had told her to keep the first card, and now she understood. Not as evidence, and not as relic, but as the second half of what the delegation would lay down whole. The wound and the question, Varid had said. And the only person at the crossing who could carry both into the room and have it read as one act was the Nhal standing in the concourse with a frontier rank on her collar and 8 years of human speed worn into her like a callus. "I will walk it through," she said. Imeth went up by the delegation's own approach, the curved inner stair that the gate could not touch, and came out at the floor's edge where the channeled water ran through the pale stone, and the whole court was settling into its arcs for the morning's binding session. Center in the first crescent, frontier in the second, the colony governor's tired good face, the convening line in plain gray along the inner ring, and above all of it, behind the gallery rail, 3 empty chairs and a row of children, and a press of dock crews who had come up off the concourse, still talking about what they had seen at the gate. Sevoth was on the floor, in the inner ring, in his place. He did not rise when she came to him. He held out his hand, palm flat, the old form, and she put the new card into it, and then, because she had carried it for 4 days and had only now understood why, she took the void card from the breast of her tunic and laid that in his palm too, the wound beside the question, the stamp beside the hand. 3 small notches and a band on each, one dead and one living, both refused. Sevoth looked at the 2 cards in his palm for a moment, and the long, slow lights of the Concord lay on them, and the water ran through the channeled stone, and around them the court kept its quiet morning sound, built so that no room would grow cruel. "They will say I am making a display," he said, in null, low. "You are making a display," Imeth said. "They moved a bench in the night and called it weather. A display is the honest answer to a thing done in the dark. And your captain, this will be laid at his door." "He laid it there himself," she set her hands flat at her sides. "He told me to walk it through. He knew what walking it through would cost him. He decided the cost was his to pay before he asked me to carry it. That is the captain I serve. I would not have him otherwise, and I will not pretend the morning came cheaper than it did."
Sebeth closed his hand around the 2 cards. Across the floor, in the frontier crescent, a warden's gray caught Imeth's eye. Not Halsin, one of his, an aide who had come to sit for the Combine's security interest at a table the Combine had arranged. And beyond the aide, in the colony seats where the Compact sat uneasily under the Combine's wing, a face she did know. Captain Lena Marchetti, in from her patrol orbit to sit for her block, watching the floor with the closed account-keeping look she wore in every glimpse Imeth had ever had of her. Marchetti was watching Sebeth's closed hand. She was watching the empty chairs in the gallery and the children behind them. She was watching, Imeth thought, what the morning had made. A table convened to settle a war that had begun the day by refusing a chair to the one faction claiming to know why the lane was dying, not with a vote, but with a moved bench and a void card and a gate that read clearances and could not read a word. Marchetti caught Imeth watching her. For a moment the 2 of them held it across the floor, the Combine captain and the Anal officer, and something passed between them that was not agreement and was not quite its opposite. A shared reading, perhaps, of a room that had just told everyone in it exactly what kind of room it was. Then Marchetti looked away, down at her own hands, with the look of a woman doing an arithmetic she did not like and could not yet stop doing. The convening line called the session. The court came to its quiet, and Sevoth rose, with 2 cards closed in his hand, in the inner ring of a room built so that no one sat behind another, to lay the morning down whole before the accord, the wound and the question, refused twice in the dark. While above him, behind the rail, with the dock crews and the long slow lights, 3 chairs stood empty on the floor that was not the floor, and a row of Lanehead children watched the tall gray man hold up a piece of card that an hour ago could not open a door, and would now, Imeth thought, taking her place at the floor's edge where a crew officer stood, and not a delegate, open a great many